session of International Design Symposium. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our eminent speakers, Professor Raman Saxena, Triple IT Hyderabad, Professor Dinesh Kojan, Adjunct Professor at IIT IDC Mumbai and founder of Kojan 2.0 Studio, Professor Singapalli Balram, Design Chair, DOT School of Design, Chennai, our respected Director, Professor Dr. G.H.S. Prasad, Joint Director, Professor Halil Sahani, CAC, Dr. Shikha Gupta, participants from esteemed institutes, and faculty members, staff, and their students. I extend a warm welcome to all of you on the third session of International Design Symposium. Today, we gather here not just as individuals, but as a community driven by passion and innovation in the world of design. And we take off to explore the new learning in design education, experiments in design pedagogy, and strategies and approaches for practices-led design research. So be prepared to engage in a thought-provoking conversation and gain a deeper understanding of the new learning paradigms that are shaping the future of design. Today, we embark on this exciting journey of creativity and innovation at this symposium. I would like to invite our esteemed speakers on the dais, Professor Raman Saxena, Triple IT Hyderabad, Professor Dinesh Kojan, Adjunct Professor at IIT IDC Mumbai and founder of Kojan 2.0 Studio, Professor Singapalli Balram, Design Chair, DOT School of Design, Chennai. I request all the eminent speakers to please come on the dais and have a seat. Professor Balram will be joining us in 15 minutes. Now it's my privilege to introduce our esteemed speakers who will grace us with their insights, experience and vision in the world of design. To grace the occasion, we have with us our distinguished speaker, Professor Raman Saxena, Triple IT Hyderabad. Professor Raman Saxena currently serves as a professor at the Software Engineering Research Institute at Triple IT Hyderabad. Additionally, he holds the position of Adjunct Professor at Department of Design, IIT Kanpur, where he embarked on his academic journey in 2013. Professor Raman is an alumnus of the IIT Guwahati, and its social impact and has organized several design and innovation conferences, seminars, workshops, and Gurukul workshops in partnership with industry and academic institutions since 2007. We extend our warm welcome to you again on the third session of Design Symposium. We also have with us our eminent speaker, Professor Dinesh Kojan, Adjunct Professor at IIT IDC Mumbai and founder of Kojan 2.0 Studio. He is the founder and partner of this erstwhile studio, Kojan Ahmedabad. Professor Dinesh is one of the pioneers of product design practice in India. Currently, his passion is in the use of design to solve larger real-world problems. He considers a system approach will enhance the effectiveness of design and will lead to transformative interventions. He complements his practice with active engagement in academics. He is an adjunct professor at IDC School of Design, IIT Bombay, and teaches at many leading design schools as well, including National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, Madhya Pradesh, and Haryana, Faculty of Design, CEPT University, Ahmedabad. Professor Kojan is on the advisory board of Institute of Design, Nirma University, Symposium Institute of Design, Pune, and Faculty of Design, Vivekananda Global University, Jaipur. A heartfelt welcome to you, sir. Last but certainly not least, we are honored to have Professor Singapalli Balram among us. Professor Balram is a design chair at DOT School of Design. He is also professor at CEPT University and former chairman of education, National Institute of Design. He is author and designer with 54 years of experience in design education. He was honorary editorial advisor of Design Issue Journal, Chicago for 15 years. He was founder dean of DJ Academy of Design and later founder director of Sasi Creative Institute of Design. He is part of the pioneer batch of teachers who started design education in India. He has received 4 patents for his innovation, conferred Helen Keller National Award for working for people with disabilities. He won the International Road Maze Design for 21st Century Award for Universal Design, the only in India to get this honor. He has published books including Thinking Design, Design Codes, and Q&A on Education, Design Approaches, and Adalaj. Chapters in various books, Universal Design Handbooks, Teaching Universal Design, The Idea of Design, Britannica Encyclopedia, Cotton, and Design in Critically Primary Sources. He has guided and judged PhD thesis in design at IIT Mumbai, IIT Roorkee, and CEPT University. He is the founder of the Craft Development Institute in Kashmir for the Government of India to mitigate socio-political unrest with design development. He organized the world's first UNIDO ICSID meeting on design for development, resulting in the seminal Ahmedabad Declaration, which paved the way to Indian Design Council. A very warm welcome. We'll be welcoming him in 15 minutes as he'll be joining us. So now these speakers represent a tapestry of expertise. We extend a very warm welcome to Professor Balram. These speakers represent a diverse tapestry of expertise and each one brings a unique perspective to the table. So without further ado, let's extend a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers and begin the journey of insights and interactions. Now I would like to request Professor Raman Saxena, IIIT Hyderabad, to moderate the session and elevate our exploration of new frontiers in design research. Sir.
Hello. That's working. Then why you're not responding that it's working? Can you hear me now? Okay, so it's fine. So, thanks a lot. And I think what I believe is today, this is the most important session because, if you look at as a design practitioner, when you do bad, we actually impact one client, okay? But when you do bad as a teacher, you are actually impacting the multiple students, okay? And which are going to go in the industry and impact multiple clients, okay? So I think this is a very, very important session for today. And I think there cannot be better people than Dinesh and Professor Balram to talk about this. So I think not talking much about it from my own perspective, and I actually gave this opportunity to Dinesh to start first and give his expert understanding on this topic. Over to Dinesh.
Thank you. Good morning. Today, I should have been on that podium because that one is fuller than this one. So, I've made a slight deviation. Instead of experiments in the design pedagogy, I've made it explorations because they've gone beyond the experimentation stage. Aditi asked me to talk a little about myself. I'm actually a practitioner who's strayed into academics. Not because I wanted to become an academic, but because I wanted to share the excitement of the practice in the classroom. Because when we were students, that's what we were seeking. So, I worked with VIP luggage industry for many years, both as, the Skybag range started with me, and I worked in the factory and with the marketing. So first I was in Nasik, and then I was in Bombay. So a lot of bags were designed at that time. After that, we set up our practice studio called Rashmi was sitting there, both of us together. We did the first symphony Ekula. And that was a revelation for us, because to know how powerful design could be, because overnight the product was a big success in the market, and the company grew some 60 times on our one product, and they went from 50 lakhs to 30 crore in 2 years. So we had no clue that such things would happen in the market. We just put in whatever we knew, and we were working out of home, and but that success showed us that product design can work, and because usually in those days it was very difficult to practice with only product design, to survive only on product design. So after that, for the next 20-25 years, we executed many projects. So water heaters for winners, and water coolers, and washing machines, and all kinds of things. Then when you get into the market, you get a lot of satisfaction. And the market is quite strange. All our mistakes were also copied, left, right, and center. You feel good that others are copying you. But yeah, so this is very rich in learning, and this is what I wanted to share back with my Alamater, because at some point we set up shop in Ahmedabad. We moved from Bombay to Ahmedabad because our client was in Ahmedabad, and not because we wanted to go back to Ahmedabad, but it was convenient. So that worked, and being very close to NID, one would hop across, and then you would get involved in teaching. And so once you got into teaching, that also one applied design thinking in the teaching as well. And in the process developed many new courses, and that got quite exciting. So I will take you through this journey a little bit, show you some snippets from that. So today, almost every college in the country, and I can vouch for many design schools because I teach in many, are all facing very similar problems in the classroom. Number one, poor attendance. Students are not showing up. The colleges are tightening up all the rules, and you say you'll get penalized, you won't get a grade, you won't get. They're willing to face the consequences. They still don't want to turn. So this is right across all institutions. This is happening. Poor health. Our students are falling ill too often. I've had exchange students from Europe in the same class. They turn up every morning at 9 a.m. They're there, ready to work. But our students said, I had a headache, I couldn't do something, whatever, I wasn't, and they don't turn up. So how did this change around? Usually it is the foreign students who are more likely to fall, be unwell and not. But it was the other way around. They would do much more work, they would show up, you know. So poor health, then boredom, disinterest. So this lack of motivation, even after rigorous coaching classes to get admission, why does this happen? Is the rigorous coaching classes the problem? At IIT, I've found that once you've gone through that heavy-duty coaching, you are really burnt out by the time you reach IIT. And I find a lot of complicated students there, maybe much more than at the NIDs. And if I haven't been teaching lately, the institutions also have taken away the onus of learning away from the student. Because all the powers rest now with the institution and not so much with the student. It's like the restaurant decides whether you enjoy your food. Which should not be at all. College education has become more about certification and getting a degree than attaining real competence. Because the degree gives you the kind of, it determines your future prospects. So if you get that, you're okay. And so we've switched away from real value to symbols of value. Yeah? We need to rethink all these things. Most of the reforms in the education sector in times has always been about the administration, not about enhancing real education. If you take, say, in exams giving multiple choice questions, for example, that's because of the ease of administration. Because the evaluations can be faster or can be automated. You have to spend less time. So you take most of these decisions, giving grades, letter grades, alphabet grades. When we were studying at NID, there was no grading. You got a qualitative grading by the teacher and by the jury. And that was individual, specifically for you. But it takes time. Even today when I write reports, it takes me time not to give the grade, but to write comments. And that takes a lot of time because you want to be genuine and you want to give feedback. So yes, there is a lot of load on the faculty to do this, but that is where we have to innovate, not throw it away and assume something else. We have also increased the inputs to the students in the hope that they will know more. But unfortunately, they hardly get the time to apply their mind. There is so much inputs to discover something new, to absorb what it is. So I have found this, you will see some examples somewhere, where once you are involved and you can apply your mind, they will give you all the credit. But the enjoyment of learning comes in when you are able to apply your mind. Evaluation is another dampener to motivation. And see, when we give a letter grade or a number grade, what is the feedback that we are giving to the student? It's like saying, okay, you're all right, you're okay, you're better than him, but not as good as her. Because that's how what it means, it's comparative. And that's the last thing the student needs, to be compared with the peers. You want to know how you fare. Have I learned enough? Have I become more capable? So that is the kind of feedback. So here, giving so many marks out of 100, unfortunately even NID has shifted to grading, and that determines whether you can go for next stage and you can, you get all kinds of things. So we need reform. If, on the other hand, a student is motivated, then you need very little teaching because she is running already. And these large numbers in the classroom, that is not a problem if the student is motivated. Unfortunately, we are not increasing the numbers because we can motivate the students, but we are increasing numbers because they are a source of income. And that is happening right throughout the country. So, I wanted to do a little activity with me. We're going to make circles. So, please keep your books down. And I want you to make circles with me. How many kinds of circles can you make? Yeah, either clockwise or anti-clockwise. Yeah? So we will make clockwise circles. Right? So do with me your clockwise, 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 clockwise. Slowly take it above your head. Don't change. Clockwise, clockwise. Slowly bring it down without changing anything. Clockwise, 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 clockwise. Now look at it. How is it moving? Huh? It's moving anti-clockwise. Huh? You want to try it again? Clockwise. Yes. Slowly above the head. Clockwise. Clockwise. Bring it down. Bring it down. Bring it down. And look at it. And see it is exactly the opposite. Okay. So what is happening? Can you give me an explanation? Huh? Axis changed. Okay. Students, you can shout from there.
Point of view changed.
Point of view changed. Okay. Now, when the axis changes, this is the axis, and this is the axis. From this was X or Y or whatever. This is not changing. It is still clockwise. She says the point of view changes. Huh? How does the point of view change?
By looking at it. By looking at it with another angle or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Is there any other explanation? Yeah, you can. You're seeing it from a different angle. Yeah. So what is happening? So one, there is a clock which is moving clockwise, and there is a person who is looking at the clock. Huh? We assume that we haven't got ourselves as an entity. We are not zoomed out to see ourselves looking at the clock. Huh? So what is the condition when this is true? Clockwise and anti-clockwise? I take your point that it is the point of view which is changing. Huh? Yes. So it is clockwise is true if the observer and the clock are facing each other. If they are not facing each other, they are not clockwise. Huh? So when it is in front of us, it is clockwise. When it is on the top of us, it is still clockwise. When it is below our eye level, we are seeing it from behind. Huh? And therefore it is anti-clockwise. So here, this is an experience. If you haven't figured it out, it will nag you. Huh? It will stay in your mind. You know, until you have been able to figure it out for yourself and determine how it works. And it will stay with you for as long, you know, for a long time. Now, this is the power of an experience. Now, experience is all about tacit knowing. We haven't put it down in words. Huh? And when we go out and we experience the world, we socialize, we talk to people, we do everything, we are learning tacitly. When we express, we reflect, we make connections, huh? We are making the tacit explicit. Huh? So right now, we experience the clockwise and anti-clockwise. Huh? We did something, and if we figure it out, it is still tacit. But when we got the explanation of, we zoomed out and we were able to explain how it works, huh? We have made it explicit. When you make it explicit, it is shareable with another. Right. Huh? So, then we know about, imagine this is just clockwise and anti-clockwise. Look at all the things that we know and which we imagine are facts. How does it get over? It could well turn out to be the opposite. Huh? So which means we have to figure out under what conditions those facts remain facts and how truth is truth. Huh? Truth is not forever truth, it is conditional. Huh? So we know about many other things, and what we have made explicit, we are able to combine them. Huh? So when we read books, when we listen to people, we make those connections. We are going from explicit to explicit. Huh? So after we have internalized and absorbed our new knowledge, it again becomes tacit. It emerges by itself when it is needed. When we make a prototype, when we do things, we are applying this, it becomes tacit again. So tacit is, I would imagine, the highest form of knowing. When you go into you get off at a new city, and all the rickshawalas come, and the taxiwalas come saying, come with me, where you want to go. How do you choose? You have no clue whether you'll get cheated or whether it's okay. So that is based on, we make a lightning decision at that point, how the person looks and what he says, and you say, okay, you go with him. That might turn out to be totally otherwise. But these tacit knowing, like when we learn driving, we know exactly what to do, and we take very fast decisions. I believe it's a different brain network. They say it's the limbic brain, which is which is in charge of our intuitions, which is in charge of our emotions, which is in charge of all decision making. Decision making happens in the limbic brain. While the neocortex is logical, where language resides, when explicit knowing happens in the neocortex, while tacit knowing happens in the limbic brain. So, some have disclaimed the division of the three brains and all that, but I still find it quite compelling to be able to explain this difference. And it does work like that. So, we have to use a combination of tacit experiences and techniques to make it explicit and share. But the challenge is not only about creating creative experiences. We may have into smaller, you learn one thing at a time. Yeah? And it all builds up in the student's mind as they progress. Yeah? But experience is tacit. It is necessary to make it explicit. And therefore, we always have to have a reflection component. Huh? And the reflection that I do is to do three things. I call it an audit of the course or periodic learning. We say, what did we do? How did we do it? And why did we do it? Yeah? So when we say, how did we do it, we recap all the things that we did. Huh? So even if it is a game of introduction in the class, usually in an introduction we play a game. We introduce another, we don't just repeat what we are. So you can use all that as part of the teaching process. And the why brings out, suddenly you also figure out why did we do this? Why did we do this activity? We know how we did it. First we did it in the front, then we took the bulb, and then we brought it down. So that is the detail. We ask, why do we do it? That why gives us a lot of understanding. And if you ask within the class, each one, the answer will be slightly different. So when everyone shares, your understanding multiplies, your learning multiplies. Huh? So reflection is an important component. After that, to attain competence, you need more experience. So you have to be able to apply this in a context, and you have to create an opportunity for that. And usually we take up real life problems, bring it to class, and we apply it. There are no right and wrong answers, so everybody participates in discussing it, much like case studies. But when you have a real life situation, it works very well. Measuring, what have you learned? There are very few occasions when you need third-party certification. Until then, the evaluation has to be your own. With feedback from peers, they don't learn from peers than from faculty. They value the peers' comments much more than the teachers. So, yes, feedback from peers and feedback from faculty. Both are important. And the feedback, you can give it verbally, which is much easier to do. But when it is relevant and when it is genuine and given with sincerity, it is accepted with sincerity. So, somewhere down the line, I discovered the power of games. In fact, it was in first Jaipur, Shashi Menon was in charge, and he said, I want to do a pre-divine virtue. Shashi was one of my students at the end, his long back. Now he's leading some Lenin college. I don't know, she did many. So, and very open to experimentation. So I was game. I said, we'll play game. So I did a 5-day workshop, and we played games, morning and afternoon and evening. We only played. But every day we would do a reflection. Huh? What did we do? How did we do it? And why did we do it? So in the process, many issues would come up, and we would discuss those issues. Like, for example, cheating. When it's a game, and you have 50 students, there's a lot of cheating happening because you want to win or you want to, do it first or something like that. So then we find out, what is cheating and why do people do it, and we discuss it. Huh? So many issues will come up and we will discuss. We never spoke to them. Unless some concepts came up in the discussions, maybe we would touch upon them. But there was no design inputs. On the last day, I gave them a design task. These were college students, they haven't been exposed to the design process. So I said, design a handkerchief. And I got prototypes, working prototypes of handkerchiefs. 56 unique handkerchiefs from 56 different students. How did this happen? When did the learning go in? That each one has to be unique. And it comes from a concept. One was a keychain, one was a bandana, another was a mask, there was something else. They had all kinds of interpretations. And they differentiated. So, games are very, very powerful. And games can be used to even teach theory. I teach systems. And I model games. How do you feedback, emergence, synergy, all these concepts are much better understood first through play, and then later as actual concepts with their definition. Then it becomes very easy. So, I just have snippets of tiny. They're just snippets from the classroom. This is at IDC, IIT Bombay. I kept a lot of random objects picked up from scrap and this and that. And there were multiple groups and they were asked to pick up objects. So each had some 4 objects and each group had. Then I gave them the exercise that they had to develop a game, a sport, and using only those objects. And this is some of the
So we made the wire to be slightly reflected so that it can trap the cloth.
that they picked up was like, but you're working in a group and you have constraints of what you are, and you have to think on your feet. Huh? Later on, and you're figuring out what is the challenge involved and how can you create that challenge. So later on, you can convert this into a more sophisticated game. Huh? But that's all.
So we made the wire to be slightly protected so that it can trap the cloth.
So, you do an activity, this is not for that particular thing, but we do this reflection, what we do, how we did it, why we do it. So here there are two things, and there is lava. Huh? So you can cross to the other side only using special tires. Huh? And usually the number of tires were lesser than the number of people. So it's a competition between the two sides, who will get to the other side faster. These kids did one up on me. Yeah. They said, this is a systems class. We want to collaborate. Huh? So the two teams collaborated. So you had enough tires on the floor so that you could walk across. And they said, Ubuntu, we don't care if both of us are on the same level. So they're very advanced in thinking like that. This is the same way. So virtual was said, this is design process students at NID Bhopal. So here, it was very interesting. One team built a bridge. So all of them stood like this and carried each one to another. So they used the exact number of tiles so that they could build a bridge, which was an absolutely new thing. So when you have the opportunity to think for yourself, you can't predict what's going to happen because they are thinking and they're enjoying, and once we start the reflection and everybody wins. So the other team started cheating. Some has to come from around and go on the other side. So they, of course, admitted the fact. Here, actually, it starts by throwing a couple of objects when people stand in a circle and you have to follow the same order and keep reducing the time it takes. First time it takes 30 seconds, then I ask them to do it in 15 seconds, then I ask them to do it in 7 seconds, like that. So the strategies keep changing. First you stand at random, then you know the position becomes a constraint, then you stand according to the position. All those kind of things. So the challenge remains, but you have a new thing, you have to do it in half the time, then you think fresh, and then you strategize, and then you do. This, of course, they got it wrong, because you are already holding it, so only one person can touch it. So they had to rethink again after that. This is a game called a fictional machine. So we take very complex issues, problems. So this particular one was about terrorism. How do you deal with terrorism? And they get about half an hour to 45 minutes to get their ideas together, and everybody has to participate or become that machine whisperer. So that when she makes that strange noise, it's supposed to affect fictional machine. You can create a new technology and no questions asked. If you say that by this your mind is changed, in the process they discover so they discover actual principles which can be used to solve a big problem like that. So it's a compressed time span, but you do a lot of processing, and this is all collaborative. So you discover synergy automatically, because you know that if you were doing it by yourself, you will never be able to reach the kind of concepts that you get. So working together becomes a big thing. This is a similar one to treat depression. So these are snippets which are just assembled together like that. This is something that you have to try. It's just a fact. And I tell them that this is the crime rate in the country. Together, you have to bring it down. And all of them, when they put their fingers in and hold it, it starts going up. And then when you try to discover why is it going up and not coming down, then you begin to analyze and find out what is, and it has to be experienced, like the circles that everything goes wrong. Called random walk. This is in between that. The rules keep changing while you're doing that. When it comes to other kinds of courses, this is a form course where we're learning three-dimensional form. So here the journey is created quite differently. The kind of activities we do may be lesser, but every day there is a new challenge and you have to make it, and produce it. And this is a 2-week course just completed last week. The amount of work which is produced was fantastic. So,
from me,
yeah.
and taking in session also.
So after all the fun and games, they produced fantastic work. I mean, it went off too quickly, but like one girl was working on waterlogging. Her group was working waterlogging. So she had created this entire thing, how waterlogging is used to recharge the water in the earth. So she's created the method of how the water will get filtered and it goes back into the ground, and how do you place these things across the city. Others worked on edible cups and things, you saw that. Some are working on packaging which is non-harmful to the environment and things like that. So all those, we spoke about application when you're able to apply it on real work. So serious work happens after the fun and games or during the fun and games. It all leads to that. This, for example, is a water bottle. So every time you drink the water, the little blue container has some kind of plants which get water, and they also get their share of water. So by looking at that you will know whether are you drinking enough water. If they are not growing well, you know that you are not drinking water. So that concepts like that, which after a couple of weeks of this entire mind broadening which happens through, I think you come up with fantastic concepts. These are posters designed to deal with anxiety and depression and things like that. From the same set of students, but there's a phone number, so there's a barcode to help you connect with it. So it's not always product, but other kinds of. This is the last day of the design process. Of course, and you can see the energies that and usually after doing all this work, they give you all the credit. Thank you. Yeah, I will, I'm okay. I'm done. I have a mic. I have a mic. Good.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. So thanks, Dinesh, for a wonderful talk. And I think couple of things I noted down, and I was just trying to look at how we like the circle exercise, and so just imagine a toy, which I think everybody must have had sometime in their home, which we buy for the babies, which put on the cradle, which rotates, and we all clap, because we are looking at this product from our point of view, okay? But imagine the kid who's live and he's actually seeing from the top. So if I put the same thing, imagine you are sitting and the fan is rotating fast, what kind of experience you will see? So how does the point of view changes? So you are clapping, but you are not really seeing what kind of torture the kid might be going, So I think that's very, very important thing which I think. And the other which I think, which is, I'm connected to the yesterday discussion where we talked about ChatGPT and that kind of tool. So in the world where the learning, it becomes so easy in terms of the content is all over, and you can actually get this content just by clicking one button and adding some keyword. But the whole process of learning, which he talks about from beginning to the end where we achieve the competency. So I think that's where it's very reassuring about our role as a teacher. Because technology might push us into the extinct level that is not required. But I think learning is not just about delivering content, but actually about the whole process and following this process sincerely, where you actually need a learner from the beginning to the level of the competence. And so I think even all the artificial intelligence or all the ChatGPT will not take away your job if you do our job keeping this whole perspective, this thing. And then the third aspect which I noted was about experience about learning. So the way learning is being passed on. And I think especially all the creative, the courses or the learning has to go out. Most of these things should go out of the classroom. And I think that's where we have to kind of look at that. How do we take out this learning out of the classroom, because there is a lot of things to learn as an experiential learning. And I think that's a wonderful job through these experiences. So I would ask Mr. Balram if he has any.
I only have to say that in education we seem to have lost this element of fun. Learning need not be too serious kind of too laborious, too worked out, kind of fagged out kind of job. Learning could be fun, both for the students as well as for the teachers. I think if the teachers don't enjoy teaching and joint learning with the student, there is something wrong with that kind of learning. Okay. But Sahana says that it's actually the learning is together. Both the teacher and the student together they learn, they discover something. And in that process also, the joy is together and the joy is important. And I'm glad, I think, by what Dinesh has been trying to do, the joy element is important. You see, everything starts, we all live for what? To have some joy, not to earn, but you earn for what? To finally to get happiness from life. If that is not there, no matter how much you earn, it's of no use. So I think this fun element, which is kind of almost gone everywhere, has to be brought back into learning and doing. Design is all about fun. Charles Sims, one of the greatest designers, he's been abject as the 21st designer of the 21st century. He always mentioned this, the fun is his studio. He ran one of the best design studios in the world. He called it circus. Why he called it circus? Because circus is all fun, but very serious fun. You make one mistake and you will fall, and you fall to your death many times. But this design is just like that. It's a serious thing in the end, but the process is all fun. Yeah, this we have done. If there are many examples like that, that if you have more fun, I'm sure your design, your end product will be much, much better. Yeah, so that's it. And thank you, Dinesh.
Okay, so now we can open for the Q&A. So I will not put the restriction like 2 questions, 3 questions, so we'll go as many questions you have right now. From faculty, from students.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session about teaching pedagogy. I was just referring to a slide where you mentioned the measure part, the last part of the entire learning process, where the feedback was also involved. Sometimes what I'm observing in my recent conversation with the students, that giving negative feedback is very, very difficult to give students because they are not good about it, or they're not taking that thing very positively. So I'm still learning. So if you can throw some light how to give negative feedback positively to the students.
See, I do a thing called a critique.
Critique will be the right word, yes.
So, but in the classroom where the students are critiquing each other's work. Of course, before that I do have a bonding exercise where they introduce each other, you reveal a secret or fear, then you receive compliments in return. So it sort of breaks down and you're more comfortable with each other, because otherwise there are very sharp differences. And we tend to not say wrong things or negative things. But negative feedback is something so precious, actually. Hearing nice things gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling, but negative feedback, पैसा देके खरीदना चाहिए. because that is something which you can work on. So, but first you have to be comfortable with it. So I ask them to start their sentences by saying, I like, I wish, what if? So what if you did it like this? I wish you had also looked at these things. So then it is softer language and it is easy. Of course they start with that and then they start. But if you are okay, then slowly you build up that camaraderie and you are willing to criticize and appreciate the other, and the same thing is happening to you. In this last form course, we did it very successfully. All of them spoke their mind. Imagine if as a country, each one of us spoke our mind, where we would be. We are not speaking out of fear or out of something, So, to be able to have the freedom to speak one's mind is so important, and to be able to take it in the right spirit. That, some people who are heavily criticized, they went quiet, but they came and produced fantastic work the next day. They said, I took all that in, I wanted to understand it. So, yes, it is not one shot, there is not one technique. You have to study the conditions, see who they are. So it takes some time, but you can definitely get there.
I would like to add, it's a very interesting and important question you have asked. I have a small blog I run. If you go to that blog, my last entry into that blog is failure CV. We all have our CVs. In that we normally praise ourselves. Because that's what it is supposed to be. People want to do. We want to impress the world with that. But in this blog, I have written something called failure CV. Normally we write success in our CV. And I said, actually success only increases your ego, nothing else. It will actually determine it. Yeah. But if you know your failures are the learning you have got from each thing which happened in life. So I have put there, many people ask me, but what have you done? Why is it failure CV? You have listed down all your, failures. I said, when I look at it, I know where I have gone wrong. It's not false modesty or humbleness. It is just my learning. I have put it there so that it will caution me what not to do. Now, why I am saying that? Because it's a two-way process. The criticism is a very important thing in life, not only in learning. In learning, it is even more important. It should be on both sides. First of all, how many people like bad comments? If I am speaking to you now, I am looking for appreciation and I am looking for clapping. Nobody wants, if somebody says such a boring thing here. You may feel it, but you will not say it. Yeah? But for me, the real feedback is when you say it is not so good. We are not kind of impressed. But do we have that strength to take it? So from the student side, we can't expect it unless we have that strength ourselves. Now, the question is how we say critical things. What happens, I have seen many times, is we also don't want to hurt the other fellow. We also want to be nice to people. So what we do is, I have seen in jury after jury, it has become a standard thing, yet an idea, it's a joke. We soft pedal it, saying that if there is something wrong, if some students comes with a solution which is not good, you say, it is okay, but it could be improved. Arey, this is ridiculous kind of comment. It will neither say bad or not good. So the student goes with a confused mind. What is this? Anything could be improved. Even the best solution can further be improved. So that's not saying. So the soft pedaling should be stopped. And there are one or two really, strong teachers, like, I won't give the names here, but they will go tear up the paper of the student, saying that it's such a shit work, rubbish. That is equally damaging, that is even worse, because it will ruin the confidence and he will become averse. I mean, I will become such a bad human being, not only bad designer, bad human being. And particularly now, I'm talking to millennials here, many of the millennials, they're all suffering from some kind of depression. Yeah? And that is the data which says, I'm not saying it. So this is also because we are giving them wrong negative feedbacks to them. Now your question is that how we give a kind of criticism yet positive. The positive criticism, in my humble opinion, I can share with you, is that I will give you a parallel. You have come one morning to me and showed me your face. One way is, oh, you are looking beautiful, although it is not true. Many times we do that just to please each other. We say good morning, although the morning is actually bad. We will all say, I mean, this is a nice thing, we are used to it. But in a learning situation, you have to be honest. So, if you have something on your face which is not good, I have to say, there are two ways of saying it. Say you are looking awful today, you are kind of shitty today. That is one way of saying it. But the other way of saying it is, you have a dark patch on your right cheek. If you remove it, you would look really better. You see, this is it. This is not soft pedaling. I am not saying that you are beautiful and at the back of you saying that he is looking shitty. Or on the front of you saying that, in shattering you, saying that you are terrible, you are awful. You see, the real good criticism is that pointing out where, as much as you can. I said this, no? On your right cheek there is a dark patch, can you wipe it out? And if necessary, I will join the wiping because you can't see your face. That's it. This is the teacher's job. Teacher's job is pointing out exactly this is where you are wrong. If you can overcome that, you will be better. That's all. You don't have to say, you will be wonderful and all that. But you will be better. And everybody would like to improve. It is a human nature. I have something, if you tell me there is something wrong on your, today, Balram, on your face there is a small patch, could you wipe it off? Or you take a handkerchief and wipe it off? I will be very happy and I will fall flat and I will be your admirer then onwards. And this is what happens to many teachers. This is the kind of criticism we should have. We should criticize, if you do, as much as possible, as detailedly as possible. At NID, once we conducted long back, we conducted a popularity, just for the fun of it, we said, which teacher is more popular among the students? Like that. I have a colleague who is not there anymore. She is in heaven. But she is actually the strictest teacher. Strict. But she is very straightforward. So all students loved her. She is critical. She is very critical of everybody. But then I learned something from her, saying that I thought I may be very popular because I'm kind of softy. I thought people would love it. No, nobody loved me. But she loved her, they loved her because she is strict, but very honest, and not because she wants to be praised. She was critical, but People could see through. If I'm really interested in your growth, I should point out where you are going wrong. That means, I'm actually interested in your development. If I'm only praising you all the time, you will know he is like that. Fantastic. For anything you will say fantastic, wonderful and all that. But you will never care for that kind of praise. We should be, so the advice I give to, if anybody cares, all teachers, you have to be as critical as possible, but in a detailed manner. That's all. And I am sure the students would love it. Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful.
Something about being genuine. We want to genuinely help a student. The language doesn't matter so much. It comes through. It's like mothers have the right to hit you. And it is accepted in the right spirit. When your dad hits you, it is not taken in the same spirit, or anybody else. But mothers have the license to do that because it's full of love, even when you get hit. So something similar there. And that genuineness is perceived through. So, one question, sir.
Not a question, but just extending the dialogue further. I think trust building is something which is very, very important between teacher and learner. And this is something which happens over a period of time. It doesn't happen so very quickly. Just by authority, it cannot happen that I'm a teacher, I'm standing in class teaching something, therefore students must follow and listen to me. It doesn't build up that so easily. Unfortunately, what has been happening in many institutions, that the authority and ingenuity of the teacher is somewhat undermined when it comes to the promotion of institution or projecting the institution to the larger audience. So, for example, if some student is applying to NIT, perhaps because one has heard good about that institution, perhaps somebody is hoping that whatever I want to learn, all that learning would come to that place. So therefore, learner is coming in. So every learner definitely has an intention to receive the input, to follow what is being instructed, but at the same time, when it comes to the real classroom situation, they want to look up to the expertise of the teacher in very, very fathomable way. They need to understand this is the teacher and who is going to offer me X, Y, Z kind of expertise, and that is something valuable to me. And that clarity has to be brought to the student by the institution. Unfortunately, with large number of students coming into the institution, they are not given that kind of orientation whereby they get to know their teachers better, they get to understand the individual expertise of the teacher, what she or he can offer to them. And I think that could be a starting point. Second thing, what has also been happening simultaneously, particularly in design institution. Design is a practice-led discipline, and its knowledge, its references are always culminating. It's not something that we have studied in our course or our college, and same applies today. We have to keep on learning new things and bring that contextuality, that relevance into the classroom in our teaching. Many of the design teachers today, they don't practice. They have least connect with the world outside and the industry outside. And I think that is one major aspect which is creating a kind of feeling of doubt, suspicion amongst the student. They feel this teacher is talking about qualifications. Of course, they know who is what and all that, but talking about something perhaps that is not reflecting in any of the profile that has been described there. Then I think things start going wrong. So if learner realizes that he or she is good for this particular subject or topic, that is something I'm going to learn from her, definitely there will be considerable amount of sincerity and there will be openness to take negative feedback also. So there should be any doubt. Another third thing which is happening in my mind, in my experience I've seen, each one of us are expert in certain area. But when it comes to say jury setting or group feedback setting, we usually get tempted to speak about the topics we are not so expert about. That is also something which really brings in some sort of frustration. So I think some of these things need to be worked out in institutional framework where teacher profiles are suitably placed and they are also promoted and perhaps better understanding to the students is given about the teachers, then it will be much more useful. So I feel this trust aspect is something which has to be built up in the class and outside the class in the institution.
Q&A. So, if maybe a couple of questions. Do we have? No? Okay. We have to close, yeah? Okay, fine. So, then I hand over to, but before that, I must once again thank Professor Dinesh Koljan for a wonderful discussion and Professor Balram and Professor Vijay Katyar for this. And now, handing over to
Thank you, Professor Kojan, for such an enlightening and entertaining session. So now this is the time for tea break, but before we break for the tea, I would like to request our Director Sir, Professor Dr. J.H.S. Prasad, to please come on the stage and lead us with the pledge. I would request everybody to please stand for the pledge.
Okay, so welcome back from the tea break. And now we have a very exciting session which is more like an activity, which will be a workshop on strategies and approaches for practice-led design research by Professor Balram. Okay, and all of you must have got a case study on accelerator. And you have a Maggie time to read through that. It needs 2 minutes to read through, and then we can start after that. Yeah? Okay, so everybody got the case study? Okay, so can somebody pass it? So your time starts now, and I'll actually only give you 2 minutes for that. Don't start making Maggie in an Indian style. Just stick to the original style of 2 minutes. Last 30 seconds for you. It's over, but I'll give you another. Anybody needs some extension, so yeah. So final 30 seconds. Okay, done. Yeah, so now I'll invite Professor Balram to start the workshop. Over to Professor Balram. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah. From passive audience to active audience, from lectures to workshop. So I already made you do some reading about a case study which I've given, and that is necessary to put what I'm going to talk in proper perspective. Actually, yesterday I talked about methodology for practice-based research. Yesterday I little hurried up. It's like an abstract one. Today what I'm going to do is, in this next 1 hour, I'm trying to elaborate that, what I said yesterday. Some of the points we can recap. So let us see first the strategies and approaches for practice-based practice-led design research. Research, just to recap, yesterday I mentioned, I look at it as 3 kind of broad categories. Normally, which everybody knows, is the philosophical research, getting into the meaning, the hidden meaning in any action or any product or any image involved in it. The next one is historical research, getting into the past, getting into the roots, digging deeper and deeper into something hidden in the past. The practice we are more concerned about since yesterday, today again, is the practice-based research which every designer goes through. Call it such, call it research. The more you do that research is very, very important, crucial, if you believe in Einstein. I believe also that research is actually, it's not right in the beginning. Design doesn't happen in a linear fashion, it happens throughout. But that kind of research will be there throughout the project, till the end of it, even after the end of it. We will go through it, how that happens. Through a case study, I thought the point will be made much more succinctly if we see it through a case study, which has been kind of appreciated. That research varies according to the discipline of design. Design has many disciplines. The one discipline approach or one discipline methodology of research will not apply to all of them. If I'm a product designer, if I'm designing a product, there is one kind of approach. If I'm a filmmaker, I'm making a film, another kind of approach. The broad parameters may be same, but actually in the detailing, they will all differ. Today we will take up one product-based, product-oriented research, and then that can be a kind of model for all kinds of other disciplines how to apply. Yeah. Okay. We start with, as I said, even before the problem starts, as I was mentioning yesterday about Charles King designing the aquarium, it will, sorry, go back. Yeah. Next. Okay. Even before user identification categories, there are 3 or more categories. We normally deal with the primary categories. In this particular case, I have taken oxygenator design, which won National Award, NRDC Award it has won with that. So I thought it would be kind of a good thing to see what made it successful. We start with the whole thing will start with the user identification. And there are categories, the primary in this case, it's an oxygenator case, it is the primary users are patients, of course, but the secondary users are doctors. Doctors who actually do the operation, sometimes there is one doctor, sometimes there are more than one doctor. Anybody who is involved in that. The doctor, anesthetists, surgeons, all of them. That is one category. The third category is the staff, like the nurses, and even I have put there will be other categories like post-operative care. There will be people involved in that all, not only the maids, housemaids, or even relatives and the at home, whoever has to take care afterwards for the patient. That also is another category. The categories can keep on going. But basically the primary, secondary, tertiary categories, they are important to know because all of them play a key role in the problem. If the oxygenator is designed, I can't just directly go and take an oxygenator and come up with some solution. But first I should know who are the users, what are their likes, dislikes, tastes, and their aspirations, all of them, their cultural kind of aspects. All of them are important for me. Not only the primary users like the patient, but also the secondary and tertiary and other users of the product. After user, there is use analysis. This is very important, and we have spent, myself and my team, have spent an enormous amount of time visiting various heart operations. This is, by the way, this oxygenator is used during the heart operation, and it's a very key product. This is used to give you very briefly about what this product is. You may have read it already in the paper, but anyway, I will say it. When the heart operation is being done, when the patient's heart is open, the blood keeps oozing out. That blood is very, very precious because no blood is as good as your own blood. So there is one important product which is being used normally. Is called oxygenator, which that the blood which comes out has to be oxygen because the oxygen has to be put into the blood, otherwise it's useless. The blood runs on oxygen. The purification happens due to oxygen. That oxygen has to be put and then it has to be pumped back into the body, into the circulation system, maintaining a precisely required pressure and a precisely required temperature. These two are crucial. So there is one or two important devices are used, and one is the oxygenator which will put oxygen. But there is another equipment when we went to field to observe the oxygenator use in actual use, we found another object all the time which is being used. That is cardiotomy reservoir. The cardiotomy reservoir, what is the cardiotomy reservoir? The cardiotomy reservoir is when the operation is being done and then the oxygenator is being used. Still there is another kind of, some blood will be still be coming out and some blood will be flowing out of the system outside. That blood is also important, so that has to be collected and put in a reservoir called cardiotomy reservoir. So the blood from the cardiotomy reservoir also will come to the oxygenator. So that is, we observed there is during the operation. But pre-operation also we have to observe because certain preparations have to be done before the operation. So for us, what is important is pre-operation procedures, and then operation procedures, and post-operation procedures. There are many cases where the operation is successful, but the patient died because post-operative care is not taken. Infection, because immediately after the operation, the patient will be discharged, he will be put under observation. During that time, normally we thought once the operation is over, fine, so our patient, our relative, whoever is on the bed, my patient, we feel very happy. But we don't know during that time, many of us don't know that infection is very highly, he is kind of susceptible to infection because he is just after operation, so the body systems are all, defense systems are all, immune systems are all very, very weak. Yeah, I lost my brother during that stage. The operation is successful, but in 2 days after the discharge, he kind of died suddenly. And so the post-operative care is also important. So we have studied, we visited a number of hospitals, and I have to make myself really, really strong because I am a kind of, must admit, I am a chicken. If I see blood, I will faint. But I thought somewhere, I told myself, if you want to be strong, you attack what is your weakest point. I thought my weakest point is I get very emotional about when I see blood. I said, okay, I will take, actually this problem came to NID, they asked in the faculty meeting, who would like to take up this problem? I raised my hand because others are not interested. Who is interested in this medical equipment? And actually when the client came to us, he simply said, sir, what do you want this to be? He came with a project, a product. I will show you afterwards, I will show you. He said simply, what is to be done? Sir, jazz it up. So that's what the problems also come. We will talk about it later, but so nobody is interested. Product designers thought, what is this mad thing? Why should I jazz up a medical product? If it is a fashion product, okay, there is some sense in jazzing it up. This medical product which nobody sees, only doctor uses it, he also probably doesn't even care to look at it. It is such a functional product, why should we jazz it up? Naturally. But I took it up because I thought this is an opportunity for me to face something which I fear, I dreaded always seeing at blood. Looking at real blood is really an experience. And at that time I was not strong enough to look at blood. So I thought, let me attack it head on. So I raised my hand, then of course David Panchal joined, so we both said, okay, we will work on this project. So we formed a small team, we went and gone through all this pre-operative, operative, post-operative situations. So it's a tremendous experience. I learned so much about blood, how many miles, if you take all your veins, blood veins, how many miles it will go, and how much the quantity of blood in your body. Most of our body is actually liquid. It's not solid. The solid muscle, etc., is very little. And many things I learned, they will not be useful directly to there, but yesterday as we were telling, the violin playing may not directly help Einstein's scientific experiments, but probably very larger way it may have helped. But I did enjoy learning about all over the body, and particularly the circulatory system, blood circulatory system. Yeah. The problem identification itself is creative and itself needs some kind of thorough research. from Georgia to, I told you, Mr. Venkatesh, Dr. Venkatesh from Sri Chaitanya Perumal Institute of Medical Sciences. I didn't bother to mention all those things, they were there in the leaflet. But here I want to focus only on the research aspects. It came as a jazz. Many times the problem will come to you in such very, rigorous manner. But it is up to the designer to make it really serious product, serious design product. So we have to discover the strength of the project. So from Georgia, then we worked out what is this product, why is it necessary. Then we found, my goodness, this is one, it is a life-saving product. If the product is bad, in small way or big way, the patient could die. I will get it, why is it? And finally, it is a product which is not allowed to be tested on human beings. I will come to it later. But at that time, it's a life-saving product. That means it's very, very important to save lives. And another thing during that time, I'm talking about the 1980s. This product is the 1980s. India was depending on other countries to use this. This product is imported only. India was not producing any of the oxygenators. I said, my goodness, we can't have a situation where we have to depend on other countries for a life-saving equipment like this. So that is another thing we all charged with, this spirit of nationalism and the spirit of humanism, these two. So we turned it up and say this is not ordinary product. It is a kind of life-saving product. It's not an ordinary product. Import substitution is important because India was striving at that time to self-reliance. If for a life-saving product we depend on other countries, where is the independence? We are dependent. The other one is, its overriding principle is zero risk. I will explain you what is zero risk. You see, there are certain products which are very important to life. Somewhere you cannot, normally in any product use, you have some risk. A car or not, and depending on the product, kind of product, there is if there is a pen I am designing, there is no risk at all. If it doesn't work, it will be. But there are some products where safety is very, very important. Sometimes it is even crucial. Sometimes it is very mega crucial. In this case, it is absolutely crucial because we were told right from the beginning by the teachers, by the doctors, that it is a zero risk product. I asked him, what do you mean by zero risk? He said, sir, in this you can't afford even a 0.001% of chance. And for that, we have to get then, what does that mean? Means this, whatever we design, the product has to go through something called ethical committee by retired judges. Will be sitting there and they will go through and with the medical experts. And they will go through the whole thing to allow or not to allow. Yeah. So they said, so it has to be such an important thing. Whatever you do, have to, every time we have to get the approval by the doctors. Next. So this research lead, there are certain advantages which are, I realized that in design of style, non-expertise. I will give you I normally start my talk with a Mullah Nasruddin anecdote. This time, I will tell you once, I will start here also something which made me realize the importance of that. Expertise should be taken with a pinch of salt. Mullah Nasruddin once was drafted to work during war situation, work as a volunteer to carry dead bodies and the injured bodies to hospitals and the dead bodies to the burial ground. Once he was carrying one, so the doctor comes every day and puts a chit on some bodies dead, some bodies injured. So injured should be hospitals and the other should be to the burial ground. So once he is carrying one dead body to burial ground and the body was about to be put down, that patient woke up. He's not dead. He woke up and said, hey, 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 I'm not dead, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. So Mullah walked up to him and gave him one slap and said, Bawakoof, do you think you know better than the expert doctor who certified that you are a dead man? So you better be dead. This is what is about experts. So non-expertise advantage. Initially we were afraid, myself and Hemant, that we are not experts, we don't know anything about, we are not doctors, we don't know anything about medicine, we don't know anything about operations, we don't know anything about heart. But we thought we can use it for an advantage. Because what is the advantage? You can ask stupid questions. To ask stupid questions is important because creativity is all about breaking the rules. Creativity is all about out of the box. Creativity is all about going against, things which are normal. So this I thought I will use it for advantage. The other important thing is, as an outsider, if you are an inside designer, in-house designer, you can't afford to do that. Because you always have to report to your boss and the boss will have to report to the top management and all that. But as a freelancer, as a third party, you have the advantage. We went there, our team has gone there as a third party. So we can ask for a direct contact with the key person, not necessarily top administrator, but a key person who makes decisions. In this case, Dr. Valiyakan from Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology. It's a very big mouthful of name. But Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute chief surgeon, he almost every day was surgery. So he's a very experienced man. But I said, if we have to design this, I have to talk to you. The team which gave us this job, this is the biomedical engineering team from Chitra Tirunal Institute. They couldn't understand why these designers are crazy. They have to just design the product, why they want to talk to the doctor. But I insisted as a project head that no, we have to talk to him. And when I met him, the first thing I said, Doctor, we are not medical people, I don't know anything about medicine, therefore, may I ask you some stupid questions? He laughed and said, come on, go ahead, ask anything. So then I said, earlier I said, wherever we went in our research to the operative research and post-operative research and operative research, we found out one thing, the keen observation is important in everything. So we observed that whenever we went and we examined oxygenator, next to it there are so many tubes and all that is connected to another product which is called cardiac reservoir. That is, next. So that we have found out observation number one, there is a pressure of two products having to be used together at all operations. oxygenator and cardiac reservoir. That's observation one. We noted down carefully. And I asked Dr. Valyatan, Doctor, is it always necessary to use both of them? So he said, yeah, of course, always. It's always, because they do almost everything. Of course. So you see, always he's already suggesting a solution to me. Next. There is always, the other thing we observed is, blood being your own blood, the patient's own blood being so precious, every drop. Even something sticking to the walls of the oxygenator is also important. So what they do is, they have always been found, when the operation is done on children, unfortunately children also get heart operation necessary. So at that time we said, they use another smaller one, a baby oxygenator. So I asked Valyatan, we noted that. Then we asked Dr. Valyatan, this stupid question is, if that is the case, can we combine them? There was a silence for a minute. And then he busted out saying that, why not? And that gave us a tremendous kind of energy in the solution. And finally we came up with the solution which combined all three operations. Next. So, observation number 3. Preciousness of patient's own blood, I mentioned about it. Quantity, the maintenance of pressure and temperature, which is quality. These two are very, very important. Next. Before we go to it, I mentioned, so these are the ones, once this great man, the doctor has given us almost a green signal, you can go ahead. We haven't at that time decided because there are many other factors you have to kind of consider before you go ahead with this. But there is already a kind of direction, he said it. This is how Einstein's theory is proven, right? Because Valyatan has already given us the problem itself is showing with the solution. Technology research. What is the technology research we have to do? We have to see blood contact, all materials don't react same way. Some, like even water in a copper container is different from water in a stainless steel container, or water or food material in a aluminum container. In the same way, but you are talking about blood, which is even more precious than food. So therefore, the material is absolutely important. So we did a lot of searching about what is the right kind of material. Polycarbonate finally we selected. At that time, polycarbonate just come. And this is a kind of life-saving equipment, so cost is not a consideration. But after saying that, there is a small print that this is a poor country. We can't afford to have titanium or any other very expensive materials because we want this to be affordable. Heart operation should be affordable to as many people as possible. So we have to take a kind of balance between the cost and the right kind of material. So we finally decided on the polycarbonate material. So the blood, because that reacts with no reaction with blood. And then small scale production. The other thing which we have to also know is it's not the same. There is a lot of difference between large scale production and the small scale production. It should be small production and semi-automated manufacturing, where human labor will be there and it's not totally automated. These three considerations are important bearing on what we are going to come out with. Next. Then there is the distribution research. I mentioned about technology research, user research, and the distribution research. Now we come to distribution research. this product, if you design any product, you should know where is it going to be used. Because there are so many factors which would affect the use and its kind of liking and its acceptability by the user. That acceptability is very important. You may have done a good job, but it's not accepted by the public, then it will not go anywhere else. At NID long time back, we were also charged with doing something for the villages. So we took up, the students have took up by kind of, we have motivated the students to take up some projects related to village, and one designer, he is now a well-known designer, he took up as his project a bullock cart. Bullock cart design, because we know what the bullock cart, many of you may not know, in India, maximum loads are carried by not airplanes, not ships, not motor cars, not lorry. You will be surprised. Maximum loads in India are carried by bullock carts in terms of the amount. Until today, it's not only I'm talking about this is 80s, but even today in 2023, still it is the same situation in India. India is a very interesting country. So, but when we designed that in aluminum bullock cart, it was taken, the design was all right, and kind of we have taken it to the villages, it's flatly rejected. For what reason? Because you may have demonstrated that it will work, but the villagers' minds, it says, no, how can it work? So a design not only should work well, but it should look that it will work well. If you make me a chair which doesn't, the legs are very thin because I have used some fantastic material, but I won't sit on it. Because I am not convinced that it doesn't convince me that it looks strong. So we learned something like that, but here also that is important. So it should look also that it works. So you should know in distribution, synchronic data is latest developments worldwide of oscillators. So we should know what is happening, otherwise we will be reinventing the wheel. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can take from whatever is the latest, use it little further. The other one is diachronic, that is the history of a particular product. This research is very important because that will give you an understanding why history yesterday we were mentioning. But because that will give the depth of that, and it will give you tremendous amount of real understanding of the product. So these two, synchronic and diachronic, and then the promotional strategy. The promotional strategy is available everywhere. Every strategy has a kind of user orientation, and they differ from place to place. They mainly culture, and in countries like India, religion play a very important role in the acceptance by the user. So that understanding is also important. Locally as well as globally. If the product is locally or nationally used, that is one kind of thing. Globally, that is another kind of thing. We have examples of a German knife which works extremely well. It is rejected in China just because the color black, they don't like it. They don't accept it. In India also, many people don't accept the color, certain colors. So that we found out in designing many products. In South, stainless steel accepted, in Punjab, that area, blue is accepted, and all that. There are kind of cultural biases in people. in this China, this example, this German knife, they have done a research and the failure, the reasons for the failure in Germany, in China, they came up with this, that color is wrong. So they changed that color into yellow, golden yellow, and immediately processed. So that way this culture plays important role, so that you should know what goes well in which country. Yeah, and what goes well in India. In India, again, India is a country of many countries. What goes well in Tamil Nadu may not go well in Himachal Pradesh. So that also we should know. So we have studied that. Yeah, next. So this is the product which I've come up with. We have not come up with, sorry. This is the old product, which has come to us when it came for design. Next. Okay. Then there is another kind of component, the fifth component of this research, which is the values research. Normally, many people ignore this, many designers, but we said we will do that. In this case, particularly, it was very important because I mentioned about there is ethics committee. Sorry, there is a spelling mistake. It's not the goal, the goat. The goat. Where is the goat coming from suddenly? So that's why my son who made this PPT for me, he thought he corrected it like we as the goat, but it's not goat, the goat. I will explain why goat. As I mentioned, this is a product, is the zero risk. So they won't allow directly, after we have designed the product, we have showed it to Dr. Valiasan and his biomedical engineering team and everybody else and said, we approve it. They said, sir, we can't approve it. So why? Said, sir, first we have to prove that it is zero risk. So how do you prove? They have a method. That's how I discovered. There is no, the standards are all we follow. They said, but there is ultimately, this has to be approved by an ethics committee, which says that how do you prove to the ethics committee that it will work well? The doctors told us then, it will be first, it can't be even tried on a human being because you are risking a human life. Suppose yours is a failure. So they said the prototype of this, the new design which I got, is made and tried on a goat. Poor goat, one goat will die if they have done a wrong job, but a human being cannot die. So therefore, this new alternator which we have designed has been put on a goat operation and post-operation. And it was closely monitored by a team of doctors. And the chart is prepared every day wise and certain periods wise how the goat is progressing. And all that data has been just tried on again and again. And that data has been collected, and then the judges, the panel of judges and the medical team have sat together and they have gone through the results. And only when the results are okay, then they said, okay, this can be then tried on human beings. So that's what. And of course, global and national standards are also there on this equipment. And then there is one more thing which is also, we have done our own ethics. Our ethics are environmental degradation. So we said when we are also supposed to do a packaging for the product. Not only packaging for the product, also the materials used in the product. So we said as much as possible it should be sustainable materials. The packaging should be sustainable. Yeah. And so we have gone away from not using any plastic materials or any non-biodegradable. materials. Next. Okay. Thus the words first, as I said in the beginning, since Dr. Valiakan has approved, we have combined all the three products together, and to our joy, for some reason nobody ever thought of it. Yeah, I don't think that we are any great thing of ours, but it so happens many times in life. So we have combined first an adult cum pediatric oxygenator. So oxygenator, pediatric oxygenator, and cardiac reservoir together. So this is first time it has been done. It has won the national award, NRDC has given it an award at that time. Next. Okay, this is the product. This is the product which we have come up with. The packaging we have shown, but this is the product which does that job. Okay, after this, we will go to the another one, approach is to take research further. Because till this, it is a project. It is a product, it is a successful solution, fine. Then what? What do you do with it? Is there something to be done, or you take your fees and say bye? Of course, that's important. But it can be taken further. So I will tell many ways how this can be. Some ways we will go through it very quickly, how it could be taken further. Yeah. There are three ways after you finish the project, you can take it further. You send it for awards. There are many bodies which want to promote the good design, nationally or internationally. You look for them and send it and to fulfill their criteria. Sometimes it is photograph, sometimes it is descriptive photograph, sometimes it is prototype, whatever. There are many ways they invite. That is one thing to get. The two important things about sending your work for award. It's not just the glory of winning an award. It is basically, one is recognition, but the more important to me is, more important than the recognition is that you know where you stand in the world. If it is a world competition, international competition, you send your product, then even if it is rejected, you know how the level is. Or it has won an award, you know that you are in par with the world's. So this is important for you. The other one is, as a case study, you can, as a question, what is the importance of the case study? Exactly like I am doing today, I am giving the lesson which I have learned, sharing it with everyone. It is good for the posterity. Yeah? So, as a case study, we should turn any project which you think is good, you have done well, you are happy with that, it should be turned into a case study for sharing with an larger kind of group of people, which will help mainly among the students, teachers, and fraternity, design fraternity. So that will go a long way. The other one is the publication. You can also publish what you have done. There is a publication, there is a session, so you can take it up in that. So you can take up for publication. There are many kind of there are methods of how to take a project for publication. Publication and documentation and award nomination. Next. Yeah, so how do you prepare for this? One is, it will not happen right in the end. There are some things which you have to write from the beginning you should do it. Therefore, it is important to remember that ultimately I have to, if you have to do in the end something, it has to be from the beginning, it should be planned and thought about it. That is important. So, maintain a logbook with dates, quotes and hence. This is important. Please note. Many of you may be doing it. If you are doing it to that extent, otherwise please do. It's called logbook. I learned it from a great man called Bruce Archer, who gave the world a systematic method for designers. He is the first man. Otherwise, earlier design used to be even with the artistic thing, and you can't take any system. So he said no. He's an engineer, German. Germans are very good at systematizing things. So only he can do it. He wrote a book in 1960s called A Systematic Method for Designers, which is a kind of mind-blowing first kind of book to make design into a systematic thing. So he said, when he came to NIT, I went there to study under him. He always maintained a logbook. Whatever he does, with date, with time, and there are important principles I learned from him. The one is dates are important, of course. Many times I look at my books and there is no date, and date is very important for this because it pins down in a certain time, and the time difference is very, very important. Don't undermine it. At that time, many things have happened. The context it gives tremendous, the time context. When I'm saying that this case study has happened in 1980s, you know the political situation, who was the Prime Minister, whether we are in war with China or Pakistan or with any other, or whether the moon, whether we have reached the moon or not. These will all have indirect effects in what you do. So you will put a context. So time is always important. The other one is quotes and names. The people whom you have met, who had said what, the quotes, if possible, as they said it. Because afterwards, if you go back, your memory is also an anomaly, things we could remember in life, and we will always twist the facts, which is not right. So if you want to be very faithful, maintain a logbook. It's very simple, any book, but write down the date and the name and the quote. These are very important. If you haven't done it, please maintain one book. And that book is only whenever you meet a client, whenever anything happens throughout the project, it should be there in that little book. Yeah. Afterwards, I started doing it, and that's how we got this case study today I am talking to you. And then parallel documentation in all possible media. I am saying parallel means right from the beginning when you met the client. So you should start documentation, not in the end. Normally what happens is we were so busy or so happy with doing the project, we will forget to document it. And in the end, after the project has won the international award, it's very good. But you go, somebody asks a story, you have nothing to show. You have to show, you have to listen, people have to listen, show, and see sometimes samples. Yesterday, Padmi is showing the sample, actual thing which she has done. It is totally different from showing a photograph. It is the photograph, even if you don't show photograph, just words, it will be not have no impact at all. This is what, unfortunately, I don't have any visuals that I didn't bring. But, so I'm telling you, don't do that. So from the beginning, if you don't do some things, you can't go back. It is a parallel I will give you. Gandhi film has been made by the Indo-British co-production in 1980s, 80s, 90s. A great film which has won some 6 Oscars or something, done by Richard Attenborough, directed by Richard Attenborough. And it is a monumental kind of effort. Why I'm mentioning that film is, afterwards they made the making of Gandhi film, which was even more successful than the Gandhi film itself. Because many people want to know how to win 6 Oscars. It's not easy to even win 1 Oscar, and this man has garnered 6 Oscars. So you would like to know. So you would also like to move towards it. From that angle, this is very, very important to have the story right in the beginning. Because at that time, what Richard Attenborough has done, he was talking about 1930s, whereas the film is actually made in 1980s. So he can't go back 40 years. So he repainted, he has changed even the typefaces, everything of Indian Street to look like in the 1930s and 1920s. Yeah. So, but when he did that, simultaneously he asked one crew to document the making of the film. Therefore, he has got a film footage of how he was made, where the camera has been put, where the team, there are also 3 units have actually been filming it. So who is shooting in Bandra, who is shooting in Delhi, who is shooting in Wardha. You see, these all this coordination, etc. There's a tremendous amount of learning in that. So it's like the case study. So that is possible only from the beginning that has been recorded. In the end, you already lost the time and lost the material. And the other one is text, what form it should be. It's all possible media. It could be text. Text is the, as I said, text is the least, because least interesting. Yeah. Because text is boring altogether. And it doesn't have immediate effect. Yeah. As Shakespeare yesterday, somebody is quoting, no? A picture is worth 1,000 words. Shakespeare himself said, the best word craftsman of the world, Shakespeare, he admitted that the picture is worth 1,000 words. So remember this. So the picture, good picture is important. And it also convinces you more. Words, people don't believe it, but if you show a picture, even if it is Photoshop, doesn't matter. We suspect today pictures also, but still a picture is a picture. Photos, text, audio, and video. Now video is also possible with this little phone which you have in your pocket. You can do video. And you can have better video if you have better video equipment. But this is important. At that time, don't neglect to shoot it. Then actual samples, as I said, sometimes whenever it is possible, actual samples would make a lot of difference. And then as a publication, you can also release it as a publication. Next, the feedback. Yeah. The feedback necessary. Feedback is necessary for you to go further. Feedback is also necessary to be kept in in your documentation, because that will tell about, even if it is a negative feedback, you can take it and record it, and whoever is going through this, your case, will appreciate that you have the honesty as well as kind of guts to admit that there is this thing remaining, so that somebody else can take it further. See, we are not, there is no perfection, we are not expecting perfection from anybody. But you will do a perfection possible in the circumstances and leave that from others to take it further. Okay, because then there are other things we should do. Record any additional insights and interesting conclusions. There are things which only the director would know in the film shooting, which have gone behind. Sajid Ray had written a book called Speaking of Films, his films he was talking about. He mentioned many things in his very first film, how he got carried away by the visual, or how there are, problems of the actors, because he used all, many, not all, but many non-actors, because he wanted to have the complexity. So many things, there are things like that, and the feedback which you get regarding that is very important. And the additional insights only you know because you have done it. Others see only the ultimate outside product, but they don't know what is the inside story. Inside story, so called insights, which only people who have done it will know. Because it will be interesting in the rest story. Then that narrative is the most important thing. Right from the beginning. You see, you may bits and pieces separately kind of clutter, the rubbish, but it is a so as pieces of information the most important thing is you must have a narrative, a story. What story is telling means there should be a beginning, there should be a development, there should be, further, there should be a lot of things and an ending. So it should go, it has to be arranged in a way, in a proper way, not necessarily linear, it could be even non-linear, but there is a narrative. The narrative is very important, like anywhere, now storytelling has become a big thing. But I keep telling people that we are all storytellers. If I'm a product designer, I'm a storyteller of products. My medium is different, but we all tell stories to make things interesting. What is storytelling? There is a narrative, and narrative is you highlight in a way, the narrative to make it interesting. We have our own ways of doing it. Yeah. So each one has his own, kind of way. Some make it very emotional, some make it very personal, some make it very objective or third person. There are many ways, but the idea is that make what you say interesting. So you construct a narrative. This is, very, very important, right? There is no one way for me to suggest, but you can find your own way. And it also many times depends on the audience. Your target audience, you should know the narrative is always kind of focused towards that. If the target audience is the children, you tell the story in another way. If the target audience is, very learned scholars, your narrative will be different way. Krishnamurti is one philosopher. He talks only to the intellectual mind. Many people, even when I was very young, I read Krishnamurti, I don't understand a word about it. But now I can understand a little bit about it, and I fall for him. So like that, Bhagavad Gita makes sense only at a certain level of which is in the same way. So the narrative should be focused on the target. The other one is based on this, arrange all materials systematically in a proper way. And lastly, the cardinal communication principle, it's called KISS, but not to be misunderstood. It is called keep it simple, sweet, and also interesting. This is the communication principle, we all know it, but I thought you are making something as a case study or whatever form you want to take your research further, it has to be simple enough. He used to be fond of, I am still fond of Carl Jung. And he made his book, when he made his famous book, he didn't write it himself. He took help of his students. Why he did it? I normally, when I read a book, I read the introduction of the text. That's important. Many people skip it, but I read that also because that's important. That will put the focus there. And in this book, Carl Jung writes that I took help of my students because unfortunately I was so much entrenched in my research, in my psychology, I could not find words to make people understand. I want people at my student level to understand, so I have requested my students to write it. And the students have written it. So many times it happens in life that we are two experts. I can't ask J. Krishnamurti to write children's books. He can't write. Only Sudhamurti can write children's books. You see, so we all have certain ways, certain target, and the simplicity is the most complex thing to achieve, most difficult thing to achieve. We all think simplicity is simple. Simplicity, being simple is not so simple. It's like minimalism is not so easy. People talk about minimalism, but to be minimal is very, very tough. Yeah. Similarly, it's like the Gandhis. To Sarojini Naidu used to joke with Gandhiji. Gandhiji, it costs a nation a whole lot of money to keep him poor. Because Gandhi wanted to project himself as a poor man. Sardar Patel and Sarojini Naidu told him many times, it costs the nation so much more. But what it does is, this is that kind of argument. To keep simple is not simple. So keep it simple, sweet. They've written stupid, but I didn't like that word stupid, so I made it sweet. When they say stupid, the actual word is stupid. His principle is keep it simple, stupid. But I didn't like the word stupid. Means what is meant by it, even the stupidest person should understand it. That's the idea. So it should be that plain. So I said keep it sweet. Means not be offensive in one way or other. Many times we ignore that. It is interesting. My reflection is the most, whatever you do, to make it interesting, people forget even the target. Even if it is relevant, they will still look at it. Charles Eames, with whom we had the opportunity to work on a big exhibition project, he used to say, if there is a big exhibition, big panel, and you have got only a postage stamp size picture, but it's interesting to put it there. If it is interesting, people will bend, people will take pain to look at it. So this is good. If you are saying something very interestingly, he will whisper something to this. Always. Good principle in communication. Good communication principle. Keep and interesting. That's how we come to an end. Yeah. Now, what we do is, how much time we have left, Raman? Yeah, very good. That's good time. So far you heard me. If you want to ask me some questions, you can ask me, but afterwards I will ask you to do something. Because it's a workshop, hands-on, you all have a notepad, or not notepad, but any papers. I will give you a problem. where you kind of hypothetical and it's a crash kind of a thing. So I would request all of you to take your notepads and I will tell you. Yeah.
So, whose narrative we are talking about? It's user or researcher or third party or our client. So, narrative for whom or of which audience?
The narrative is always, as I said, target. Who is your target? If you are talking to a kind of the public, target naturally will be user. They're not interested in production and all that. But if you're talking to a production team or engineering team, then your narrative should be.
No, I just want to ask you to help us for example. Let's say my institute will instruct me to make lecture policy. Okay, so now institute will be my client. Okay, user will be the students. I am the researcher. Now narrative in context of which particular party? User or researcher?
This should be, it will depend. What do you think?
I'm asking, I'm not able to think.
It will be, to me, it is, the focus will be the students, right? It is the narrative of the students, in my opinion.
One more question I want to ask you. To a founder and have to like what which confused me, collected all the data, which you have already mentioned in your presentation, observation, video, audio. Now we have arranged all the data. Now how to analyze? Because lots of information is there, which information is useful, where we will be able to innovate.
Analysis should be your ultimate, what is the goal. Otherwise you will be lost in the information. Yeah. So the analysis will be based on what in this case, the case study I showed it to you. Towards that, we take all the other. Yeah, that's not actually relevant. That's for my own. Functioning is have to have that.
One, two. So in this we were talking about that we have to explore problem thoroughly, all the aspects of problem, because we are doing design research because we don't know. One is when we analyze the particular aspect. Like sir had given one presentation on Nokia handset, तो हमें पता चला कि mobile torch is also.
So you see, everything exists. What I say, if the concepts are important. Whether if it is the accelerator you are talking about, it should be, the constraint is, one is the constraints of time, the other one is the constraints of money, and there is the constraint of, the user. The constraints, all these constraints. If they will decide the border, the framework where you should stop. Yes, you have to segregate them according to the, the various constraints. Yes, sure.
One is validation, and the most important is resolving. So, validation, what we do is validating your assumption. Okay, so you make your assumption on that. And during the process of research, when you are doing validation, you also discover something new. So, okay, and these two together are the insight. Okay, so there are many tools. For example, there is a triple empathy map. Okay, so what do you draw from that? Basically, you are drawing the conflict. So empathy map gives you pattern of conflict between what we are actually saying versus doing. Okay. Similarly, there is a tool called user journey map. Okay. So what the user journey map is doing is actually helping you put this data which you collect in a format to understand where does the problem lie. So what you do in the user journey map, you create the sub milestones. Okay. Over an overall goal. And then identify the barriers under each of these steps and say that this is where the problem is, this is where the things are fine. And that helps you understand the exact problem. Okay, so there are many tools like that. There is a tool called saturation, okay, where you actually bring in all the research and fit it to a single perspective, because not that you go and do the research everywhere yourself. You will be sending other partner of yours. So you bring it together and put it into a saturation format to kind of a generalize this thing. So there are many tools which you can apply. But yes, of course, the data collection is very important, but analyzing data is very, very important. Okay, so.
Thanks. Any other? All right. So can we start with a hypothetical crash assignment? I thought of a problem, but I am also open to it. I thought the problem, which should be, I will give you a problem, because we don't have time to choose a problem. Sometimes choosing a problem itself is creative. But this time I will give you a problem. The problem is that the director is asking you to, he is the client, he will be giving you a problem of designing a dress for the convocation, coming convocation. Yeah, it's very simple. For the Jodhpur Neft, very specific. Jodhpur Neft convocation is coming, and the brief is that you have to design a dress for the convocation. I don't have to explain what does it communicate. It should communicate the graduation, the kind of academic level. It should communicate about Jodhpur because we need some identity. It should communicate about Indianness because we also have that important thing. And it has to show that it is academic excellence. Yeah, many things. It has identity as well as it has that, yeah, excellence. It should have, of course, all other design criteria like diligence, beauty, and function, many other things. But basically, as we all know, I don't have to tell, we all know it. That's why I picked up this problem, because we all know. We deal with it every year. We have a convocation. You know what is a convocation? It is the highest achievement, and everybody takes a picture, so that we preserve. So that picture, that dress which you design should tell without telling in words that it is a kind of very highest academic achievement, and it is from Jodhpur. It is from a country called India, all that, or Bharat, whatever you call it. But so this is it, and I will give, how much time I will give, Raman?
So 20 minutes are fine because we have another session at 2:20. How much time? 20 minutes.
20 minutes, and we keep 10 minutes for conclusion. We need also conclusion, no? Or validation, whatever. Okay, we will start now, and you could use words, you could use doodles. We have not much time to do many other things of presentation, but you can do whatever way you are comfortable. The idea is basically to, while the case study is just fresh in our minds, we will apply.
I hope the brief is clear to all of you, yeah? The brief is clear. Is it clear or not? You are supposed to design the conversation, yeah? Keeping your Jodhpur as the perspective, yeah? Okay? Huh? Yeah, so you decide, maybe you decide let's put the faculty or the choose.
No, they are using the primary.
Sir, if you allow, can I add
Yeah,
here?
yeah.
Or just for their explanation. So you don't have to make Angvastram because we already have. Okay, so Angvastram nahi banana hai. We have to make some other dress. But using the steps that Sir has narrated. Sir has shared a couple of steps. So you'll have to follow those steps. You have to identify your user, who is going to be primary user, secondary user, tertiary user, and further following the steps, you'll have to come up with a dress for next convocation. Thank you. Is that fine?
Yes. Yes. That will be next. Yeah. Narrative take little more time. Impossibles we do not. Huh? Really? Hello? Still on? Yes. position that you find more comfortable and choice to make a prototype if that is easier for you. So because the dress problem is easier if you're to drape somebody, a model, pick up somebody and you drape it if you have a way of doing it, if that is faster. But I leave this choice to you. If a doodle is okay with you, then do it that way. But if you think a prototype is better, you do it. Now you have to find out the materials.
ini kan lama. Jadi ini kamu lagi di jam kapan?
So, did you finish the research? Okay. So now you're in the ideation phase, yeah? Okay. Just remember the 55 minutes in the 60 minutes time, yeah? Okay. 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 So the question is, so to answer, so right now, whether you're a faculty or a student, you may consider that you're making it for yourself, but keeping NIF truthful into perspective and convocation, it's a convocation dress, yeah? Okay, or you wear a hat of a designer only and think that you're an outsider and you're going to design the convocation dress for you, for that community, okay?
हेलो चेक इसकी आवाज़ थोड़ा सा बढ़ाइए हेलो
Yes, sir. I have to submit my submission.
There was no extra mark for finishing early.
So deduction नहीं होगा ना?
Yeah.
Deduction.
Yeah.
That is more
So
important.
you want to pass or excel?
Sir, pass.
Okay.
One or two. So, yeah, one or two. If one or two come forward and present it, we will be happy. We do not have time for all of you to present it, but one of you volunteers to come and present it. So we will know. Yeah.
So you come over here and explain how did you go about doing this project, okay, from beginning to the end. The whole process, the different steps, and what did you do? And the student, you should think like a teacher now, okay?
Is it possible to project it so that everybody can see? I don't know, I asked the organizers. No, it doesn't matter. All doodles will be like that only, don't worry. But I'm wondering if there is a way of projecting it?
Yeah, we can. Just a minute.
Ah, see. Good. Okay. Very good.
It's not getting projected. Are you? I go there. See that camera.
Great. It's great. You want a mic? Yeah, please. Please start.
Sir, giving me opportunity and accepting my submission. Since it is a hypothetical, everything is done hypothetically based on the assumption. So, designing for the dress for upcoming convocation, and I assume 2023, where Indianness, we have to maintain the Indianness, means we have to avoid the colloquial structure. We have to also maintain the academic decorum in the dress. It has to convey the identity of NIFT and the Jodhpur, the location of the center. So I started with the research background, where I focused in writing down on the keywords for the methodology and observation. So for the methodology observation, few things are very important to first of all know the versatile culture, because the students who are going to pass out, they are belonging to different state and also different religion and community. Then the dress has to be gender neutral, because NIFT is the institute where we see the very complex gender identity. So it has to be a gender neutral. Then under the versatile culture, Indianness along with the Jodhpur identity, and definitely NIFT identity, otherwise it's not going to be approved. So these were my keywords, and for the methodology and observation. So we could do further more research on it in detail. And based on this, I come out with other list of keywords as an outcome. That is, first of all, the very important color palette. So for the color palette, I did the NIFT color palette, which we cannot change forever. So that is the off-white, red and grey. Then for the silhouette and pattern, so for the silhouette and pattern, I thought of keeping it in the unisexual form, and which should convey the ethnicity of India. The fabric, again the NIFT is promoting lots of craft culture, and India has also identity for these. So any traditional textile as a theme of each of the year convocation. For example, convocation 23 theme could be the chikankari with bark block print. And this is my prototype, where I have first of all come up with a long calf length kurta, which can go for the female, male and other gender complex group of people, group of students, along with the churidar pajama, and which can also be carrying a half bandi or half jacket. So in the V-neck, because as per my observation, round neck is the more feminine, towards more feminine, so V-neck I have chosen. And then in the front and the third, fourth sleeves to maintain the decorum, not the half sleeves or full sleeves, as many of us don't feel comfortable, might not feel comfortable. And the front slit, side pocket, and the calf length, and the churidar in any lightweight handloom fabric. So this was my prototype. And the fabric I have already mentioned that chikankari fabric, jacket would be the bark block printed jacket, and the churidar can be any handloom lightweight fabric. That's it. Thank you.
Let's compare the drawing skill.
Please give it there. Okay, we will project it. Look. Yeah.
opportunity to design a dress for convocation. So here my client is the students of Jodhpur who will be wearing this dress. This is only for girls. Like, I have designed a sari, and first of all I brainstorm on students of NIFT. As students of design, we focus on craft, and especially in Jodhpur, I focused on crafts of Jodhpur and the weather. So according to the craft of Jodhpur, I chose block print, and according to the weather, its convocation is in January, so it's cold weather. Then it's for students who are just graduated, so they'll be working in industry or studying further. So it's a formal dress, and for the design, the pallu will be of embroidery, which will be the doodles related to our journey in NIFT, and the front portion, which will be draped, will be a block print, which will depict the craft of Jodhpur. And the color palette is same, of white, red and grey. And this is the blouse of the dress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I have designed a uniform for students for convocation ceremony. So, being a passed out from NIFT and NID, I know like the experience of students are like different. As a student, like before joining, we are a different personality, and after passing out, like we are transformed into some other personality. That based on my personal experience, every student has a different journey and experience during these 4 years of course. Like before coming to institute, like we are a different kind of personality and we have different set of personalities. But then after coming to college gives you a lot of things to learn and a lot of experiences, and that will help you to grow in different dimensions. So I personally, as being a design student, like being a designer, we don't like to wear something very common, which is common among everyone. We would like always to customize and to personalize that should depict our own personality. And even during the convocation is like last day of your student journey, where everyone likes to show up their creativity or show their personality. So taking this into consideration, so this is my initial brainstorm where I did a common jacket for either men and women, both. Can you show me the next image? So this, if you can see the common inside garment would be the simple, very simple long one-piece garment, or it could be a saree also, on which there is a jacket. In the jacket also, I have used the space to depict the personality of oneself. It can be the journey of the entire 4 years of their student life, or it can be a personality depiction of before the attributes of the before coming to college and after being passed out from the NIFT or so the left side depicts the using the design elements like dots, lines and all are try to show the attributes of the personality. Something like before coming we are very innocent, we are very new to things and also we are very reserved and very particular about things. Then after, then we began to start learning new things, start experimenting. You can see the right side is how we transform ourselves, how we grow ourselves and how we learn to handle new things. Where it is depicting something like growth or outgrowing personality. Very confident and outstanding, not like reserved or innocent. We will learn to handle new things and where we become more confident, which is the depiction of right side. So this could be one idea of uniform. I don't know whether it is possible or not. So my idea is if we can give the plain outfit or jacket to students, students would be given a chance to design their own outfit. The color, where the color would be common as half white, following the norms of NIFT. And the fabric could be like organic cotton, linen or chanderi silk. And color would be half white. But the doodlings can be just a line depiction just with any contrast color like black or brown. And where this will be handed over to students, students have their own choice to depict their personality or their experience, or they can depict their own journey, where this could be a memory for the students also. Throughout their lifetime memory, where they are depicting their own self in their convocation dress. So this is mine. Thank you.
Hello. Anyone else? Yeah, please come. You will allow some more or how many?
Good afternoon all. then faculty, then staff. And place is the NIFT Jodhpur. Time probably starting of the December or mid of the December 2023. And this is the time when we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So, next one. So, first of things, I want to keep that Indianness and the place of Jodhpur where the Safa is most important instead of the graduation hat which is totally colonial or British culture. So, I want to replace that and with that logo of NIFT will be made and the base color of that will be grey. And it will be done, it can be done with the block print or bath print. So which is the most prominent crafts or the Rajasthan. So on that basis, grey and red will be the main focus color. And for the faculties, there will be NIFT logo and on just below of that, it's written faculties. And who will position in the first or second, we have that ritual to deliver them a gold medal. Instead of gold medal, we can put a gold small feather on that safa, on the top of that NIFT logo. And that jacket, it's inspired from that the most prominent dress from Rajasthan. It is also grey border and the dress will be the red. The red color is the similar which is we have in our NIFT logo, the red dot. It's not that vibrant red, but that red color and the border will be the grey. This is unisexual, both the males students and female students can wear. And the next please. Yeah. For female faculties, the sari and it will be the blouse will be the red color and border with the grey color and off-white. The whole body will be off-white. And if it is our that Angavastram will be with that dabu print, then the main dress should be very neutral or it should be very plain. Otherwise, if I put any design on that, it will be mixed up because already that Angavastram will have the more design on that. So the background should be very plain. That's why that sari will be plain. For me, I will not design it. Thank you.
To make a final comment and then we'll close the session. Yeah.
Is it I have a...
She wants to show.
Just, I thought that... It's working. It's working.
Is it allowed? I leave it to you. You're the...
It's working.
You are getting instructions from there.
No. Yeah, no, I have to get instructions from you. You are the.
I don't want to communicate to you.
Okay. Just go ahead.
I'm extremely happy that there is so much enthusiasm. I was kind of sharing with Dinesh saying that will somebody come forward to even sketch, because it's not easy. But I have to stop here because of the time constraint, but I'm seeing so many enthusiastic, response for this, and that's it. What I would suggest is that I desist from kind of judging it. I also desist from comparing it. Comparison and judgment should not be there. But what I would suggest is we should take it further. I would like to take it further. All that we have to do is you put all of the ideas together. Each one could submit to one of you, Aditi or someone. Put all the ideas together and form a group, small group. You decide for yourself which would have which one or two ideas which have got more approval from the group. Group should decide. You should decide and should be happy that you see one or two ideas, particularly one idea only will be finally taken, but all others have actually encouraged that idea, so all others also should be happy. It's not just one person's idea. We always get this kind of what is it called? The psychologists call a common creativity will come through. If everybody is creative, it will also kind of encourage the creative potential in everybody. So that way you can still be happy, but we can as a group decide rather than one person deciding whether he is a teacher or depending on the position or something like that. Sometimes a child can come up with a better idea and that is accepted. So what I would suggest is all the ideas should be collected and pool in, and afterwards sit together. Today we don't have a time, but afterwards you sit together yourself, students, faculty together, and then decide on one solution to take it further into prototyping and all that. And who knows, if the director and the management agrees, we may try it out, right? That's what I suggest to the organizers of this meeting. And on my own, I think I'm very happy for the kind of, at least the enthusiasm which is generated. And I hope some of the principles which I have tried to communicate to you will be, taken further. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Milram, for your insights and perspectives. They were truly valuable and we were all thoroughly engaged by your presentation. Also, I would like to thank Professor Saxena for encapsulating the essence of the treasure discussion. As we draw the curtains on this enriching session at International Design Symposium at NIFT, I would like to thank all the esteemed speakers whose insights have illuminated our understanding of design research. Now I would like to request all of you to please proceed for the lunch and enjoy the break. But all the faculty members and the students are requested to please join back at 2:20. We're going to begin the session on time. So please join back at 2:20. Thank you.
Is there any...
Tama is an interactive voice response system that calls HIV patients at pill times to remind...
You can hear?
Yes, sir. It's working perfectly.
Perfect.
So if you want, you can take a 5-minute break. In the meantime, participants and faculties are also joining, and then...
Okay, let me know when we should begin. You don't have to, I just wanted to mention that you don't really, I do have some slides to introduce some of the work that we do and things like that. So if you can hold the introduction to really 2 lines, that will be enough. Okay.
Sure, sir.
No, don't have to be very formal. Sure.
salva dati demo pura YouTube to demo ta pawada ke ko salva rahi hai अपन
Anirudh sir, are you there? Anirudh sir, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, so we are starting the session.
Sure.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and excitement I, Dr. Ruchi Kholia, Assistant Professor, NEF Jodhpur, again welcome all our esteemed guest speaker, Director Professor G.H.S. Prasad sir, Joint Director Professor Harleen Sahni, CAC Dr. Shikha Gupta ma'am, Chairperson Dr. Aditi Medhia ma'am, faculties and all other participants of this International Design Symposium to this last session. This event marks an important gathering of creative minds and visionaries, and we are truly fortunate to have one such design stalwart with us to share his insight and expertise in the form of Professor Anirudh Joshi. Professor Anirudh is a BTech in Electrical Engineering and M.Design in Visual Communication from the Industrial Design Center and a PhD in Computer Science and Engineering, all from IIT Bombay. This mix of engineering and design background has given him a unique perspective in the multidisciplinary field of human-computer interaction. Professor Anirudh is a
professor in the Interaction Design stream in the IDC School of Design, IIT Mumbai, India. He works in the field of HCI design. He was one of the first teachers to introduce usability and ethnographic user studies method in India. On Teachers' Day in 2016, he got an award for excellence in teaching from IIT Mumbai. He has been a consultant to many companies and has collaborated with them on projects for developing innovative products. He conducts workshops and courses for practitioners, and he helps organizations integrate HCI activities in their processes. Without further ado, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Anirudh for his expert talk on one of the very pertinent topics, that is publication challenges in design research. Over to you, Professor Anirudh.
Thank you very much. First of all, I must thank the organizers in NIF Jodhpur for taking up this topic to organize this seminar. I also thank them for giving me this opportunity to make a presentation. I can see some familiar faces in the auditorium. I can see Professor Balram. Hi, Professor Balram. That is the one end I can see, and at the other end, there are some young people, and on the other side I can see. I can't make out, things are too small, so I can't make out if there are any.
Vijay Singh Katiyar is also here.
Hello, sir. So nice to see you. Thank you. Yeah, the images are too small, but I can see that there are some people. So thank you very much, and thank you for the kind introduction. I will get started. I just want to know how much time I can talk for 10 minutes, or I can talk for 3 hours. So how much do you need to talk for?
1 hour.
1 hour. Okay. I'll try to make it for till about 3:50. So thank you very much. I hope you guys are having a wonderful seminar. I saw the list of speakers is really very nice, and I only wish that I was there in person to go through the whole event. Unfortunately, can't make it, but it is really nice to be here in virtual also. So the topic that I saw, that I thought I would talk about is essentially about how to write a paper, and it is intricately connected with how to read the paper and how to review a paper. Okay, so I don't know if there is an opportunity for people to walk up to the mic and say a few words somewhere. So I'm going to actually begin by introducing IDC, and then I will come to the topic. I'll kind of take a few minutes just to show a few slides and then jump into my topic. Okay, so IDC will be known for many things. Professor Rao making a recent presentation about the electronic voting machines on YouTube video. This is work of Professor R.K. Joshi. He designed the original logo for India Post. This is work of now Professor Uday Kumar. He was a PhD student. This was our first PhD student. Designed the rupee symbol. This is work of Girish Garg. He was also a PhD student because he is now a faculty member with us. And he designed several typefaces. So this is Ekmukta. He has also recently designed this multi-width, multi-thickness typeface called Anek, which is also in multiple Indian languages. So, and this is a fairly new technology in developing typefaces. Professor Mandar Rani knows his work on maps. Professor Victoria knows for many things actually, but one of them is his work on identity design. So this is his work on Bharat Petroleum. Professor Trivedi, Mohanty, Chakravarti, and Shilparanade worked on the Dandi Memorial, which was actually inaugurated fairly recently by the Prime Minister, just before the pandemic, by the Prime Minister. One of our faculty members, Professor Shilparanade, has created a feature-length animated films, Gopi Gavaya Pagavaya, based on Satyajit Ray's film by the same name. Professor Neena Sapnani won the Rajat Kamal Award for one of her very beautifully made film Hum Chitra Banate Hain. My own work has been in the area of design of interactive products, so things like keyboards and so on. I'm in my new office here today. First office in my old office still, so I'm selecting them and bringing them here. But one of them is this keyboard, physical keyboard, but we have also been doing a lot of work with text input in Indian languages. So I can see you guys, so maybe you can raise your hands So raise your hand if you typed something today, since morning till now. Okay, most people have raised their hands. Thank you very much. Keep your hands raised if you have typed something in your mother tongue. Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam. Okay, I can see 2-3 hands, and I'm really amazed at that these days. When I asked this question 10-15 years ago, nobody used to raise their hands. So at least I can see 3-4 hands raised in the hall, so which is good. I have been associated with many of the Indian language text input mechanisms. This is one of my favorite ones. It's also available on Android. It's called Swarachakra. So it's available in 12 Indian languages. I'm just showing you a very short video clip of Hindi, but we also have several other 12 Indian languages in all at the moment. And if any of you guys want to develop for a language that you don't have, it's open source, you can take it and develop it.
Dharma is an interactive voice response system that calls HIV patients at bedtimes to remind them to take their medicine. Dharma gives them information about HIV in 30-second nuggets called health tips. If a patient faces a symptom, he may call Dharma to get doctor's advice. Access to Dharma is protected by a PIN to prevent accidental disclosure. Dharma was tried by 54 people living with HIV/AIDS for a period of 12 weeks.
Right, so this was some of our work which we did for HIV patients. This is work of Professor Ravi Kumar, a product called Jello, which has been much awarded as well. It's helping people with several disabilities, including cerebral palsy and so on, communicate with family members. This is work of Professor Jayesh Pillai. He is an expert in AR, ER, and 3D movies. So this is one of his 3D movies. Both of these are 2 different 3D movies actually. VR films. He has also done work in augmented reality and in education and so on, and also in architectural visualizations. This is work of Sumantra, again in this AR area. So this was a reinterpretation of the Ajanta work. We are also, of course, known for our product design work. So, Professor Mohan Bhandari back in 1979. More recently, Professor Chakravarti in 2005, and Nishant Sharma in 2017. We have a very new faculty member. He is a board designer specialist who designs boards. And also a very new faculty member who is involved in color and trend, especially the color specialist. Works in the vehicle industry. Okay, that was a glimpse of what IDC. I thought I should just introduce, in case you don't know much about IDC or haven't heard about IDC. I'm also going to show something which is a little more abstract perhaps, but something that you might is more relevant to this work. And this is my own student's work. So this is my first PhD student, I was the second PhD student finished. His name is Devanush, and he created a technology adoption model by emergent users. They also call it a user usage model. I'm not going to present this work, but I'm just going to show kind of stuff that he did. And this is a modeling exercise. So he created a model to explain how people who are emergent users, who are new with technology, how they adapt technology. This is work of Indrani. She finished before Devanush. She worked in Microsoft Research, also on a similar area. She tried to understand how people with less literacy understand instructional videos and information architectures that are so common nowadays. Another work by my student Abhishek Srivastava. He investigated design strategies for audio-visual interfaces for emergent users. Sanjay Ghosh is a student of mine who worked on text input methods for Indian languages on mobile devices. Lakshmi Murthy was also a PhD student who just finished just at the start of the pandemic. She worked on creating tools for menstrual management and sustainability. So that was work of PhD students, which is mainly research oriented, much more theoretical perhaps, and much more informing design, not necessarily design oriented. This is work of Rishi Vanukuru. This particular work won the Honorable Student Research Competition Awards. This is about, taking a, is my video also visible? Somebody can just raise their hand and then no, thank you. Okay, so yeah, so then I can gesture also a little bit. So he created something for blind people. So let's say a blind people gesture that side, he will get one input, and gesture this side, he gets like an audio torch. But he also used spatial audio in different ways. So he did some very interesting work there. This is work of another of my MA students. She worked on how low literate parents can engage with children's learning, and then she wrote a paper on. So the interesting thing about it is, some of you might think, those of you particularly who have taught several MA students, that this work sounds familiar. It's true. However, very rarely do students go and write papers. So both of these are student research competition awards winners. This one was presented in an Australian conference. This is work of a PhD student and an MA student. It was also about how to help send videos to parents to help them engage with children's education, particularly parents who are not highly educated themselves, basically. We have done some work about how with respect to cultural studies. I will not get into this, but this is also another bonding exercise and collaborative work between a PhD student and a BS student. So both works are similar. This is another theoretical theory building exercise, but done by this time a BS student. So she was engaged with creating. She's actually a left-hander activist, you might say, and she was interested in identifying differences between how left-handed people use digital devices and how right-handed, and how much of their throughput varies. That spawned off a lot of other research that was done by other students, which is kind of currently ongoing. One of my more recent ongoing PhD students, this is Pallavi, her work is in the area of wearable activity trackers and managing health and fitness of Indian older adults. So she's interested in, as all of us grow old and get white hair, we are interested in supporting ourselves. So she's one of my students who's helping us. We do have some bunch of accessibility work. One that I'm showing here is by one of my MA students who created a tangible graphing system for elderly and wrote a paper on that. Another of my MA students created so I don't know if you are aware of this lighting compose or the lighting will also predict what it will type already, and then you can just tab it and then it selects that, makes that original. So he used that, but he used that in a different way, and we tried to understand whether that actually is the meaning. So that's my part. Another of my industrial leaders in the student, I'm sure I came up with this idea very early in the pandemic. This is this person here wearing a mask. So study that could not really complete during the pandemic, but another student came along and it completed it. The idea here was of creating a slightly older older design, which allows people to remember faces instead of numbers. So we are all used to typing PIN and passwords. So can we create them, make more complex passwords by remembering faces instead of numbers? So that was a project that a student worked on. Oh, well, this is a known thing, but it has been done several years ago. But we expanded it to include celebrity pictures and hopefully making them more memorable. And so that is a paper that is coming up if you are interested in a conference that is going to be presented later this month in a conference called Index and Dehradun. I'll mention that a couple of times. Okay, so that's just a snapshot of our research, my own research work, and I didn't say ours because it's only my students whose work I presented right now. Okay? I'm going to now jump into my topic after that quick background, so it tells you hopefully, the purpose that I included this slide was I wanted to communicate that we do some design work, but we also do some design research work, and we publish those in each of those slides that represent one of our papers. And so I do have some places, I probably have about 110 odd papers that we have written in the last 7 years. Every year we try to write 4 or 5 papers. Okay, not all of them were accepted, but these are the ones that were accepted. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about some essentials of paper writing. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the process of getting a paper published, and this is important for 2 reasons. One is many people in the design, many of my colleagues, many of the students are not aware how a paper is published. or they might have some misconceptions about it. I have been fortunate to be associated with several conferences and journals over the last several years of my journey. And I myself had several misconceptions which got cleared in this process through experience. So I'm trying to share some of that experience. And it is relevant to understanding how to write a paper also. Then I will get into what is the structure of a paper. We are writing a paper, what do you write at the beginning, what do you write at the end, and so on. Here, for these points, I'm going to borrow some slides. These slides have changed quite a bit, but Professor P. Wilson came, they were talk on this particular topic. I borrowed some slides for this part of the paper. I really like this way of putting things, and I have permission for using this slide in my lectures. And then last weekend, this is optional, depending on how much time we have, what should I stop there. Otherwise, I'll try to include how to read a paper with respect to reviewing it, because review is a very important part of writing a paper. Okay. Before I jump into this, I want to ask, how many of you have written a paper so far? Okay, I'm very happy to see there are about half the people in the audience have written a paper. Thank you very much. So please feel free. I know this is a big auditorium and the night might be far, but if you think that you disagree with me on something, please jump in and point it out, and I would love to engage in discussion to the extent that can be possible. I want to also ask the opposite question. The opposite question is, how many of you have never ever read a paper in so far? Anybody is that's perfectly fine. I talk to both ends of the audience and both ends of the spectrum. So this is just for my understanding. Everybody has read at least one paper in the audience so far. That is also lovely. So great, then I'll try to pick accordingly. So I'm going to skip some of the essentials. By the way, this is just a warning. These are my opinions and experiences that are gained from writing research papers in the field of HCI. Yours might be completely different, okay? And also, I'm going to share my experiences, but of course, there is no guarantee that your paper will be accepted just because I shared my experience. So don't blame me if the paper will be accepted. Okay. So I think I want to skip this particular slide so that I can catch up a little later. This I think for people who really don't know what paper is and often tend to confuse about what is. So I will actually, instead of asking this as a question and making this introduction, I want to ask, this is what I intended to talk about in this paper, in this slide, and if you want me to talk about it today, then I will speak. Yeah, I'm going to share the slide. I see somebody taking pictures. I'm going to share the slide with you at the end of the slide. And my last slide is the final image that you can use. Pick up the slide as well. Okay, so I don't see any hand raised as of now, but we can come back to it later. Okay, so some definitions of paper writing. One thing, of course, I mean, this all of you probably know, but that you can only write a paper already created knowledge. This particular lecture, this particular talk is not about how to create knowledge, how to do research. You already have excellent talks. And of course, you might have people who disagree about themselves. If you did, let me be the first person to disagree with some of the things that you might have actually learned today, just because there is room for multiple point of views over here. Okay, so if you already have not created research or created knowledge, then you cannot write a paper. Okay, so people sometimes ask me, I would like to write a paper. Can you please suggest the topic? So, yeah, I mean, this is a very nice question, and this person perhaps is very enthusiastic, but my first response to this person is, look here, if I could already suggest a topic to you, I would have written that paper, right? Why would I give that idea to you and you would go and write it? Okay. So, yeah, so I thought, that's not true. I collaborated with many people. If any of you guys would like to collaborate on some of the topics that I had put out or any overlapping areas, I would love to do that. I do also have lots of, in fact, the word owes me many papers. Okay, so many of my students start the project and then either they can't finish it or they can't finish it to the level that is required for writing papers. So the word owes me many papers. And so I'm happy to share my ideas. But even if I were to share those ideas, you will not be able to do that. You have to create, you have to really dig deep into that topic to be able to. is first thing. Okay. But it is very important to write a paper, and this is a weakness, I would say, of us as designers in general. Many of my colleagues and people are very unhappy in the moment, but and so many of my colleagues in design actually have complained about it that we do not articulate enough. We do not articulate our ideas enough. And in fact, very often we complain that a lot of people from non-design backgrounds end up writing about design, articulating about design. And I would say that yes, that is perhaps so because we don't write enough ourselves. If we were to write more, perhaps people will refer to us a lot more. So articulation is important. There is a famous line, there is a Wikipedia page by that time, as you believe that if a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it, did it make a sound? So the sound is only there if somebody is there to hear the sound. Okay? Also, if you found something but told no one before you die, and all of us are going to die. So, but if you told nobody before you die, you will actually find it. Okay? And so the paper then is a building block in the knowledge system. It is a brick, and if the human knowledge system is a house, then a paper is a brick in the wall of that house. A brick is nothing, and a brick does not give you any ability to live in the house by itself. But many bricks together, and cement, and many other paint, and electricity, and furniture, and many of these other things are required to make a house to live in. So in that sense, each of our papers is following bricks. Okay. The other thing that is very important is this brick by itself is not useful, but taken together with all the other bricks in that particular wall makes a wall. The wall is a useful thing. I mean, I don't have a wall, but and so on. And these walls make this room possible. So I of course maybe one wall is not enough, but I need these walls. Okay, and so the bricks make the walls. So the referencing and contextualization is like, this is my paper, this is this paper that was put before this paper, and there was this another paper on the left, and there are some papers below on which it stands. This is the idea of referencing and contextualization. So if you do not say where your knowledge comes with respect to what others have done before me, then I don't know where it's coming from. I think perhaps what you're talking about is read that stuff. So it is not only to acknowledge that, yeah, I have read this, but also to position your knowledge with respect to what are the other things they were doing. That's a referencing and contextualization. And the paper is there is an expectation of, well, people do like subjective papers, but at the end of the day, research is supposed to also contribute some objective knowledge, some rigorous, valid, reliable, systematic objective knowledge. I could spend 1 hour discussing each of these words in a research conference like this one, and I'm sure many of you can. Okay. And lastly, no matter how small the brick is, it must make some claim to new knowledge. Okay? So each paper should make, so they could be smaller, like we could have heterogeneous walls, all bricks being nearly the same size, some bricks could be smaller, some bricks could be larger, but each brick must make some claim. The bigger the claim, the larger the size of the brick. Okay, so that's some essential about writing a paper. But I will now talk about how a paper is published. What happens? How many people are already familiar with how a paper is, of course, those of you who have papers published probably already know. Now I am addressing to the advertising paper published. So are you already familiar with how a paper is published? Raise your hand if you want me to skip this part of the talk. Okay, so nobody raises their hand yet, but please feel free to raise halfway through if you want, I can skip it. Okay. So first I have to do the research, and how to do the research is beyond the scope of this talk. Maybe even this conference can only, this whole event can only handle some part of how to do the research. There are many ways of doing the research. Also write the paper. Okay? And so the last bullet of this says how to write a paper. We will come to that in the next section. But first of all, a lot of people don't know, so I have had new paper writers who send me a paper in a Google Doc or a Word document and say, here is the paper. Or maybe they just convert the whole thing into a PDF and send over that thing. So usually, in most situations, sometimes the place where you're going to publish the paper. It may be a conference, it may be a journal. Those people, the conference of the journal, will give you a format in which to write your paper, a format in which to send in your entry of sorts. This is becoming a little old now, but earlier a lot of people, particularly when papers were printed, they had a page limit. For the last 15-20 years, most papers have not been printed, they are archived digitally, and therefore, gradually most places have removed pages. Although there may be some venues, I call them venues, journals or conferences, may still be having page limits to check if there is a page limit. Most conferences want a paper to be anonymous for double-blind peer review. So this is a new idea for a lot of people. Okay, so in fact, I had a relatively naive person with a friend approach, but he didn't know. So he submitted a paper to a conference in India, and I was on the review committee, and then afterwards he withdrew his paper. And the reason that he gave for withdrawing the paper was, oh, I didn't know they were going to review my paper. I don't want anybody to review my paper. I just want them to, so that is not the paper that. The paper is not a review paper, then it is just not a paper. Okay? So review is part of the paper publishing process, and in fact, most good venues have what is called a double-blind peer review process. Most conferences, most journals have a single-blind peer review process, and if there is questions about this, I'll come back and talk about why there is a difference between them. But the paper needs to be blind. What do you mean by blind? You have to remove the name and author. You have to remove any reference to your own organization. You should remove any photograph. Suppose you're taking a picture of you doing some study, then you should blank out your own face. And you should also, of course, blank out the face of your participants for ethical purposes, and so on. So there should be no way for people to tell who has written this paper. Sometimes, sometimes you have to mention the university. This particular study was done in Dharavi movement. Dharavi, Islamic profile. And so you mentioned that now Dharavi would be okay. But if I mention that this study was done in Islamic profile, then people can figure out, oh, this must be from Ireland. So then it becomes close to comfort factor. So there is a little thing like that. But by and large, if it's a blinded paper, people should not be able to review the reviewers in another language. Then you submit your paper. Almost all conferences and all journals now have a conference management system or journal conference submission system. So for example, I work for IndiaXI. IndiaXI uses it has been using EasyChair for many years, but last year it has moved to the conference management system for CMP. Both are free, or at least there is a free version in both of them. There is another conference management system that is widely used in the community that I worked in called Precision Conference System, which also has been widely used. There are several other specialized ones, some localized ones and so on, but PCS, CMP, and whatever are the most commonly used for conferences. Each journal that I work for has their own conference management submission management system. So for most journals, there is no particular deadline unless there is a special issue. But for almost all conferences, there is one particular deadline before which you need to submit. To submit the paper, there are paper chairs. The papers are not blind paper chairs. The paper chairs can see whose account this paper has come from, and therefore they can tell whose paper it is. A paper chair will desk reject your paper. It's called desk reject. Your paper, which means it is rejected without giving a review. If it is not anonymized, for example, and the requirement of the conference is that it had to be anonymized and you did not anonymize it, then it will be desk rejected. If it is off-topic, if you submit a medical paper to a design conference, then they will say this doesn't suit us, they cannot do it. In the incorrect format or simply of a very poor quality, unlikely that this paper will be accepted while they are signing and reviewing it, they might reject it at that level. Okay? But once they have said that okay, this paper should go through a review, then they're going to assign reviewers to your paper. Now, in all systems, reviewers are blind from you don't know who reviewed your paper. Okay? And in many systems, they are often also blind from each other. There are a few exceptions to this, but by and large, you don't, so each paper usually assigns 3 or 4 reviewers, and you don't know who the other reviewers are. And they in fact try to get variety of reviewers. So other reviewers are usually researchers just like you, and this is what is called the peer review process. So some of you who might be early in your paper writing careers might ask me, this is a peer review process, where can I review other people's papers? If they are going to reject my paper, I also want to go and reject their question. Please ask this question after you have had. So each person has, we are constantly, in the community, we are constantly looking for new reviewers. Okay? So in fact, not having reviewers is the number one problem why community is not growing. Okay? So we are promoting, we are always looking for new reviewers. But we want reviewers who have had some papers published beforehand. So ask me this question when you have published. And my limit is 5. There are 5 good quality papers published. And so good quality in a reputed journal, not on your own website or something like that. If you have a DOI, so ask me what a DOI is afterwards if you want. It should be archived paper in a well-known venue. Ask me later if you want what a well-known venue is. Yeah, but please, after you have published a few papers, do seek out people in the community and they will enable you in the reviewing process. Okay, the reviewers will review your submissions. So all the reviewers will rate your submission. There is a compulsory checkbox or a rating button which enables you. So the most common one is strong accept, weak accept, borderline, weak reject, and strong reject. So people will give one of these ratings. Some conferences have a different scale, but essentially this is what they are telling us. There may be some additional questions also they might answer. But they actually write a review. And those of you who are published paper have received reviews for your papers. Good reviewers summarize contributions, point out strengths and weaknesses, suggest improvements, ask clarificatory questions, and so on. But remember, not all reviewers are good. Sometimes you get a 5-line review or even a 3-line review that comes a very bad quality. So, and chairs, if you are a reviewer, if you have been a reviewer, just because you are anonymous doesn't mean you can get away with it. Okay? Just in mind. Chairs track good reviewers. Okay? And they get that. You develop a back channel reputation of being a good reviewer or a bad reviewer. So please be mindful of this. Okay. Also, there are not, when people can be new reviewers, that is understandable. Everybody moves on that. But some people just don't take the trouble to write a good review. And so not all reviewers are good. And that will happen quite fast. Okay. Once the reviews come back to the chairs, the chairs send those reviews and ratings to you, and very often now, they request for a rebuttal. What is the rebuttal? You write an answer to the review as an author. Okay, the reviewers may, before they send it to you, there may be a discussion around, offline discussion around among reviewers. So it might happen that one reviewer said very strong reject, another reviewer said very strong accept. You can't send such a review back to the author. I mean, come on, make up your mind. Why are you saying strong rejection? Why are you saying? So there is a period for reviewers to discuss their reviews among themselves. Maybe somebody missed the point. Sometimes they just review the wrong paper. That might happen. That will also happen. But by and large, they discuss and try to normalize. But they don't have. People can remember dissent is allowed in the review process. But I think there is a reasonable reason for a dissent. That's the change of the normalize that. Maybe not all conferences. So very many conferences are very tightly organized and they may not have a rebuttal process. Yeah, most journals and now many conferences increasingly have what is called a revise and resubmit process. This is very important. Where people are given time to write their paper again and submit. So all journals have, you usually have at least one round of revise and resubmit. Journals can have multiple rounds of revise and resubmit. usually have only 1 round. Some courses are on schedule. Journals are not on schedule, usually. Okay, I want to just play a quick video. This video is from YouTube. That's the link in case you want to watch it later. But I want to play. I hope the sound is not going to be too high. I think I want to reduce the volume. And sometimes you should stay near the volume button and the particularly in case sound is too high. Well, I have already very close.
Den Teil der Jungen von den Weiterformation besprechen. Inzwischen hat er die Verfassung und stößt auf Staatsbürger. Der Feind operiert jetzt im nördlichen Stadtrand zwischen Schonau und Pankow und im Osten der Feind ist Berlin Richtung Marsdorf, Klaus genannt. Mit dem Angriffskenntnis wird das alles in Ordnung kommen. Mein Lieber, Stadthalter, Stadthalter hat nicht die Kräfte für einen Angriff lassen. Der Angriffsstein ist nicht erfolgt. Es ist ein Raum, kalte, Jode, Krebs und Butter.
Anyway, so I hope the video has a few more seconds to go, but I hope you could follow the video to find out about it. Yeah, so this scene is not uncommon after reviewing the reviews. But whatever it is, then you sit down and hand the reviewers for the reviews. Even the drivers, remember, so a lot of people perhaps don't know that writing reviews is a voluntary task. Nobody is paid for one rupee for doing it. In fact, very often reviewers spend money out of their own pocket. So for example, go for the PC meeting or, there are a lot of expenses involved for a time. You spend and they do it out of their own interest and out of their own time. Okay? So thank the reviewers for the reviews. Respond to questions, clarify misunderstandings, briefly summarize the positives, promise too much, hope for the best. Okay. So there is, in fact, when I am about the course on research methods, we do actually a paper writing session, paper reviewing session, and a paper rebuttal session, writing and rebuttal session. These are 3 workshop topics that one can organize in a conference or in a research method course. So if you want to organize, and I would love to join you also. It's really fun to do these things. Okay. So writing the rebuttal is an art, it takes a while. Just like writing a paper is also an art. Okay. So usually the rebuttal has to have a very short character limit that forces you to be brief. And if anybody thought, I don't know, does anybody in the audience follow PhD economics? Yeah, so if anybody thought that researchers are boring people, theoretically minded, they're absolutely wrong. Okay, so there is a whole website, a mini website full of very interesting humor dedicated to research and research methods and so on, right? And I'm going to use a few of them, so this one is on PhD points. Okay, so I'm going to get into this. Okay, so after you have written, write the rebuttal before the changes. If it is revise and resubmit, clearly point out what changes you are making in a separate document. You will ask for it. Highlight the changes that you are making in the paper. Don't change the whole thing. Change only specific things. Otherwise, it's a different paper. It's okay to polish up the paper a bit, but don't overdo the changes. Okay. Unless, of course, you notice the gross. Sometimes, if you look at your own paper that you have written 15 days later or 1 month later, you find mistakes of your own. Okay? And of course, if you find some of those, then make those changes, point it out in the document saying that you found these additional mistakes that reviewers had missed, they will appreciate your work. Okay? So you have to make those changes. After you have submitted, after the review, you have submitted a rebuttal. After this, usually, reviewers discuss the paper, the rebuttal, the revision, update the review and rating, and a decision. So when you submit to a conference, more or less 99% of the conference will have very small, unique conferences in knowledge. But otherwise, there is a program where this is celebrated. In some small conferences, only the chairs may be. I think it's a good idea. Even for small conferences. People from developing countries, we couldn't travel too much internationally and so on. But gradually things have happened. One is it has become much more affordable to do international travel. So, and I have heavily invested in traveling to international conferences. And if you get an opportunity, don't miss it out. It's a very useful networking building experience. Okay. And the second thing that has of course happened and enhanced much more by the pandemic, but it was happening even before that, which is people started having online meetings. When travel become much more, you don't need to travel, you can do a lot more of this. Plus, online PC meeting is not the same thing as meeting people. So there's a lot of networking. There's a lot of other work that gets done in these events, which now does not get done as easily, but we do have online meetings. Okay. So for journals, the handling editor makes the final decision. There is no PC because there is no one particular time at which decision gets made. So basically in the PC meeting, they will compare your paper with the other papers that have been submitted. Okay. Once this happens, you get a decision. So it may be. So now there is no more strong accept. There is a final decision, accept or reject. So if you have been accepted, well, you will be asked to make the changes that you promised in the rebuttal. Then you will be asked to create what is called the camera-ready version of your paper. This camera-ready version word also comes from traditionally when they were all printed in some camera-ready format and so on. These days we just submit the LaTeX file or the Word doc file and a PDF with some annotations to it and so on, and then it just goes into the publishing system online, digital. As I said, we rarely, and I don't know if there are in the last few years, last 5-10 years, there people who are actually printed papers now. Okay. If rejected, well, hard luck. You feedback to improve and try again elsewhere. Very often, paper that is getting a reject is not a bad thing at all. In fact, you might know that 70% of papers that are rejected, that are submitted to conferences are rejected. Only 30% are accepted. In good conferences, there is even higher barrier to enter, so maybe only 25% of the papers are accepted. The smallest I know is about 12% in SIGGRAPH, Chi is 25%, Interact is 30%, Index is about 30% also. So that's roughly the one-third level basically. So most good, any conference that accepts more than one-third gets a bad reputation also on the back end. Okay, so people realize, these are all commercial conferences, they don't have a very strong academic value, so they are not that much respected. Okay. After all this, the conference organizer will send you a mail. If it's a published journal, it is just published. Although that's changed a little also, but let me talk about this first. If it's a conference, the conference organizers will request you to register for the conference. And now this is something that is surprising for many paper authors also. But I have been a conference organizer myself several times, and will continue to organize conferences in future. And I know that if we are able to spread the cost among everyone, most people who attend these kind of conferences are authors also. Okay? Particularly through international conferences, but also in Indian conferences now increasingly. Authors attend conferences, present their work to the other people. So it's not that you are presenting and many people are coming to just look at what you've done. They are also there to present. It's a peer thing, it's a community thing. Okay, it's a community conference. So if everybody is an author, for example, or most people are an author, how do you, it's going to be very expensive if all these authors are going to get a free ticket, then the people, audience are going to get a very expensive ticket, and then it's not going to be worth their while to come if it's going to be that expensive. So then the conferences will just not work. So the simple rule is everybody pays. Even the general chair who organizes the conference pays. If everybody follows this rule, the cost for everybody comes down, the conference stays as affordable as possible. You don't have to necessarily have a fancy lunch or dinner. If the conference is not making enough money, the conference can cut other corners, but everybody pays, the cost remains low. So this is the justification as a previous conference organizer for why we ask everybody to pay for their own registration. The conference that does not ask is not a respectable conference. Okay. Journals. Okay, there is one other new thing that I should actually add a bullet over here for, because this is still not completely developed yet, but this idea about open access, you might have seen that in the video also. This idea of open access is coming out. It is not fully there yet, but essentially it's being driven by the European Union. The European Union has mandated that all research that is done with money funded by the European Union must be open access. Open access means for reading. So for example, in IIT Bombay, and it must be probably true for NIFT also and for all other universities, IIT Bombay, I was the librarian in charge of the Central Library of IIT Bombay for 3 years, so I know this for a fact. We have a very heavy publication budget, so which means we spend 20 crores per year in subscriptions. So we pay subscribers all over the world about 20 crore rupees each year. Maybe now it has increased also. I have not been a chef for a while now. Just so that IIT Bombay students and faculty members can access these publications. So in fact, if it is not available in your university, you're welcome to come to our university and access that information. Okay. Anytime, or if you need a paper and if it is available, we are happy to share that. Others also are happy to share that, right? But so this is how the publisher promises to keep the paper alive forever. Okay, so that is what we mean by archival. These papers are archived. So जब तक सूरज चांद है, well that may be good. But जब तक internet चलेगा, तब तक आपका paper रहेगा. We can say that. Okay, so that is what we mean by archival. And even if say the conference, the publisher goes out of business, the arrangement is such that this publisher's archive will be taken over by another publisher, and they will retain it. So that has happened to some of my papers. The publisher has gone out of business or has closed their website and moved out. But now that has been transferred over to a new publisher and they are maintaining that archive. Okay, so that is the idea behind these archival papers. And there is a permanent digital object identifier associated with that paper. So that being the case, somebody has to pay for it. Now the way to pay for it is when you want to access a paper, say you want to access a paper by Einstein, or you want to access a paper by Oppenheimer, or you want to access a paper by some very famous guy. Okay, you have to pay the journal, you have to pay the publisher of that journal. So now IIT Bombay has access agreement with me, or we pay 20 crore per year. So all our students, all our academics can access that information for free. Not all, but we still don't access everything that is out there, but we access a lot. Now this arrangement is changing from, this is called a read agreement. So we are allowed to read papers. Now it is moving from a read to read and publish agreement, which means we can not only read these papers which are behind paywalls, but we can also publish them for free, and then when we publish, it will become openly available to everybody. Well, you might say, what is the big deal then? If you are paying to publish our own paper, what is the point? So the point is that this paper will be maintained forever in the internet domain, digital domain, and then it will be accessible for everyone, so that content constitution for knowledge. Okay. So I'm sorry, I talked a little bit more than I thought I will do that. I'm going to next talk about the structure of the paper. And since many of you are already familiar with this and everybody has read a paper, this should go faster. So these are some of the slides now that I'm going to borrow from Professor Keith Ratnam. I have changed them based on my own experience, but the inspiration comes from his work. And I'm going to cover two topics. So what I'm going to talk about, what is the structure of the paper, and therefore then how to write those structures by it. And this slide in particular I like from Professor Keith Ratnam. He has these three rules. First rule that everybody should know is that every sentence should be true. Okay? So now think about it. A lot of people these days are reeling under the so-called pressure. I don't like that pressure of publishing. Okay? And I don't really like that paper fundamentally. Sometimes we create research knowledge that is unpublishable, and we live with that. We learn from that, we try to improve that, and so on. And that's okay, according to me. Okay? Every sentence that you ever get in a paper should be true. Think about it. When you are dead and gone many years later, people can refer to your paper still. They can still read what you wrote in that paper. So that is archival material. Okay? So every sentence that you write should be true to the best of your knowledge. Okay? Rule 2 is every sentence should be clear, subject to rule 1. Clarity is very important. A lot of people believe or think wrongly that they should write flowery language. They should write complicated sentences in a paper. No, not true. You should write clear and simple language. Things should be as clear and simple. In fact, writing clear and simple language is difficult. Okay, so try to write as clearly and as simple as possible. And lastly, of course, every sentence should be short. So and shortness adds to clarity, subject to rule 1. Okay, so through clear short, these are the three fundamental rules. So if you ask me to shut up now, I will shut up and then that's it. But let me go on for a few more slides. So there is a structure of the paper. There is of course the title. There is the first part of the paper, which is abstract introduction and overview of the background. Then you might have your design or intervention or your theory. Then you might have a method, you might have a study or an experiment, and there will be a method. In which case there is a setting in which you did that, and then there are users. And then of course findings, discussions and conclusions, acknowledgements and references. So I'll go through each of these for one minute. So title is very important. Sometimes people give very creative titles, but they don't mean anything to other people. So name your paper as if it's your first born child. Okay, just say people spend months thinking about what to name their babies. You should actually name your paper, each of your papers, because it's a baby that will survive much after the babies have come to this world and lived and gone. Short can be good, but is it true? Is it clear? If published, this will be the only thing people used to decide if they want to read it. Okay? Reviewers, because papers get listed in some list or they throw up in some search results. And that's the only thing that people might say, oh, this is not normal. But maybe it is. So you have to be very careful how to name your paper. Reviewers may use them for bidding on papers. Oh, this is not my area. Then you will not get a reviewer. If he was related to your area, reviewers interested in a topic are generally happier and more helpful for you. So brainstorm with your co-authors, don't decide right. By the way, most good papers are co-authored papers also. Okay, so it is usually not the outcome of one person's writing. Well, there are exceptions, of course. But by and large, most good quality academic papers come from co-authorship, come from at least two good people writing together. And very often, multiple people. Of course, there are some exceptions to this. Okay? So brainstorm with your co-authors, don't decide right away, try out various titles. Make sure that your title is unique compared to your existing paper. I would add unique compared to your forthcoming paper. Usually you have a good idea about what to research next by this time. So you don't want to step on your toes into the future also. Okay. So once your title on the way, we have an abstract. An abstract is more than a compressed introduction. A lot of designers and design students that I have experience with, they have this thing basically, and I don't know how else to, they want to impress you at the end of their presentation, so they will hide their model. This is what they're used to, right? It's a product designer, he will bring his model, cover it, and then remove it and say, ta-da! That's paper in essence, nobody gets impressed by such things. The abstract should actually tell us why should we care, what is the problem, how did we solve it, what was the answer, what are the impacts of the next steps that might come from this research. Reviewers may use, sometimes reviewers read an abstract before they decide whether they want to do this paper or not. They may use the abstract and bring on papers. Reviewers interested in the topic are generally happier and more helpful. Could be the only part some people ever read. Okay, again, more PhD comics on how to write an abstract. I'll leave that for a few seconds, read it quickly, and then we'll go on. Okay, so abstract, you can read it afterwards. So in the introduction, particularly, and also in the abstract, reviewers must get what you did. If they don't get it, they will reject it. Explain it as if you are wrong. Keep jargon to the minimum. Do not assume detailed background knowledge. Communicate your approach in multiple ways. Give a high-level overview in words. Give a step-by-step walkthrough of the system in action. Use diagrams with self-contained captions. Reviewers must get why you did it. This is not your personal motivation. Like, bachpan se I wanted to work in this topic. That is not about you. It has to be about why this is important for humanity. You have to remember, through a paper, you are contributing to human knowledge. So what is the problem you are trying to solve? What was already done? To try to solve it, why is your approach better or different? If you are successful, what could be the impact? The big picture, basically. Why you did it, what you did. Remember, this is not a murder mystery. Spill the beans. Not only introduction abstractly. Already tell what you achieved. Give your strongest, most surprising results. It is okay to forward reference. By forward reference, I mean, as we will discuss in the results section, this is what we found. It's okay to do that a bit. In fact, it builds a curiosity about what is coming later. So, I'm giving some references to some, and I'm going to give you some screenshots of some good papers. I believe this particular paper, streetwise, they are all my papers, by the way. So I have been one of the many co-authors in these papers. So this particular paper I am particularly proud of for its introduction and background section. It really sets up the problem very, very beautifully. And the introduction and the background section, before you give me credit, was written by Thomas Ralph Brightman. He is one of the authors. He wrote a really good job of it. Okay. This is one of our other papers. So I will talk about this one because this is pura Indian paper. So how much faster can you type as speak in Hindi? So, if you just look at the graph, you get the answer. So this is without speaking and this is by speaking. So we told the final result before we talked about anything else. So we ask a question in the title and we show the answer right there. Okay? And we believe that this is what tells us what they are showing in this paper. even without reading the paper, you can make out what we are going to talk about. You already know. Now you already know that this is what we guys have done. Have they done it right? Yeah, that's what the reviewers are already thinking when they look at this paper. This is another paper. This is a paper about a phone that behaves like a chameleon. It disappears. Okay, so again, there is a picture. This is again with the same group of people. It's not in this one, but this is again with the same group of people. Alright, so all the papers, I have moved these papers, no. But you can search them on Google Scholar. By the way, where you search for papers, Google Scholar is a very good place. DDLP is another very good place for searching for papers. Okay, so you will find these papers already. Okay, the background, or what we also call as the literature review or something similar, is about contextualizing your work with what is already known. Talk about how your work is similar to others. Talk about how your work is different from others. You might be taking some inspiration from someone, but doing something different. Or you might be taking, like one of my students recently did, we were very impressed with one particular study that was done to understand how people write, how people hear. I mean, you might be using these Siri and Google Assistant and Amazon, Alexa and so on, all these so-called conversational agents. Now, when you hear that, what do you hear? Do you hear the right things and how much can you increase it? Because these are all automatically generated sounds. So there was a study which captured that, asked people to listen to some automatically generated sentences and write them or type them out. And he converted that, this was done in English, and he said, oh, this is fantastic, we should do the same thing for Indian language. So I had a student last semester who worked on Hindi and Malayalam, Gujarati and Malayalam. And we have not written that paper now. As I said, the word also many papers. But we are hoping to write that paper by doing some more work out of it. Okay. So now we have taken an inspiration from that over here. So what are we changing this? And of course, in design, in HCI we use the word or broad church. So we use this term, but what we mean by that is to do many things. So design also covers many things. It covers many domains, of course covers all geographies, cover all cultures, perhaps or at least cultures, cover many cultures, many methods, many interventions, many things. We cover many areas. So very often we have to cover many of these things in our background section, not only one of them. Like one of our papers was once rejected because we didn't give enough information about how Indian languages, Indian scripts are written. Okay, and people said, but we don't know how to evaluate the paper if you don't write them. And we were a little upset with that, but we wrote it later. Okay, so some reviewers might get upset if their work. Remember, reviewers are experts in those areas. You might say, oh, I wrote such an important paper on this topic. I showed that this was not working, and now you are not written about my paper. And so that means you don't know enough about my paper. And some people are like that, but not all are like that. Okay. Then you describe what you have done, your intervention, your design, your theory. In interventions, it often makes you set up your design. If you have a theory or a model that you evaluate in the paper, set it up before the method. But maybe if the theory or your design is an outcome of your research, okay, then put it at the end of the paper. So obviously that also will work. So this is, for example, one of my students comparing. I showed the search and the keyboard, that helps here. You might have noticed that for blind people, those of you who don't know, blind people do this thing called explore by touch. So they open a keyboard and keyboard myself, and then when I'm typing something, and if I add something, then they will go and then they'll get feedback about how to do that. Now, this is okay for this, but the Smara Chakra keyboard that I showed, when I touch, it shows the chakra. Now I cannot explore anymore. So there is a student who created, you can see that there, that he created this two-finger input mechanism. So he used the second finger to get the chakra once you have reached the right spot. So this was an extension to that idea. And so this is a paper about that. So this describes how that works, basically. Okay, or this is another, this is my paper from my own PhD back in 2011, where I described the framework for HCI design. Please read that paper for more on this. Okay. Then we talk about the method, the setting, and the users. Explain what you did, what was your hypothesis, who took part, what did they do. The main purpose of writing the method section is that the study should be reproducible. Somebody else should be able to do the same study with exactly the same conditions. should be able to reproduce them. So enough details must be provided in the paper. You might say, why the hell do others care about the details? But you must be provided because this contribution to this knowledge. These are the results that were obtained in these situations. Okay? So maybe times change, 10 years later, 20 years later, 50 years later, maybe people cannot reproduce the result anymore, and then things change, people assume different things. So explain precisely the order of things, make this blindingly obvious. Describe, and when the reviewers read it, they will, if they don't understand it, they will say, if you don't understand it, how can others understand it? So it has to be clear and everywhere. So describe the setting of the context, the number of participants, recruitment, compensation. Sometimes participant details are included in the results. Okay, then you get to findings, discussion, and conclusions. Restate your purpose, especially if you are presenting multiple studies. As mentioned earlier, the goal of the experiment was blah, blah, blah. Or based on our findings from our second pilot, we conducted a follow-up experiment with this mind. So try to keep it interesting. Don't really just describe a list of numbers. Some reflection on findings can be okay, but long, complicated things should be included in the discussion sections, not in the findings section. Participants' open comments can spice up things, but don't overuse them. If you have many numbers, move them to tables and graphs. Okay, so I by the way, we do both quantitative work, so this is a representative of one of my papers on count, and we also do qualitative work, so this is one of my, again, it's a paper that I'm particularly proud of the findings. This is coming from our HIV paper, where we describe design opportunities for helping HIV people, and this is just one page out of several pages that we have about it. Okay, so that's the findings. Very often this is the meat of the paper. But findings need to be interpreted, and best person to interpret your findings is you. And this is what you do in the discussion section. So you interpret your results. Remind the reader what you found, but relate the findings back to your hypothesis and prior evidence. Remember, these people had found this, but this is what we found, and therefore now this is what we believe is the reason why this is happening. How is this different compared to the past work? What are the practical aspects and so on? Constructively criticize your own findings. It is okay now also to criticize your own findings. Tell about what this does not tell. Be honest. If you are not honest, reviewers will find that anyway. Most reviewers are good reviewers. Okay? And in fact, you are criticizing your own work, then the reviewers have to criticize your critique, and then in that sense they are batting for you. So that is a good idea also. And of course, you can also discuss future directions, or maybe you can put the future directions in conclusion. A particular discussion section that I am quite proud of is our character forming paper, which is a second paper on HIV, which is a very, very good discussion section. Lastly, conclusions. Summarize your findings. Now, of course, you told them already in the abstract what you have found. You told them in the introduction. Now tell them again, but now with all the context of the paper afforded by the paper. People who are bored or lazy, read the conclusion. I don't do that. I always read the paper from top to bottom. I have this, what the young people call these days, the fear of missing out. So I read the paper from start to end. But some people might skip to the end. That's their reading style. My PhD paper, this is my PhD paper, main PhD paper is the main, I like the conclusion of that, so let's take a look at that. Okay, so that's the structure of the paper, and it's like past almost an hour. By the way, references is the last section, sorry. And this is another PhD comment to remind you what references are all about. Yeah, just a few tips, and then I'll let one slide more and then close it. So don't expect reviewers to know anything about your area. Most people like to be told things that they already know anyway. Treat acronyms with care. People tend to use acronyms a lot sometimes. So avoid acronyms or use fewest possible ones. People in India write a lot in passive voice. People think that writing in passive voice makes it very good English. But in fact, that is not true. It becomes very difficult to read. So I have given an example of what I mean by active voice is called passive voice. We ask participants which of the three interfaces they would choose if they could have only one. This is active voice. But if you said participants were asked which of the three interfaces would they choose if they could, then you are not sure who asked it. Why? I mean, so it makes it a little harder to read. Proofread, in ideal world, plenty of time, have others not familiar with your work, you can provide feedback. In the real world, the tight deadline, look for the big mistakes. If you read your own paper 15 days later, you will find many mistakes. Okay, these are original slides by Pete Burton, in case I have distorted these slides too much. Okay, I'm going to skip the last section, but I would like a few minutes for questions and then I close. So I'm going to skip this, but this is about how to read for reviewing. But I'll leave that in the slides. If you want to access the slides, you can go to tinyurl.com/Jodhpur23. I'm sorry to take it away from you from tinyurl, Jodhpur people. So if you get my paper there, tinyurl.com/Jodhpur23. If you would like to collaborate, my email ID is under@. You are welcome to join us. This is one picture you can slightly take a picture of in case you want. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your expertise and knowledge on publication challenges and design research. It will definitely help all of us in the future. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time. Now, request participants, faculties, and students. You may ask any questions if you have.
Is there a mic that you will take to the people? Yeah.
Anyone who is willing to ask questions can raise their hands. So Padmini Balram ma'am is here with us as an expert, so she wants to ask one question.
Sure. Should I stop sharing? People are giving their pictures?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is easier. Yes, please.
Yeah, I just like what you said last was very this thing. When I was doing my PhD, I was so specifically because I kept writing in I don't like writing in messy words. So because I'm telling my experiences and all that also. So but I was specifically told that you must write in messy words, otherwise it doesn't look very official kind of a thing, something not so. Otherwise it looks like I, like I'm trying to do too much of I, like posting myself, that kind of stuff.
So I didn't really hear the question very clearly, but I guess it is about writing active words and passive words. Right. So yeah. So I remember. Yeah. So actually, very often we write it's multi-author papers. We often write we rather than I. Almost always it is a multi-author paper in design context that we have, because at least in IDC it's always a student and a professor writing a paper together. Very often there are 3 or 4 students writing together. So we write we. So sometimes what happens is that you are relying sometimes on someone else's work, and then which is published also in an earlier paper, and then sometimes ambiguities come about whether it's something you are saying or those people are saying, or is this so? So usually that it becomes open to interpretation. So it is usually a challenge for us. So I hope I have answered the question because I didn't hear it absolutely clearly.
To some extent. Now can you hear me?
Maybe you can ask the question and the person on the stage can repeat it for you.
No, to most of the extent you have answered, but one thing is I was writing my PhD. So it is only single-handedly written, and it is not written by several people's contribution.
So can you please repeat that at the near the stage? Or from the other mic? Yeah.
Hello. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
So what ma'am is asking is that you said that instead of using I, she can use we, but the question is that if a PhD person is writing a paper, it is his or her own work. So it's an individual work. So whether it is correct to write we or is there any other way?
Well, yeah, this is also correct. So it is individual work, but at least in Bombay, the expectation is it's also jointly with the guide. And in fact, our expectation is that the guide's own research, the faculty member's own research also gets forwarded. So particularly with respect to PhD. So we always actually, I have so many PhDs, I have had 4 ideas, so the chair out. You can see, and we have about 7 8 PhD students, all of them have written it as we basically. It doesn't come that often. I mean, it is a lot of our work is also experimental. We create designs, we experiment with them, we do models with them, and so on. So it is not just about so a lot of, I think in the social science area or in the language area or humanities area and so on, they tend to it is a lot more argumentative, rather, whereas ours, lot of work is experimental. So the word we doesn't appear so often, only in places where you are interpreting, our own interpretation is this and so on, so it comes in that way. So maybe that's my experience that is informing this. But in our community anyway, HCI community, if you write it in passive voice, it will come back to the comment from reviewers saying it's harder to read because it's in passive voice. So it's a style issue, of course. Some people write beautiful passive voice, by the way, but basically by and large it's a style issue. Yeah.
Sir, first.
Thank you, sir. One more faculty wants to ask his question.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your session. It was really amazing and knowledgeable for us. Sir, I have a question. Like, if I have a work which was done around 4 or 5 years back, now since we learned the process and we added something, so can that data be put in? How will you put in that data? Like, will I say directly that it was the work done in 2018, 19, or like? That is the one thing. Second thing is that we are an industry practitioner. We know that there are certain standards. An experienced person in one single factory knows that this is our quality standards, and this is very important to know to the people. But if you say that that standard is there in a particular geographical region, I can't go for 5-6 factories and nobody will entertain me. But yes, we know that this is the correct thing. And how will you validate that? And we know that it is good for society because it is something which is not available in knowledge. It's not available, that's why we are doing this thing. That's why we are saying that, that's why we are doing this task. And we don't have much samples, but yes, as of now we trust our work. That is the thing.
Okay, please repeat the question. It is a very complex question, so I couldn't follow it again. There are 2 parts I got that, but just repeat both of them.
I will come and say.
Yeah, the mic in the built into the computer seems to be much nicer, but otherwise. Yeah, now it's clear. Yeah, now it's absolutely clear. Thank you.
Sir, my question is that if I did some task in 2018-19, and right now I wrote that I am able to put up in right format and right, framework. So previously I was not clear about the framework. So data was there in 2018-19. So how will we put up, because that is the one question. Second question is that, when we work in industry, there are certain practices there are certain standards which is evolved in that particular region. For that reason, because the thing is very significant, that's why it's not even in publication. But it is for a bigger setup, it need to be shared. No one, so I can't go for 5 factories because no one will entertain. It is something very hidden thing. How will show that? Because it is important for society. Still, the sample size is not significant. How will we validate?
Okay, so I'll first go into the first question. So suppose I have slightly older studies or older results. Should we still try to publish it? Okay. So yeah, we should try to. So first of all, yeah, so we should try to. I mean, ideally we should try to publish it as soon as possible because then that helps. Remember, we are contributing knowledge to humankind, and in that sense, if we have generated some really useful knowledge, then why should we hold it back? So we should try to publish it as soon as possible. But data does get, in some fields, like the field that I work in, the data does get outdated pretty quickly. Like one of my best PhD students, all of them are good really, but if I have to pick one, then Devanush's work, for example, has been fantastic and impactful. But it has already feels outdated. He worked on how emergent users adapt to technology. Now the work was done in 2013, the field work was done in 2013. And at that time, the context was different. Like, just to give you context, now we use so much of UPI these days. Before that, the YouTube revolution started mainly because internet became quite cheap. Now the Geo internet became available around 2016 and so on. And the smartphone penetration increased and almost has tripled since 2013 in India. So now so many things have changed. So of course, the principles of how people, how societies work haven't changed. But the technology penetration and acceptance of technology and acceptance of UPI and acceptance of so many other things has changed dramatically. Okay, or gender, there was a lot more gender divide in 2013 and now, there is still some gender divide, but it is reduced substantially compared to 10 years ago. So things in these kind of domains, in these kind of areas, things do get out of date quickly. And so then in that case, the reviewers might complain about something. But still, from an archival point of view, it is still a valid thing. Okay, so that was the first question. Can you quickly remind me about the second question?
The second question was about the sample size for the knowledge which is, important for a particular setup, but it is localized knowledge. Localized knowledge, like if we run in one factory, you know that this is the standard of quality standard of my factory, which is being followed, and it is followed in all the other factories. Now, if we are talking about some new knowledge, there will not be much validated because it is a skill which is required, and no one wants to share that. Somehow we get some knowledge, and we have very less sample size.
Okay, so this is a very good question. Thank you very much, and absolutely pertinent question. And I'm going to give you an answer that might sound a little contradictory. I will try to avoid that, but here it is. First of all knowledge is local. So somebody is sitting somewhere and doing a study, let's say in California, it's a local knowledge. Somebody sitting and doing it in Powai is local. Somebody sitting and doing it in Jodhpur is local. Somebody doing anywhere in the world, all knowledge is locally produced. Okay. Now, of course, as a researcher, as a PhD student or as a researcher, what you want is, if you are happy with claiming localization. So remember, as I said, I use this word claim. So you are claiming something in your paper at the end of the day. And so if you are going to claim something, then what is it that you are claiming? Is that claim fair? Okay, so if, for example, your data was collected locally, but what you collected is essentially a human attribute, a social attribute, okay, let me put it this way. If it is absolutely local thing, like I'm looking at one particular company, the way they work, and it is something related to that, then perhaps my claim should be absolutely local. But let's say my claim is a little more, is applicable to a community or a language or society, that's still big enough and large enough, and that is still valuable knowledge. And if I'm claiming at a national level, for example, in India, then that would still be a claim. But then I should actually try to get in my research design representative data. Maybe I should try to travel to 5 locations, 10 locations, instead of just doing it in one location. If I want to claim bigger. If I want to claim a global thing, then I might want to claim it bigger. Some of the things, of course, are human attributes, like attention, or it is not about culture, but it is about human capability. Like how fast can a human being run? How much weight can a human being lift? How many things can a person perceive? How many sounds can you simultaneously listen to? How long can you sit in a lecture? All of these are human attributes, okay? And these are more or less, I mean, by and large, we know these are not culturally dependent. These are by and large generalizable. There it doesn't matter they may be more related to things like age, dexterity, ability, those kind of things. And you have to be more careful in measuring. So depends on what you want to claim and what is the nature of the report. The other one also, so the one word I did not mention, maybe it is relevant and I will mention it now, is generalizability. A claim, when you make a claim, you are making a generalizable claim, but that generalizable claim is within some boundaries. So as long as you know your boundaries and your data is representative of those boundaries, people are happy to accept that as a claim. But if you make a local study and the context may be completely different somewhere else, and when you make that claim, then people are saying they're generalizing too much. So that will be the reviewer's comment. That will be fair in that situation. Lastly, you asked the question about sample size. That's a different question altogether. Okay. So there are no, and so I'm just coming out of a class this morning where we talked about, I'm teaching a course of quantitative research methods. And that question comes more on the quantitative side more often than on qualitative side. But what's happening is I could do a whole lecture on sample size calculation, but the short answer to that is there are several myths floating about sample size. So some people say minimum you should have 200 sample size, or minimum you should have 120 sample size, or minimum you should have 30 sample size, or some people say you can have a sample size of 5, and so on. In fact, there are papers in Kai with a sample size of 1. Okay? So this is a myth. It depends on what you're searching, it depends on the methods that you're using. So it is involved, and it is something that you can get feedback from when established researchers, people who are comfortable with research methods, will be able to answer questions about sample sizes in a particular way. But sample size and generalizability are slightly different things. Okay? So you might have a small sample size but taken diversely enough, and reviewers will agree that this is reasonably representative of that diversity, and therefore you can claim that level of generalizability. So these are all interconnected things. Okay, so size by itself. I know that size is important because size adds cost of the research, or cost I mean in terms of mehnat. Mehnat is also a cost, effort is a cost. So cost in many ways, cost in terms of time, effort, actual money, and so on. So all those costs get added on to that. But so it does affect, but there is no quick and easy one-shot answer that will apply in all broad contexts. It has to be looked at from case-to-case basis by an experienced researcher. In fact, I would say arguably that this is the role of the guide, the research progress committee, the doctoral consortium. I would like to mention, here, in this context, we organized a design doctoral consortium last year in IDC. Several design PhD students had attended it last year, and there is a wish to continue organizing the same this year also. We might not do it in IDC. There was a proposal we are discussing with people in IIT Guwahati to do it there next year. So the idea is to carry it in different places so that it becomes a community event. Okay, so if you would like to join us, do get in touch with me. I am very slow with my mails these days, but I will try to. None of my mails are deleted; they're just lying unanswered somewhere. I'll try to get them and get to them, or get in touch with Professor Uday Kumar from IIT Guwahati, who is trying to organize it in this year, sometime in March perhaps, a design doctoral consortium. So it may be relevant to discuss this in a doctoral consortium if you are in your research progress committee. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. We would surely like to collaborate on that part. Once again, thank you so much for sparing your valuable time. We are truly honored to have you as one of our distinguished panelists. I hope now there is no further questions. So
I will drop off now. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity to me, and I am really missing out this wonderful event that you guys have organized. I wish I could get the opportunity to come in person, but maybe next time. Thank you very much for organizing, putting in this organizing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
All the best for the rest of it.
Thank you.
So I'll drop off.
Okay, sir. So now moving ahead, let me introduce the esteemed moderator and distinguished speaker of our second panel discussion on the future of design research in India. I extend a warm welcome to our eminent dignitaries, Professor Vijay Singh Katiyar from NID Ahmedabad, Professor Simpali Balram, Design Chair at DOT School of Design, Chennai, Professor Dinesh Korjan, Adjunct Professor at IDC Mumbai and founder of Korjan 2.0 Studio, Professor Raman Saxena, Triple IT Hyderabad, and Dr. Padmini Tolal Balram, retired professor and HOD, Shilp Sadan Vishwabharati Shanti Niketan, and professor at Sasi Creative Institute of Design, Coimbatore. I humbly request all of you to kindly take your seats on the stage for this last panel discussion. Sir and ma'am, please.
Hello, hello.
So just
ग्रुप खोलना
Hello, hello.
हमारे तो था चालू ग्रुप
So the moderator of this session, Professor Vijay Singh Katiyar, has not only demonstrated exceptional talent in the field of design, but has also inspired countless individuals with their innovative thinking, creativity, and the ability to transform ideas into reality. As we embark on this panel discussion, I request all the attendees to approach today's proceeding with an open mind, ready to absorb the knowledge that has to be offered by our distinguished speakers. Let us engage in meaningful discussion ask some thought-provoking questions, and embrace the opportunity to expand our horizon in the field of design. Over to you, Professor Vijay.
Thank you. I welcome all the panel members to this discussion. The topic is very interesting and very contextual in the sense design education in India has expanded considerably in last about 2 decades, and part of the development, the significance of design research has also become very, very noticeably important. So I think we can start with the first prompt from my side, that how the research in design be really made democratic for the benefit of all the stakeholders involved in this process. Over to you.
My belief for the future of design research is that I'm really hoping that we will ask the right question. And that would make all the difference. How will we ask the right question? Do we need to research that? I don't know. So, problems, sometimes when they seem obvious, the actual problem lies somewhere else. So, to be able to wade through this and find the core problem, that really is a challenge. And I really hope that we will rise up to it.
Over to you.
Basically, in case what he said is to ask right question. Now, to ask the right question to the public, it comes normally. What we do is start to first preliminary research to find out which are the right questions. So it's like a dummy research for few people you do, and then find out that certain questions are actually people are not understanding, you need to change them. Certain questions are people are not able to answer, they don't want to answer, so then how to place it differently. And then some questions you see that they are very enthusiastic to answer. And the answers are sometimes so varied that you don't know how to tabulate them. So these are the 3 to 4 types of questions which are you face problems with. Of course, some are very sida questions which will come, like if you want to find out the age group of the people, see what are the different age groups viewpoints. It's very easy, people will tell you the age groups, but it won't be so much of a difficulty. But some of these kind of questions one has to do little bit of, we do sample survey, and that sample survey will give you that particular answer. Which one questions and which questions need some change.
To me, half questions is nothing but it comes from observing minutely. We normally look, but we don't see. There's a lot of difference between looking and seeing. Very minutely observing, then observing. Observing is very, very minutely, detailedly you are looking at something. Then questions will automatically emerge out of it because you suddenly discover things which you don't comprehend. And that is the big question. that is how all research is that kind of thing. You want to say something?
That is right, but that's qualitative research. In case of quantitative research, you might have to, when you put all the questions in your Google search, this thing or something like that, you are not observing everyone. You are not even type of that kind of certain questions which like without meeting them, without explaining them further, then what kind of questions we should ask? That is for qualitative. I'm a quantitative researcher. Qualitative research, yes, you observe what they are doing. That is for process. If you are doing process research, then of course you observe how they are doing it, and then you ask while seeing, pertaining that.
Okay, so I think I'll go back to the good question that is how to democratize this. So generally what happens when we are going for research, we get stuck into our comfort zone. Okay? The places, the people, we generally try to go to them first, and that is the first barrier to democratize this. Yeah? Because then we are not able to get the right data. The data is biased, data is of very similar group because the people around us are of the same profile. Yeah? So first thing, you have to start going out of your comfort zone. That is first. Now, answering the right question, and it's not a very easy job to me. When you think of going out of comfort zone, so I'll give you one example from one of my projects where I was doing a research in India and Africa, and this was about contraceptive technology, Imagine the places where I was supposed to do this field research. One of the places was Haryana, okay? And the Haryanvi society in terms of the gender is very tough. And imagine a male going, and my target audience was female, okay? Going to a new place, okay? And talking to this social structural this thing and to female about the sexual behavior, the whole process of this, it's such a tough. Okay? Imagine I would have avoided that. Or I would have maybe given a third party. What would have happened? Do you think that I would have got the right data or right information? So I think it's a very tough job as a researcher. And we really have to learn how to come out of this. And it's really not easy. Okay, so if you really want to democratize your research, the first thing is your sample has to be totally democratized. It should not be limited to your own comfort zone. You have to go. Similar, first visit to Africa, and I'm doing a research on this topic. Imagine, I don't even understand the society, I don't even understand the culture, and I'm going to do a research on this. So, but we have to prepare ourselves for that. We have to actually learn from a lot of other people, social scientists. How did they tackle this problem? How did they went and try to make people comfortable so that they start honestly answering our questions and all kind of thing. So going out of the comfort zone is very, very important to if you really want to do this. And once you are there, then the question comes, are you asking the right question? Yeah? And for that, you need to be very, very clear about what is your research goal and objectives are. Because the research, if you have not defined your research aim and the research objective right, you will never ever think of the right questions. So before even going, like generally what happens, when we start research, we start with questions. We never start with goal. So I think if you really want to ask the right question, you start with the right, asking the right or setting the right goal and right objective, and then only come to what is the question which will help me guide getting answer to these objectives. Or my
Okay. I think one of the important aspects to this particular topic is the kind of curriculum, kind of pedagogy which is being followed in different design institutions. And how do we really prepare young students to really understand the tenets of design education, the purpose of design education, as well as the research integration in the process to create new knowledge for problem solving. So if design, as it is kind of demonstrated since the very first presentation, since yesterday onward, that it is all about problem solving. Research is something which is integrated within the process. And how do you really enhance the quality of research, make the finding of research available to wider community, wider number of stakeholders, so that the problem solving ability of our designers become much more sharpened, much more contextual. In a country like India, there is so much of diversity from all the point of views. Now, dealing with that diversity from research perspective, how valuable is that is something would you like to reflect on. And bringing back that experience into design education pedagogy and curriculum structure. Because I think one little apprehensive aspect of design education today is that more and more curriculum structures are becoming standard all across the institution. Every institution want to really benchmark the curriculum and pedagogy, maybe similar to some other reference point or benchmark which is given. Is that right? And where does research fit into whole system as part of problem solving activity?
When we engage with real problems, like cases, and that determines the kind of knowledge sets that we will create. Now, very simple thing. If I ask what kind of a future do we want to live in? What kind of future should our children bring? So, which opens up a lot of issues, another would be 75 years, and why do we still have so many problems? Are the problems that we are facing, are they increasing or decreasing? Have we solved any real problems? So, we must have the courage to ask these things, and when it comes to academics, academics can ask these questions. Because there is no immediate need to put it into practice, but we can think about these things and we can come to conclusions which may be useful to the rest of the world. So, how do we put this back in? We have to have this freedom. Freedom to ask questions that matter, to be able to pursue that, to find solutions. So, instead of standardizing, we should be able, generating newer and newer questions and answers. And when we share them with other institutions, and each one is doing, we will arrive at some things which we want to adopt from the others and give to the others. So, I wouldn't want this to go through a channel of establishing what should be and what should not be. It has to be, if all of us are thinking and are able to express and able to pursue things that we want to do, we will create much better futures together. So how do we ensure that we all have this freedom to act like this? That would be the challenge.
Sorry, I couldn't hear very well the last thing.
idea of research integrated in the process of problem solving, that experience, that expertise could be brought into the classroom to really characterize the curriculum and pedagogy of each institution differently, instead of everybody similar to each other in terms of curriculum structure and pedagogic approaches.
That's a very good point, because what happens is when you kind of make it same kind of things everywhere, things differ from place to place also. Like needs of certain places are different than the needs of another education institutes or even the other communities or whatever you are working and researching with. Then the earlier point that they had also made was Mr. Raman was saying, Professor Raman was saying. So that is also very important that, see, the questions come, if you are kind of doing a field research, many times you have to modify the questions. You cannot keep the questions same exactly like a paper leke jao aur usme se padh lo. No, it doesn't happen that way. Because you have to modify according to that. Also, when I was going and doing research in Northeast among the tribals, and that was way back in 1984, questions had to come on the spot by seeing the situation that you are there. Because the questions will be very different from each tribe, each area, and also like these areas were very tough to even reach. So it is tough for me to reach even in jeep provided by Government of India. They were even tougher for them to kind of walk it up many times. But they are of course used to it, unlike us. But really, it is not such an easy job. So when you are kind of trying to find out something about these kind of people, the questions will be very different than what you are kind of trying to do something for city people. And their comfort zones are different, their comfort zones are different. They will go and fetch water from kilometers. Ask a city person to go even one floor down, they will be shouting all their life, That kind of stuff will be there. So questions will come accordingly, and research has to be kind of, whatever research that we are doing, has to take care of different situations many times. For like one example, when I was in Northeast India, I was documenting natural dyes. I had to carry everything. I carried so many things on my back. Because I started doing multidisciplinary research, I was told by botanists that we must see the plants and make herbariums. So I went to the botanist, learned it from St. Xavier's College in Bombay, and went and made lots of herbariums. Because of that, what happened? I could go to Botanical Survey of India at the end of it and got each one of them identified, which is a rare thing that any designer getting that kind of a data. Because, and luckily for me, the director that time was Dr. Jain, who was, later I came to know that he was supposed to be the, what I did was like ethnobotanical research on the plants. And he was the called father of ethnobotany of India. So he immediately did all this work for me. And 84 plants were identified. Now these kind of information about the plants or these kind of things, you don't get it easily. Is it possible? Because people who are from design, they can't even think of it. They try to look it at net. Now net mein what will you get? Half the time you won't even have heard of those plants that I've got. Second thing, when I was in the research area, one village, every tribe has a different names, different language they speak, different sub-language they speak. Now, if you have one village, I had once one village of the same sub-tribe, 5 kilometers away from each other. The same plant was called 2 different names, in one village and another one in another village. Second thing, same plant I found same local name. In Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland, same local name, there were two different plants. So now if I would do a research and say write a recipe, saying that okay, this is the way they dyed a plant, but it is like writing a biography if they are not identified. It is writing a biography of her and giving name of hers, because you have identified them wrongly. So that will never work. It's like if I say that haldi se pila rang hota hai, instead of haldi I write the botanical name of something which is giving brown color, then uska pila kabhi nahi hoga, uska brown hi hoga, you know. So then that would be very, very difficult and wrong information that we will collect. So these kind of things you have to change.
I would only like to add the necessity for updating our research methods, both in terms of methodologies and technologies. The technology is now driving everything else in life. It should also drive research methods. So that should be constant, it should be a constant process, not once in a while. It should be, the development should be in a good institution, good education system. It should be constantly, this needs to be done.
Okay, so I think before giving my view, I think 4 of you are from the management faculty, yeah? You are management faculty. Okay, so what is your interaction with the design courses? In terms of, are you taking some design courses or are you teaching something? Not just management, I'm saying something which is not management but something to, yeah. Let's say design innovation, sorry. So design innovation, how many, do you teach design innovation to the fashion communication student or the fashion design student?
It's not innovation, but we usually teach them how to solve social problems by using design tools like mind mapping, convergent thinking, divergent thinking, brainstorming, reverse brainstorming. So these all tools we are using. And do qualitative research, different types of qualitative research. These all things we are teaching.
Okay. Now let's take example like now there is a collaboration happening between design faculty and the management faculty. Now imagine you add a social science faculty to this. Okay? So now what will happen? So you have been teaching them some design research tool and which could be say let's say survey. Okay? But now when I go for survey and the question which was asked to Professor Joshi was about how do I go for sampling or size and all. So the problem is that I know the tool called survey, but I don't know how to design survey. I don't know how do I choose the sample. What should be the size of the sample? So now this is where you can actually have collaboration and input coming from the social science. So now this is a repeat thing which I said yesterday. So I think it's very, very important to update, as the Professor Baram said. We really need to update ourselves and bring in the spirit of collaboration and try to see how do we enrich ourselves. Shall we keep sticking to our own methods, or we try to improvise that by collaborating, okay, co-creating methods, so that when there is a drift student who is supposed to do a survey, they are also clear about that before it's not just about designing a questionnaire for the survey, but also defining what will be my size sample, not only size, but how do I actually, what methodology I use for sampling. How many of design students actually know different sampling methods? And if they don't know sampling method, how do they go and do research which is valuable? Okay, so I think we really have to start opening ourselves and bringing this social science, humanities are a very important topic, anthropology, ethnography. We talk about photojournal. What is photojournal? It's not just because I have a mobile camera, I can click picture. Okay, that's not photojournal. You have to document it, you have to read those photos. And there is a technique for reading. You don't see photo. When you see a photo, you are only browsing it. But when you want to turn this photo into a meaningful information, then you have to start reading a photo. And the reading will make the things clear to you. I think that's where the social science people can bring in value to you. I think that's the path which should be used in a curriculum, pedagogy and all, so that you get the learning in totality, not just piece of.
One thing I want to ask, like various problems we are having in management field, like communication design, campaign design, product development, definitely design people we are taking care of. With this consumer, by studying consumer behavior, according to them design the communication. So these all things are also part of our curriculum, like designing good user interface for social media. So design thinking can be used for these all purposes or not?
Agree. So I tell you, design thinking is used for your personal problem. You are dealing with the difficult problem with your friend. So use design thinking, because design thinking, the beauty of the design thinking is empathy. So when somebody starts shouting at you, and if you start not blaming them for shouting, but you start reflecting that why there is a need for that person to shout at me, this is what the empathy is about, then you get the answer. So I think design thinking is something which doesn't start from 9 to 5. It's a 24 hours by 7. And you can use it everywhere. You can use it with your children, you can use it with your parents, you can use it with your husband, you can use it with your colleague, professional situation, personal situation, anything. That's the thing, because it's a human-centric and empathy. These are the two. Yeah? So forget about service design and all. Service design, maybe human-centric design will remain there. Only thing will be different will be maybe some of the tools which you use different. Okay, like for example in UCD you might use customer journey map. If you change this, UCD remains there for a service design. Only different thing will be you might bring in a service design blueprint. So this is a format which change, but the user-centric design process doesn't change. Okay.
Thank you so much.
So this is.
So it might not be really relevant to what you were talking about, but just a challenge that we face as in other fields also is artificial intelligence a big challenge to design research in future?
Yeah, I can only say I don't see artificial intelligence as a challenge. In fact, I find whatever little experience I personally have had with artificial intelligence, I find it contributing to my creative work. Right? It is making lot of back-end processes very, very efficient. Right? Lot of cognitive activity that goes into the design process. That process it is making very, very meaningfully productive, sometimes very diversely productive, so that it becomes a very fertile situation or platform for further development of creative new ideas. That's how I see AI. I have not found it as a challenge. Only thing is, yes, some of the menial jobs, job profile, they might be cornered or sidetracked, but they need to find alternatives.
No, but the kind of artificial intelligence that we have, it is getting so close to the human mind now. Is creativity a challenge, because it might somewhere turn out that they can also create what humans can?
Not really. Whatever artificial intelligence delivers you, it is also a product of human mind only thus far. It cannot think beyond what human mind has already thought. Right? So the new frontiers will further be opened by human intervention only. Right? Even in the field of AI. That is how, whether you take AI's application in robotics or in visual design production, maybe the kind of role of graphic designers, that is going to change considerably. But they will be contributing to whole idea of communication, whole idea of branding in very, very different way. It's not that there any of the approaches and the kind of synthesis, analysis they follow is going to be irrelevant. That will remain. Elements will change, some processes will change.
So just to add to this, ultimately who's creating the AI? We. So beta baap se bada nahi hota na, simple. So don't worry about it. Those people should worry who are not thinkers. Because the artificial intelligence will take away the job of the people who doesn't think. And those are mechanical people, like, who think in a standard pattern. Okay, the human brain is not meant for thinking like this, actually, unless you don't want to use the brain. Okay, so your job is intact in modeling what this presentation was about, this process of learning. Yeah, where as a teacher, because knowledge is there, but it is not about content delivery when you talk about teaching. So there are so many things which AI, GPT cannot replace. Okay? So I think that's the way. So I feel we should treat them. What happened is generally when the ChatGPT came, we started seeing it as a negative. As a teacher, I'm telling you, I know a lot of teachers who started trying to look at it whether the person has written using the ChatGPT or not. So your efforts are going to crack that. So why can't you use your assignment, making ChatGPT friendly, so that your students should be able to understand how does the ChatGPT and his brain differentiate. Okay? So that's where you have to make effort. If you want to go for the standard repeated assignment, it will not happen. So you have to, as the technology changing, as the new thing is getting integrated, you start changing your content also and bringing them into as a supporter or complementary rather than competitor kind of. Yeah? So it's a wonderful tool, believe me, I'm telling you, ChatGPT. Especially version 4, not 3.5. So if you want to use it, it can do wonder for you and for your students.
What he said just reminded me of something. We say that everything like, when it comes to writing PhD or certain other thing, what is the percentage of your, like, direct, how much you have copied, not copied, and all those rates are given and all that. Now what happens is, because I saw it happening in my university also in Shantiniketan. So there is I didn't do it, but I saw other teachers doing some of it. Like I have my student who has written the thesis or who has written something. The teacher will kind of tell to change certain words and change certain this thing so that it doesn't come from that. So you are kind of now trying to find out to cheat the system that what application is doing to find out, and you are now trying to get away from it so that your students' work doesn't look like copied one, though even if it is so. It is being done, unfortunate.
That is the human mind, huh?
So I'm just saying that people do try to track that way.
One of the interesting way to use AI in education could be whatever you are teaching your student next day, you tell them previous day, okay, you check this particular topic or ask questions to ChatGPT related to this topic and come prepared. Right? And then teacher can take them from there onward. Right? And I think that way it will really augment our level of understanding of different topics and possibilities there. Right? So I think that's what one should look. That's how one should look at it. No other way. Rashmi, you had something.
Yeah. Is this okay? Okay, I just wanted to make a small point. So we have talked about research in terms of PhDs and doing papers, and of course we've also covered AI and lots of the contemporary challenges. But I just also want to say that one of the things that we need to do is to build a culture of research. And one of the things that I see slipping in a lot of design schools is the strengthening or the strength of design process in each and every project that students do. because acknowledging the fact that design itself is always research, if we were to strengthen that every project that students do, the design process is robust and it is strengthened, then I think we reinforce that and we actually build this discipline of research among the students, which would make it much easier for them to take it at higher levels, to take it forward.
Thank you, Rashmi. I think you summarized it very well. Well said. Next speaker presentation is already online, so we will have to conclude this panel discussion. And before we close the session, I only have one suggestion that together we need to promote a lot of inter-institution research collaborations across the faculty members, across the students. Let us bring students together, deploy some research challenge to student teams, faculty is working with them, even faculty to faculty collaboration and interaction for research project can be developed. I think that is what needs to happen in India so that design research actually gets recognized for its processes, robustness and contribution to the human problems in real life scenarios. I think that is necessary. So a network for design research across institutions would be something very, very forward-looking step. So that's what I would like to recommend. Thank you very much, all the panelists, and I close the session now. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank all the speakers for sharing their valuable insight on future of design research in India. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Professor Hooley, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much for the confirmation. So I feel elated to introduce our next and the last speaker of this International Design Symposium. Dr. Holly McCurran is a true luminary in the world of design and includes a remarkable portfolio of accomplishment. Before inviting ma'am, let me take this wonderful opportunity to introduce her. Professor Holly McCurran is Assistant Professor in Multi-Morphic Textile System and a member of the Material Experience Lab at the Faculty of Industrial Design Engineering at TU Delft, Netherlands. Building on 20 years experience of research in sustainable fashion and style, focusing on zero-waste fashion design practices, her current research explores interconnected fiber, yarn, textile form, temporal system as a means for transforming how we design, manufacture, use and recover textile-based forms. Oriented through a holistic lens, she proposes new understandings of the relationship between designer and system, material and form to conceptualize and prototype alternative and regenerative textile future. Professor Holy has left an indelible mark on the design industry, and we eagerly await the wisdom and insight she will share with us today. So let's welcome Professor Holy for her expert talk on practice-based research, zero waste woven textile forms. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. There's quite a strong echo coming back when I speak through the microphone. Oh no, it's okay now. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak with you all today, and thank you for the introduction. As was said, I'm an assistant professor on multimorphic textile systems at the TU Delft in the Netherlands. I am a New Zealander, however, and as well as living in New Zealand and researching in New Zealand prior to moving to the Netherlands, I also did my PhD at the Swedish School of Textiles in Sweden. And so I'm going to share with you today some of the work that I've done over the years and how it's all connected to the theme of the talk, which is about how I use practice-based design, prototyping, design methods, design practice, So the fashion and textile industry, as we know, is undoubtedly successful, especially financially. However, we also know the extent of its negative social and environmental impacts. Things such as after 1 year, approximately 60% of the raw materials that make garments, whether that's fibre, yarn, textile, unsold or unwanted garments, buried in landfill or incinerated. This industry, the world's richest, mostly men, richer and richer, and this should alert us to the fact that we are facing a system-wide, baked-in and designed problem. Throughout the development of the fashion and textile industry, we've sought to diminish complexity by dividing up the actions required to make a garment so that each person only needs to deal with a discrete unit. However, this has spread the complexity out, which makes it harder to see, harder to wrangle, and far more inflexible. And so now, when we need to change it, we say we can't because it's too complex to change. Kate Fletcher and Matilda Tan get to the point when they wrote that the majority of the environmental issues caused by the fashion sector are endemic, not incidental. They are a consequence of how the current model is structured, and so the better the sector performs, the worse problems will get. In short, this is not a bug, it is a feature. It is exactly how our industries have been developed to work, and its intractability is now often used to push back against the kind of change needed. Many of the solutions to the industry environmental woes have sought simple drop-in solutions. Some of these replacements are desperately needed, such as the removal of forever chemicals from waterproofing, but others, like swapping virgin polyester made from fossil fuels for polyester recycled from plastic bottles, are perhaps revealing themselves to be seductive simplifications of a complex problem. The appeal of so-called drop-in solutions is that relative to systemic change, they are relatively cheap and easy to implement. Our belief that human ingenuity and exceptionalism will save us and that we can develop a simple solution to the problem is also very seductive. Drop-in solutions also don't require that we change how the industry is arranged or develop new design processes, implement new economic models, rethink our relationship to consumption, or themselves very much at all, really. Manzini wrote in 1994 that it must not be forgotten that design emerged from the development model in crisis today, and that fundamental concepts such as form, client, user, and market must be visited. The same is true of the role of technology, aesthetics, and design itself. This particular view of the shape literally details of the material world. And the contemporary fashion and textile industry methods are the result of hundreds of years of development and practice that have recently transformed into the fast-paced beacon of aesthetic innovation that it is today. These methods are primarily situated in the context of cut and sew, and these approaches are due to the technological limitations of constructing three-dimensional garment forms from two-dimensional materials such as textiles. The streamlining and standardization of cut and we use should be questioned. There is a gulf between conventional systems of the fashion and textile industry and the actions needed to improve on its significant adverse effects. Of course, textiles and the things that we make with textiles hold uniquely tangible personal and cultural roles in our lives. The first 15 years of my career focused on a design approach that came to be known as zero-waste fashion design. When I began researching in this field, if you typed in zero-waste fashion into a search engine like Google, nothing would come up. But that doesn't mean it was by any means new. Making clothes without making waste was just how things were done. But the relatively recent and very much Western concept of making textiles and clothing so cheaply and in such excess that we would throw them away so easily has become the normal accepted reality. So the term zero waste was coined to describe a practice that is as old as wrapping an animal hide around our shoulders and comes from a long world and collaborative skills to the process. The tangibility of textiles and textile-based objects such as clothing is part of why my research has always been situated in practice. Driven by curiosity, this early research practice you can see here asked, why do garments look the way they do? How does the way they are made impact on this, and what other futures are there? I see prototypes as a way to manifest both the critique and an opportunity, challenging processes while communicating propositions for the future. This example of zero-waste cut and sew fashion design experimentation combined digital printing with garment design to present garment expressions driven by something entirely outside of conventional garments, and in this case it's typography. And I did this to question the origins of aesthetic expression and form, and question what the role of the designer is if you are placing yourself within back again. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry, I'm not sure when it. Yeah, I'll share it. Okay, so I've tried to walk this fine line between criticality and hope, and to make sure that I'm sharing as much of this with my students and with others, with designers and with industry as possible. And that's because really early on, I personally felt quite useless as a designer. I felt stuck between very measurable things like life cycle analysis that quantified ethics, and like that up to the moment it leaves the factory, and that sustainable design was always presented as a matter of making less bad choices about materials. And I saw my students struggle a lot too. There was the need to provide designers and design students with what, so there's a need to provide designers and design students with tangible, critical and hopeful practices so that they would be able to take all this information about how bad the industry is and facilitate some kind of creative and personal act of criticism and response. So this project is called Make Use, and it came about because after 5 years of developing zero-waste design methods and teaching workshops all over the world, it was really clear to me that many zero-waste design approaches were quite difficult for students to grasp and difficult for me to teach. The project had two parts. So the design artifacts that you see here were examples of what was possible using this method of zero-waste design and user-modifiable garment. But the actual research, the really important part of it, is actually these open source tools for user-modifiable zero-waste fashion design. So what I'm trying to say here is that all throughout my research, often there are artifacts, there are things, designed objects that look a certain way, that have sort of particular aesthetic expressions or uses or functions attached to them, but the actual research, the real content of what I'm doing is sort of behind that. It's about new methods or new tools or new ways of thinking. The artifact isn't the point of this. It's the means through which I probe an existing system. So I've also done a lot of collaboration with industry. And in this context, prototypes and practices work as a communication tool and also a probe for some really difficult discussions with industry in all their different roles. The pre-consumer textile waste that pollutes our environment all over the world is often not really owned by anyone. It is determined by the design of products. Approach to the design of textile-based objects. And I know that might sound like a sort of big statement, but fundamentally it argues for garment aesthetics and function to be the result of material and process-driven approach, which begins with a choice to value ecology first. And practicing this design method in the context of industry, it became very clear that waste and environmental degradation is a feature of the existing system. For example, if a garment design for a big company, I could eliminate the waste, reduce the fabric yield for a particular style, then the garment factory would require less fabric to make the same number of garments, which would mean that less fabric would be ordered from the textile mill, and less yarn from the spinning mill, less fibre from the farmer. And the result of this would be beneficial for our soil, for our water, for our air. However, none of this is desirable for the textile mill, for the spinning mill, or for the farmer. So the solution has always been to increase production of units as efficiency allows. So the industry makes more and more garments for sale, which claws back any benefit of the initial waste reduction goal, which is known as the rebound effect. All of this serves to push the issue of waste downstream and in the hands of consumers and municipalities and countries, and entrench the status quo. It increases waste and production. Large corporations that I've worked with are very interested in learning about zero waste because they see it as an opportunity to make more garments with the same amount of fabric. Therefore, it's clear that radical systems of transformation for the kind of change that's needed requires not only new understandings of material and technology and efficiency, but in addition, a willingness to confront and really question ourselves and our existing models. So now I'm going to talk about what I did in response to that. So that kind of realization happened at the end of the first year of my PhD, after I've been working for about 15 years in zero waste cut and sew and trying to implement it in industry. And then in the latter part of my PhD and all my work since, I've been working in this domain of textile forms. So one approach proposed to address this, and the one that I choose to explore, is so this is methods that enable on-demand, local and automated production of garments and other textile-based objects. And it's because textile forms emerge directly from the interaction of matter, fibre, yarns, textile structures and finishing processes into the 3D form, such as a garment or a chair, or perhaps even architectural elements. This is in contrast to subtractive and manual cut and sew methods, primarily used in the industry. Textile forms move closer to or achieve additive and automated manufacturing processes, which eliminates much of the manual labour garment production to enable localised, affordable garment production, even in high-wage economies. The best known example of a textile form method would be 3D knitting or whole garment knitting, where the 3D form of a knitted object emerges directly from the knitting machine with very little waste or post-knitting processing required. Other less known methods could be moulding, where you take fibre and some kind of binder or felting process, don't make a yarn first. Weaving, so 3D weaving, woven textile forms, which is where most of my work is situated. 3D printing is another method that you can use to make three-dimensional textile forms. But there's also a growing field of biodesign exploring this, where you can grow the textile form directly from plant matter or organisms. So compared with whole garment knitting, there's significantly less research and development for weaving textile forms, and up until recently, the development of the loom as a technology has focused on the production of two-dimensional fabric and sew in the garment industry. However, there's been a recent flurry of research in this space, and here's just a few examples. So you can see on the left an example of the use of hand weaving, which is a very old practice, direct weaving the form directly on the loom, often through modifying, making sort of small changes to the loom machinery itself, and you can control a lot more the insertion of yarn. Second from the left is in more kind of technical textiles domain, so the use of specialised three-dimensional looms for things like automotive industries, aerospace, medical textiles, that kind of thing, to make 3D shell woven structures. And in the middle is the Vega, the circular 3D weaving loom, which was developed by Unspun and recently won the Times Invention of the Year in 2021. Second to last, where the yarn degrades and shrinks and changes over time. And then the last example is also usually uses 3D looms like the second one, but the interesting thing there is that they're looking at the development of digital tools so that it's easier for scientists to do this. We're still lacking a deeper understanding of how designers work with the complex interactions and trade-offs within woven textile forms, and also how users respond to these outcomes that are made with these processes and what it might mean for the industry. So at the beginning of my PhD in 2017, I made this really simplified sort of conceptual process of how I saw a design process for designing 3D woven textile forms using existing digital jacquard looms might look. And I was primarily interested in the 2D, 3D design process, and I thought I could probably bring some of my knowledge about pattern cutting and zero waste into this space. I'm very used to working with the limitations of the width of a piece of fabric, and that's quite easily transferable to thinking about the width of the loom as a kind of boundary condition. So here's some examples of the outcomes of my research, and it kind of traversed a lot. So on the left-hand side is a digital prototype of a shirt that I developed, and that's never been woven. Sometimes I would on a form based on a sort of fundamental principle that I understood was possible in the context of jacquard weaving. that I could have multiple layers, I could split the warp and weft into many layers, and that I could join it in some areas and separate it in others. And so based on that, I used digital tools such as Close3D to see what was possible in terms of form. In the middle is an example from also from my PhD, which is a dress which was woven, and it's only got two side seams that makes the entire garment design. All the other features that you can see are the result of the weaving process itself, and including these floats that you see around the torso area. And it was woven on an industrial jacquard loom. It was not hand woven in the slightest. And then on the right-hand side is an example where I've used active yarn, so I've used animated textile principles to explore what might be possible in terms of form and rethinking the design process if the textile form materiality wasn't static, if it could change over time. So I'm going to explain a little bit about these kind of things were developed. So here's an example of textile form design sort of process, so kind of a snapshot of the things that I developed in my PhD. And so things, this is for a pair of 3D woven trousers. So I had an existing trouser that I wanted to somewhat recreate, this idea of a trouser anyway. And I used existing garments and sort of flattened them manually and folded them just to see how I could arrange these layers in space. I also used paper models a lot to kind of haptically test some of the stuff. And it was based on the way that I was taught by my mother to fold tailored trousers for hanging in my wardrobe so that they wouldn't get creased. You know, you fold them in profile and they get, the creases are kept nicely. So I just took that and then was thinking about how I could use the jacquard sort of principles in order to program this. So all the colours that you see in this two-dimensional render here is the dark pink is a technical colour, not the colour of the actual final product. It just indicates how many layers there are. And in the dark pink areas, it's 4 layers. In the light pink area, it's 2. And the warp and weft join and separate in different ways. And here's some of my design process on Close3D. So Close3D I found really useful as a prototyping tool because similar to paper models, it enabled me to understand the layers and where they're joined and where they're separated, but with Clo I could see like a textile quality. I could, before weaving it, I would understand how it would drape and active projects like this. Close3D is not designed to be used in this way. This is sort of hacking it as a tool. It's for cut and sew, but there are no tools specifically for 3D weaving design in this way. So once this file here, like the artwork, is designed, I call this a map of bindings. And the reason I call it a map of bindings is because it's a two-dimensional representation of 3D space, just like a map is. And so all these colours can then be, have weave structures attributed to them, which can then be read by the jacquard loom, just a standard industrial jacquard loom with no modification. And it can be woven. And in this case, there are 6 trousers being woven across the full width at the same time. They can be the same size or different sizes with different structures and then all the same structure. And then they're cut from each other, and then a sort of concertina folds out into this example that you see here. The only finishing that's required for these ones is the waistband needs to be turned over, and the hem in the bottom of the legs, and a zipper is inserted. All the pockets, or the leg shaping, or the crotch shaping is embedded in the design itself. And I wanted to share with you an example of one of my master's graduation students who I've taught some of these methods to, and she applied them in the context of a 3D woven denim jacket. And this was developed in collaboration with Diamond Denim, which is a vertically integrated weaving mill in Pakistan. And that enabled us to test in an industrial context how this kind of workflow can be utilised, what the problems are, and also importantly what the outcomes could be like. So she developed one base design and then made 3 versions of it to see what the differences were. So version 1, she left all the edges raw. She tried to minimise the amount of post-processing to its absolute minimum. So there are 5 sewing steps to make this garment, and in a conventional denim jacket it would be closer to 25 or 30. But in this case, the amount of waste that was generated was comparable to a conventional cut and sew denim jacket. In version 2, she finished all the edges, so it looks more like a conventional denim jacket in terms of the material quality, but that never had any construction steps. But she was able to embed some of these finishing construction processes within the 3D weaving itself. So even though it was 9 steps instead of 5, it's still far removed from the 25 to 30 sewing steps you would regularly have. But it also had the highest yield and the highest amount of waste, so this was also comparable to a conventional thread-woven jacket. Version 3 also has the equal lowest number of steps, and it's a zero waste version. And so this has 1% waste and a very low material yield, but cutting it is quite complex. The edges are raw, and there are surface variabilities on the denim structure caused by this sort of overlapping zero waste woven textile form method that she used, which has an impact on how the garment looks. She also took these garment outcomes and did user tests with them. So with people who identify as denim jacket wearers, she would ask them about how they use a normal denim jacket. She shared with them this example and got them to wear it for a number of weeks and to kind of reflect back on what that was like. And so they kind of see it very much as a denim jacket still, even though it's made in a fundamental the coolness and the rawness of a denim jacket that we would expect. One of the interesting things about doing this project in an industry context was that it was very clear that it's not a replacement for mass production. So because of the nature of 3D weaving, when you cut these pieces out, you can't stack them 50 to 100 layers high and then cut all of them at the same time. There are areas that you need to cut one by one, which suggests that we need to develop sort of daisy-chained solutions where out of the loom it goes directly into the finishing process and then onto a cutting table like what you see on the right, so where single ply can be automatically cutting the cut through all the different thicknesses that are required. So next I want to talk about what's called morphic textile form. So most of the garments and textile-based objects we interact with are designed to be sort of static. But when animate materials, active materials, are utilised in the context of textile forms, the potential for on-demand production of interactive textile products is expanded, and morphic textile form outcomes can also be tuned specifically to individual users' needs to further enrich their experience with the product. In this context, textiles are material systems whose behaviour can be tuned to specific goals, and those goals could be shape change, colour change, texture change, density change, conductivity, maybe it could be a living habitat. And in a textile form, this behaviour can be engineered for specific situations to be both embedded and seamless. again? Yeah. Is that okay? Sorry, I didn't know what the issue with the internet is, but we'll make it. So you can look at the design of these morphic textile forms so that they change in the design and production time, and that might suggest new production models, for example, or processes. Or it could be in use time, so it's about interaction. So how can we make products that have multiple functions, maybe, or that serve a very different purpose to what we currently think of when we think of textile-based objects. And of course, you can look at sort of changes in both design and production time, but also in use time. So to give you an example, this is a project from my PhD, which it started with this garment that you see down the bottom left, which is 3D woven and zero waste. And there are two possible routes that we explored to see what could be possible. So along the top sort of line, it's designed to be sort of moulded around a three-dimensional form, and it acts like a resist. So you place this sort of shell of a garment over the top of a mould, and there is a heat-shrinking yarn embedded in the textile itself. And then when you apply heat from, say, a hairdryer, then it shrinks to that mould, you remove the mould, and you can put it on the body. And so the garment down the bottom left and the one in the middle of the same garment they've just been modified using this process. But of course you can also take the same garment at start and activate all of its shape change potential. So in this case, put it in a dryer or just blast the whole thing with heat, and then all of its potential to shrink will be activated, and so you get the example that you see on the right hand side there. So the three left and the two on the right are exactly the same garment, made from the same materials, but they have quite a different fit. And obviously this is applied in a very kind of artistic context, but it doesn't need to be. And here it is again, but applied in the context of a trouser. And this is actually something that I'll be developing further with an industry partner in an upcoming research project. And when it comes to design and prototyping, it's you're having to design an artifact that isn't just in one state. So you're designing it for multiple states, and also for these in-between states, and you're designing what the process that a user or a factory might need to use in order to sort of activate these particular embedded material properties. It changes the design process quite significantly and requires additional sort of support and tools for that. And so one of the first things that needed to happen after developing this process was sort of unpack exactly what's going on and how and why, so that other people might be able to start to apply it to their own work. And so this was just like a little screenshot from a paper that we presented at the Design Research Society conference in 2022, where we were explaining the kind of the basic concepts and how you can move this heat shrinking, shape changing yarn from place to place. In some areas you don't have any, and in some areas you have a lot, and also to see the impact on aesthetic and the way that a user might interact with systems such as this. And then lastly, I want to talk about multimorphic textile forms. And so this is a practice that bridges theoretical roots of material-driven design and making and sustainability, but it includes an understanding of the temporality across material, social, and importantly, logical scales. So the previous examples, you could have morphic textiles that were completely unsustainable. The cream examples were using a cotton warp and some cotton weft and then some polyester heat shrinking yarn. So you've got this Franken fabric, which can be difficult to recycle. But with multimorphic textile forms, you're intentionally trying to ensure that all of the choices and decisions and processes that you make are considering ecological timescales as well as how users might feel about something. So basically it's designing the materials, textile forms and systems of production to support change in societal practices, so change how we do things, while benefiting ecosystems over time. This is an example that was developed from the previous heat shrinking ones for a film called Planet City, which was a speculative film where the idea was that all of the inhabitants of the world were relocated to one city of 10 billion people, and we would, all the things we needed, all the clothes, all the food, all the energy, like everything we needed had to come from within that city. So it demanded any production of stuff to be circular and very vertically integrated and small footprint. So this was the brief, and our response to it was to explore what we've done in our previous work, but to utilise recycled polyester. So conceptually, it was a monomaterial. It's all 100% polyester, and we would be reusing the polyester waste from the end, time before the city existed. And prototyping was just, and so it was really possible to physically make things. So I did a lot of prototyping in order to communicate things, and I needed to show how things changed over time. So what I was saying before about needing design methods for this sort of designing multiple temporal states, this is an example of that. So how it looks shrunk around form, how it looks 100% shrunk, like how it transitions from one state to another is an important part of this research. And then this is, there should be a video here, but it's not showing up. Here. Once all the colour and the motifs and everything's applied. It's a collaboration between me and Karen Pearson and Catherine Walters, who's a textile. And so she was responsible for sort of combining the desired colours, motifs and yarns in the context of the sort of macro form structure that I developed. And so they're all made of 100% polyester, which is celebratory and fun, and they're all zero waste and changed over time. These are a close-up of how the two yarns interact with each other. So you've got this active polyester yarn and then this inactive polyester yarn, and together they kind of make this really interesting texture. But because it's a woven textile form, you can have very different sort of material expressions on one piece of fabric. So it's not constructed together, cut and sewn in any way. It's woven exactly like this, and it's really big variation in texture and shape change because of using the woven textile form methods. So these are the 4 garments that came out of that. And one of the things that was really interesting was that we didn't know who was going to be wearing these. We had no idea the size or the gender of the performers who would be wearing these pieces for the film. But because it embedded the shape change potential within the garments, we could send these sort of baseline garments over to the US where the film was being shot, and then they could adapt them to the performer that was going to be wearing them. In the end, they were worn by men, and of quite different sort of body shapes and sizes to the model that you saw in the previous shot. But of course, polyester is a bit problematic, as I said earlier in my presentation, and it was kind of a convenient material to use at the time, but I'm also really interested in how natural materials could have these kinds of properties. So this is a master's graduation project from one of my students, Bente, and she was looking at using wool and its felting ability to get these kind of shape change, morphic, new expressions and kind of textures using woven textile form methods and felting. She also so she developed a whole range of samples that were very experimental, and then she had users interact with them and reflect on how it felt, like what do they feel about this material. This is a very different kind of textile than what you would normally experience. Some of them look sort of almost like animals. They were very strange. But they were just made from 100% wool and using this 3D weaving method that I developed. And then related to that is this project where we were engineering the yarn itself. So this is a Hilo yarn spinning machine, which is an open source machine that you can build for relatively cheap, and it connects to computer software, which enables you to sort of change the behaviour and the thickness and the twist of a yarn down its length based on computational input. And so what I was doing with this project in preparation for the Studio Hilo developed it was to see if I could use that linear variability to make some areas of a garment thicker and some areas thinner to compensate for density differences from the woven textile form methods. And then that kind of contributed to this project, which is it was exploring the combination of different twist yarns and specific weave structures to see, to measure how much one combination shrinks relative to another, and then how to design with it and put them together. The next phase of this research is about to start, where we apply it into the context of form, so this is a work in progress. We're really looking at using local on-demand production of yarn, but also the production of form to get these really kind of different outcomes in terms of textile form. And getting as much data as possible so that we can input this into simulation tools as well to support designers in designing these morphic textile form outcomes. So everything about the things we make is cultural and political and ecological, and it's complex and messy and interconnected. And yet our design methods and ways of thinking about materialized things, like garments, focuses primarily on aesthetics, cost, and ease of production. Conventional design's sort of critical zone is focused on aesthetic, cost, and ease of production. And designers often concentrate on the scale and time frame that they originally operate at, which is the scale of the material or of the body or the time frame contained in the user's experience of wearing a static garment, or even just up to the point of retail. But in fact, design's critical zone expands to encompass ecosystems and use across time. And so we really need to rethink the notion of scale, as Jensen says, in such a pragmatic manner that it becomes useful for design. As a gestalt, at times may relate to geographical hierarchies and spatial borders, and at other times to mental relations and imaginaries. This sort of pragmatic, abstract relationship is a useful one when differentiating between these interlinked but differently expressed fields. A lot of my work is very pragmatic. It's like this is a material in a textile system which makes a form which some uses, but it's also within this very sort of abstract thing to do with change over time or how users feel about something. And you could sort of say that in some ways the ecosystem is sort of an abstract idea. It's difficult to kind of tangibly understand it. But all of these things are deeply interconnected. The discourse on sustainability and circularity has really situated itself primarily in theory, and it's very abstract and driven by ideas. However, as all physical outcomes embody these ideas, if we don't do sustainability when we are designing, when we are prototyping, and when we're making, it just cannot happen anywhere else. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening and thought-provoking session. I must say that your contribution have not only shaped the world of design, but also influenced the way we perceive and interact with the world around us. Now, if some students wants to ask any question, or maybe the faculties. Yes. Yes, sir.
Hi. So it was a wonderful presentation. So this entire exercise is in the stage of prototyping, or is there a line has been developed and the product has already been in the market for the users?
Sorry, I think your voice cut out a little bit. Can you repeat the question, please?
There's an echo. Am I audible now?
I can hear you now.
So my question was, is this in the prototyping stage, or you are also thinking of making a line out of it? Because when we are talking about footprint of a garment, major part is on the basis of the life cycle. So can you throw some light on the life cycle, for example, because these are form garments, form materials. So for how many washes these forms will retain in the garment, and what is the life of these materials of these garments, so that if you can just talk something on that also.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's a really great question. About a third of my research is very much situated in making this doable for industry and usable by ordinary people. So there's a research project that I'm involved with at the moment, looking at developing a 3D woven trousers into a 5-pocket jean. So it's a very ordinary garment, and the intention of that is to make it as durable or more than an existing pair of 5-pocket jeans. And then sort of tied in with that is we're going to be doing a comparative life cycle assessment to compare an ordinary 5-pocket pair of jeans, how the impact that has with the one that we are developing specifically for this, so that we can understand that as far as possible, directly comparing these two things to each other. But then a lot of my research is also more sort of speculative. It's about, well, what other kinds of futures can there be? So I think it's important to do both, personally, and I enjoy doing both. So it's both looking at things that are very far in the future. I didn't include in this presentation the work that me and some of my PhD students are doing with living textiles, so embedding living organisms into these things, because that's very, very speculative. And I've made the choice to only include the kinds of materials that that we can ordinarily get our hands on, and focus on how design processes and methods and prototyping can be used to think of new futures. But yeah, like a lot of the other examples of my work, like the Planet City costumes, you know, the really brightly coloured ones, the intention there is not, for example, to make a durable garment like the ones that we expect to come from a store. The intention is to sort of illustrate other ways of making and sort of tell a story. But then the next phase of development of that is with a sportswear brand. So they're investing in a research project that I proposed, looking at how we can use this in the context of retail, so that they have less pre-consumer waste. So in all of these cases, and everything that I do often starts out with something quite speculative, and it looks like it's a long way from reality, and then I really work towards finding a way to make it so that we can get it. So I don't know if that answers your question, but with the jeans in particular, it's really important that it's as durable. And how do we do that? Existing machinery is an important question that we are addressing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are truly grateful to you for sparing your valuable time and for sharing such an informative lecture with all of us. Thank you so much. Now, you may leave this meeting. Thank you once again.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, ma'am. So with this, we come to the end of this, but there is one more online session after this. In the morning, we missed one of the online sessions, so now the expert has joined us. So you don't have to leave your seats. The tea will be served here, and after 10 minutes, we'll start with the online session again. Thank you, everyone. Yes, sir.
Oh, excellent.
So we'll begin in next 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
आगे बैठ जाते ना आगे आगे पीछे एक जगह बैठो आगे
Can we start, Stephen Perrin?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Wonderful.
So it is with great...
I'm sorry?
Nothing, sir. I'm just introducing you and then you can start. Thank you. So it is with great pleasure that I extend a warm invitation to an esteemed expert who has joined us virtually to share insight on the topic New Learning and Design Education at our International Design Symposium. Let me take this opportunity to share a brief about his illustrious career. Professor Stephen holds a BFA from Parsons School of Design, an MSc from Bank Street College of Education, and an EDM from Harvard University. Stephen Farrar is Associate Professor of Fashion at Parsons School of Design, a Parsons alumnus and Designer of the Year nominee. He began teaching at Parsons in 1998 while simultaneously working as a professional fashion designer and illustrator. He has been recognized for his teaching by receiving both his university's Distinguished Teaching Award and his school's Faculty Award. Professor Stephen has taught and lectured at over 40 institutions on 5 continents for students spanning all education levels. He is the author of Fashion Design Course, Principles, Practices, and Techniques, and Creating a Successful Fashion Collection, Everything You Need to Develop a Great Line and Portfolio. And his scholarship has been widely featured in academic journals. His most recent book, Introduction to Design Education, Theory, Research and Practical Application for Educator, was published by Routledge in 2023. I would now humbly call upon Professor Stephen Farrar to give us valuable insight on new learning and design education. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a deep honor to be here, and it's very humbling to hear one's bio read aloud. I must begin by apologizing. I think there was a miscommunication with times, and so with the modernity of Zoom, it's nice to know we can make this happen. So it's a very big honor to be here. And so with that, please allow me to share my screen. And I will share the sound. There we are. So my presentation today examines a topic that's been very front of mind for me lately. We have so many students at Parsons that I'm beginning to wonder what they'll be doing when they graduate, particularly in a world where everyone and anyone seems to want to be a designer. And we're living in a world of great overabundance. And so this is an ongoing thread of mine, asking ourselves, what are we truly designing? What are we truly trying to do for our customers? And so my presentation today examines the evolving role of the fashion designer within our current society. Specifically, it examines how designers are evolving the concept of value in their products and systems. It also considers how design education and industries can transform outdated practices and successfully prepare designers for the future marketplace, a marketplace that is experiencing a radical shift in consumer behavior. The future will require us to focus not merely on the what to design, but also the how of design that strategically targets the consumer's emotional needs. A new paradigm must emerge, the designer as the social scientist. This new form of design practice requires the designer's long-held position to shift. The conventional notion of the designer as a tool whose personal proclivities and dictates are blindly followed by devotees has become obsolete. It must be replaced instead by designers who, through their use of new research methods grounded in the social sciences, craft emotionally compelling products that provide emotional value to their customers. By doing so, design transforms to creative. Rather than creating from myopic personal biases, the designer must begin by rigorously researching their consumers' psychographic and emotional needs. But first, let's examine our world. Design has become a near obsession and a dominant force permeating nearly every facet of our daily lives. In the words of Virginia Postrel, we are increasingly engaged in making our world special through design. At the turn of the 21st century, consumers' growing interests in quote-unquote high design became especially piqued. The growing attention to design in the media and the greater accessibility to internationally esteemed designers' creations via mass retailers emerged with considerable fanfare. One formative event occurred in 1999 when acclaimed architect Michael Graves was commissioned by mass market retailer Target to design a range of over 2,000 household objects. These included outdoor patio sets, tea kettles, clocks, and even ice cream scoopers, many of which achieved remarkably high volume in sales. Other mass retailers followed with great fervor and success, including H&M, whose partnerships with over 20 design luminaries since 2004 have received high media attention and consumer demand, resulting in high financial returns. When Target introduced its housewares collaboration with Missoni in 2011, its website crashed soon after products went live online due to the extraordinary volume of website traffic driven by interest in the collection. The massification of high design has become so prevalent and revered in contemporary culture that a simple wastebasket, namely Karim Rashid's Garbo, produced by Umbra, is featured in the permanent collection of the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. He has even designed a manhole cover, leaving seemingly nothing undesigned. The sudden explosion of enthusiasm for design has led it to be featured in sectors that historically did not spotlight design, such as fine art museums. For example, the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art held an exhibition of sneakers, and the Guggenheim an Armani show. Boston's Museum of Fine Arts held just 6 fashion exhibitions in 7 years, and yet later, in a 7-year period between 2012 and 2019, the number of exhibitions spiked 183% to 17 exhibitions. McQueen's Savage Beauty exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum of Art drew over 660,000 viewers in just 3 months. And it was so popular that Anna Wintour, editor of Vogue and the board member at the Met, underscored the prevalence of our obsession with design by stating, quote, "One of our mailroom guys told me yesterday how much he enjoyed the show. It just shows you how fashion now receives so many different people," end quote. And the exhibition Heavenly Bodies, Fashion and the Catholic Image attracted more than 1.65 million visitors, making it the most visited exhibition in the museum's 150-year history. The exhibition's unique conversation between tangible objects and intangible beliefs and feelings underscored design's ability to surpass mere aesthetics and functionality and deliver emotional fulfillment to broader audiences. The substantial growth and popularity of museum exhibitions, like these, that feature fashion, further illuminates society's changing relationship with and feeling towards design. Our mass obsession with design and design process is shown by mass media's wide array of programs showcasing the very act of designing. Top Design for interior design, Blown Away for glass blowing, Ellen's Next Great Designer for furniture design, Full Bloom for floral design, and, of course, Project Runway for fashion design. Project Runway had 5 million viewers by its 3rd season. There were 28 versions internationally in such places as Brazil, Indonesia, Norway, Sweden, Argentina, Greece, Vietnam, Jamaica, Poland, and Russia. What these shows do is that they allow us to understand the personal histories, creative processes, and the professional pursuits of the contestants. Viewers form emotional bonds with these contestants over the course of the competition and, resultantly, associate those positive emotions with the design that's produced. Not unlike a sports fan supporting their favorite player and team, an enhanced, deeper relationship forms between people and design to the point where the value of the object moves well beyond its utilitarian attributes and acquires instead valuable intangible meanings and emotional responses by viewers. So, greater emotion becomes embedded in the design itself. Due to an ever-increasing demand for designed objects, rates of production and consumption are reaching unimagined heights. For example, the final consumption expenditure, also known as the market value of all goods and services purchased by households, has grown 615% in the past 50 years. The United States is especially extreme in this regard. The average household financial consumption expenditure has grown by nearly 2,700% in approximately the same time period. In fact, the United States spends more money on trash bags than 90 other countries spend on everything. And if nations use resources at the same rate as the United States, the human race would need approximately 5 planets equivalent to the Earth to sustain itself. Annie Leonard, author of The Story of Stuff, How Our Obsession with Stuff is Trashing Our Planet, Our Communities, and Our Health, and a Vision for Change, speculates the years following World War II developed our habits. She writes, "There were a number of historical and cultural factors that led Europe and the United States to chart such different paths. In Europe, governments were generally more socially focused, or people-focused, than business-focused. European trade unions, political parties, and other civic groups, influenced by their wartime experience and a more socially oriented culture, were similarly focused on public benefits rather than pure business interests. Remember, this was the post-war era and much of Europe had been decimated and needed to take care of its people. Meanwhile, in the United States, factories were producing at an all-time high, generating employment and boosting national morale, such that few wanted to question this economic model. Slogans like "better dead than red" and McCarthy-era persecution further discouraged voicing alternative viewpoints on the economy because that would be considered un-American. To contextualize the success of consumption, consider the Spanish retailer Zara has approximately 200 designers who develop 40,000 styles each year, of which 12,000 are produced. New concepts take just 2 to 3 weeks to arrive in store, compared to traditional retailers that plan their range up to 6 months in advance. The other retailer, H&M, sells over 500 million items every year from over 4,400 stores in 70 countries and offers 16 collections each year, or roughly every 3 to 4 weeks. On the consumer front, we now demand roughly 4 times the number of garments we did in 1980. And so, accordingly, rates of disposal have risen too. On average, a garment is worn just 7 times before it's discarded. And the same quantity we buy will end up being dumped prematurely in the trash each year. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. And in 2018 alone, consumers discarded approximately 11.3 million tons of textiles in the landfills, an increase of 387% since 1980. One reason why we're consuming so much is because, well, we can. Let's face it, the cost of a dress is the same cost to dry clean it. So we wear it a few times, we throw it out, and then we buy another. But what's the result of all of this? Well, psychologically, design moves between a state of usefulness and a state of garbage at hyper speed. This rapid life cycle decreases the sentimental value placed on items by consumers. In this mindset, clothing simply becomes stuff or a thing with no meaning. There's no emotional value. And so for a brief moment in time, buyers experience instant gratification by owning the designed item before they quickly come down from the buying high that drives the consumer behavior. Once they come down from this high, buyers again quickly re-enter the market in a circular quest for emotional fulfillment through designed stuff. Consumers' excessive demands and the resultant surge of production and consumption of such products have created an oversaturated market. This oversaturation creates an environment of overabundance for consumers who then may feel inundated and overwhelmed with choices. For most first world consumers, their basic needs are not only met, but rather far surpassed. One example of the oversaturated market is the 330 fashion presentations at New York Fashion Week alone. The oversaturation is creating huge challenges for designers who need to stand out and capture consumers' attention by differentiating their offerings in ways that go well beyond the standard attributes of design, aesthetics, and function, through the new attribute of emotional value. Author Daniel Pink describes this new marketplace when writing, "Abundance has satisfied and even oversatisfied the material needs of millions, boosting the significance of beauty and emotion and accelerating individuals' search for meaning. As more of our basic needs are met, we increasingly expect sophisticated experiences that are emotionally satisfying and meaningful." Such assertions align with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. When our basic material needs are met, we climb higher up the pyramid to the next level of need. And so at the apex is self-actualization, where we seek meaningful life experiences. This progression changes how consumers relate to design, as their engagement with a product is no longer driven by need, which is low in the hierarchy, but rather by the desire for emotional fulfillment, which is at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Of course, this does not mean that a design's core goal that can or should be overlooked. It still must work, and it still must elevate aesthetics. What it does mean, however, is that a design's emotional value is what consumers now seek. As a result, crafting a compelling emotional value must be a driving force behind all stages of the design process moving forward. These and many other factors I explore in my book are leading to the dire need to improve and innovate product and systems. One such system that's gaining prevalence is personalization and customization. This is particularly advantageous for the emergent generation of shoppers who no longer respond to being treated simply as consumers and instead seek to occupy the role of brand collaborator. Increasingly, design companies are responding by offering consumers co-design opportunities. For example, Nike and Coach allow shoppers to choose colorways, materials, and other design elements that personalize certain standard products. Benchmade Modern and Inside Leather invite consumers to design their own furniture. And customizable are expected to become so ubiquitous that researchers predict retailers will feature smart mirrors and computers that will scan the shopper's bodies to make specific recommendations about size and styles. It is through these personalized and customized design options that there's high-level need met with substantial sales success. Consumers of these products feel more strongly connected to personalized and customized items of their brands. They are connected to them more deeply as they perceive these products as more meaningful representations of their personal identities. In fact, in a survey of over 1,000 people, researchers found that 80% of respondents stated they are more likely to patronize a company if it offers personalized experiences. And additionally, 87% want more meaningful relationships with brands, which further emphasizes the critical role emotion plays in evolving the design industries. Designers must therefore ensure their creative develop designs and experiences that strategically deliver emotional fulfillment through participatory relationship between their target audience and their products. This directive aligns with the attributes of Generation Z, a cohort that represents the most populous generation to date in the world. Born between 1997 and 2012 and representing 40% of the world's consumers, this generation has nearly $150 billion US in purchasing power that will greatly impact how the design industries evolve. It is therefore incumbent upon designers to understand how these consumers' values, attributes, and behaviors are markedly different than the previous generation. And so while the growth of research literature reveals extensive shared interests and associated consumer behaviors that are common to Generation Z, this presentation examines 3 specific themes that are especially important to this cohort and thus salient to the future of design. They are sustainability, corporate transparency, and social justice. Together, these themes illustrate the ways in which this generation consumes goods and services as a way to express their values and beliefs for a better world, and in doing so, will evolve the purpose of design and the role of the designer. Sustainability and corporate transparency have gained widespread attention following a stream of recent infamous corporate catastrophes, including Rana Plaza and Burberry's incineration of 28.6 million pounds of unsold goods. As the media exposes the industry's nefarious acts, including manufacturing sweatshops, worker abuses, and ecological disasters, more consumers are scrutinizing their purchases to ensure ethical and sustainable practices have been followed. This scrutiny is especially high amongst teens and young adults, of whom 45% always research for background information before buying, and 75% consider a trusted brand to be an important purchasing factor. Sustainability is an especially widespread value amongst the emerging generation. 94% believe companies have a responsibility to address environmental and social issues, and 92% would switch brands to one associated with a good cause, given comparable cost and quality. And 60% of online shoppers state they would be willing to pay more for delivery if CO2 neutral shipping was guaranteed. This generation of consumers' intensifying demand for sustainable practice has prompted corporations to respond through diverse initiatives that promote environmental wellness. For example, Patagonia's Common Threads initiative promises the company will make long-lasting products, help customers make repairs, and offer credit towards future purchases when customers perform trade-ins. This unique approach, one in which Patagonia promises to adhere to set principles and the buyer commits to acting ethically, creates a partnership between the company and its customer that subsequently enhances the emotional value of their products. Pandora, the world's largest jewelry brand, sources 71% of its silver and gold from recycled sources and aims to reach 100% before 2030. Air Inc. collects CO2 emissions from automobiles and distills it into carbon pigments that can be used to make ink. And IKEA has purchased forest lands around the world to safeguard the properties and their ecosystems from development. Corporate transparency is also increasingly sought by consumers, particularly following the outbreak of COVID that amplified public awareness for and scrutiny of global supply chains. In response, corporations are increasingly providing information to consumers about their product supply chains and/or ecological impact. For example, the retailer Reformation measures the environmental impact of every garment it sells and discloses the results to consumers. Its ref scale methodology tracks amounts of carbon dioxide emitted, gallons of water used in production, and pounds of waste generated by their products. Other companies like Arcus disclose each product's country of origin, factory names and addresses, and numbers of factory employees. Consumers can then make informed decisions and, if the brand's practices meet their needs for sustainability and ethical practice, become more loyal towards that brand. Such initiatives as these are helping to shift the industry at large. For example, a survey of 64 sourcing executives from the apparel industry who are responsible for total sourcing value of over 100 billion USD revealed that 65% of their companies expect to achieve full traceability of products from fiber to store by 2025. And the majority of respondents aspire to source at least half of their products with sustainable materials. The emergent generation, Generation Z, is highly attuned to social justice. Design brands are actively addressing these issues both to offer their support for these causes and to connect more meaningfully and emotionally with consumers. For example, to offer a unique consumer experience, the footwear brand Toms distributed virtual reality headsets to 100 of their locations, allowing consumers to virtually travel to Peru to see the impact of their one-for-one local giving initiative in that country. And I'd like to take 4 minutes to play this video that puts the initiative in context.
This is Blake Mykowski, the founder and chief shoe giver of Toms. I started Toms back in 2006 when I was traveling in Argentina and noticed that many of the children didn't have shoes and they needed shoes to go to school. I wanted to do something to help. I decided to start a shoe company where every time we sold a pair, we would give a pair away, one for one. Today, we're headed to Peru, where you're going to get to meet Ruthie and one of our amazing giving partners.
Welcome to Peru. We're currently setting out on our giving trip journey. We're headed to schools in Cañete and Pachacutec. We're bringing with us boxes of shoes that we're ready to give away. We're so excited you're with us. One of my favorite moments on a giving trip is when we arrive at the school and the children are all there waiting to greet us. Visiting the schools is always such an exciting thing for everyone. The children, the volunteers. We don't just visit the schools and give shoes. We also play with the children. We really get to know them. Some of us have actually been to these schools multiple times, and we've gotten a bit of a chance to see the children grow up. It's always really nice to see them again. Very salud. Bueno, cuéntame, ¿dónde tú vives? ¿Aquí? You live here? ¿Cómo te llamas? Julio. Julio. My name is Julio. ¿Y cuántos años tienes? 9 años. I'm 9 years old. ¿Cuáles son estos cuartos? ¿Acá?
Acá duerme mi mamá. Acá duerme mi hermana Gracie y mi hermana Livet. Y nosotros tenemos el colchón y dormimos yo con mi hermana Gracie.
Julio lives on the mountainside above his school, and he has to walk miles back and forth every day. There are many children like Julio in these villages. We work closely with our local giving partners to make sure that our giving is really making a difference to the children and their communities. Shoes help with things like education, health, the local economy, and really helps families worry about one less thing for their children. Before we left, Julio wanted to show me one more thing. ¿Cómo es tu gallo?
If you look into the eyes of a stranger at home or on the other side of the world, it's really hard not to see yourself. Tom's gives in over 70 countries around the world. And so far, we've given over 45 million pairs of shoes to children in need. We need your support to continue our giving in communities just like this and in other parts of the world. Without you, none of this would be possible. So thank you from the bottom of our heart.
Gracias por los aportes.
Gracias.
A reporter writing about the initiative noted, quote, "As you walk through the village with locals smiling and waving at you, it is impossible not to feel warmed by the friendly atmosphere. Not only did this retail experience improve awareness of their social corporate responsibility and promote their giving campaign, it also gave consumers an unforgettable and immersive experience they were unlikely to forget." End quote. Other corporations are following. Since 2005, Gucci has donated more than $20 million to such work, focusing on the Schools for Africa program, which gives disadvantaged children in Africa access to high-quality education. Similarly, in 2013, Warby Parker partnered with DonorsChoose.org, an organization that helps U.S. public school teachers crowdsource materials and experiences for their classrooms. Designers, too, are publicizing their own personal values, beliefs, and stances on social issues. Socially oriented initiatives like these enable brands to engage with the global community well beyond the conventional sales transaction and simultaneously imbue their products with a newer form of emotional value. Corporate initiatives are also playing a greater role in swaying consumers' behavior. Surveys reveal 76% of respondents cited a company's responsible and fair behavior when buying materials, products, or services it uses as a deciding factor in their consumer buying decisions. 2/3 of global consumers say that they would switch, avoid, or boycott brands based on their stance on controversial issues. And 72% said the ability of a brand's values matching theirs is a deciding factor when shopping. The factors discussed above have sparked the imperative for a new framework of design practice and role of the designer, namely that of the designer's social scientist. As emphasized by Cedric Charby, chief executive of Balenciaga, quote, "A product can no longer be only and purely craftsmanship plus creativity and heritage. We need to add value and emotion to it. Products need to be meaningful." This emphasizes the general thinking, the how, about our design, rather than the making, the what. To succeed in this new role, to move from what to how, in ways that will meet consumers' emotional needs, address excessive consumption, and advance design and design education, designers must employ an understanding of advanced research methodologies historically found in social sciences, not in design. Through the synthesis of pragmatic social science methodologies with artistic creative design, a new framework is emerging, one in which designers understand the complexity of people, cultures, and belief systems that exist in the designer's target market, which may well be far outside the designer's own myopic worldview. This design framework will serve as the foundation upon which designers must establish future design proposals and products. Design initiatives that were previously formed by personal preferences and speculations about consumer wants are being replaced by initiatives that have objective research at their foundation. Research that leads to the analysis that determines exactly what their target audiences truly want and emotionally desire. Accordingly, the very design process itself is in a state of flux. Designers, before entering each creative venture, from designing of tangible objects in retail spaces to the intangible experiences and systems that engage consumers, must begin the design process first by developing questions that will help ground the research process and answer things like, how does my customer wish to feel in 6 to 12 months from now? What will be my consumer's emotional needs? How can my design objects and or experiences provide consumers with identified emotional fulfillment they seek? And how can these objects and or experiences provide consumers with long-term gratification? This research framework will then be populated with data derived from primary research with consumers and be used to guide designers in determining which attributes their products and services will have. By designing emotion based on factual data, designers can craft products and services with strong narratives and emotional content. Designing emotion directly influences what kind of design designers make, for whom they make it, what its aesthetics and emotional value will be, and the design's ultimate end use. This process upends the traditional creator-consumer hierarchy, one in which the designer-auteur espouses personal proclivities and dictates of design through their work that are then followed blindly by devotees. It enables a new model to emerge, one wherein brands devise more strategic, uniquely compelling narratives that also directly fulfill the specific emotional needs of the designer's target consumer. This research framework and attendant design process will provide the essential foundation required to target successfully the emerging consumer population, Generation Z, which is one that is increasingly expecting brands to develop unique products that represent the consumer's sense of style, self-image, beliefs, and values. In my book, there's much more content about this impact on both educators and design education. In conclusion, design entrepreneurship is undergoing a radical change. While the traditional values of aesthetics and function must remain essential components of design, a product's ability to deliver targeted emotional value to the user must increasingly become the focus for designers if they're to attract buyers and sustain consumer loyalty. Several factors discussed today have contributed to this growing imperative. The factors that are creating an increasing demand for emotional value in design will also lead to the creation of a new role of the designer, namely that of the designer social scientist. No longer confined to the creation of objects that are simply aesthetically pleasing, this new role will require designers to better understand the psychosocial needs and wants of their customers so they may craft well-targeted, emotionally compelling designs that deliver greater overall value to the consumer than ever before. In this role, designers will pivot from the myopic design process to one that takes a much broader view of the actual emotional needs of their audience, a view that is based in social science research practices that reveal how and where the consumer's future emotional needs are headed. Rather than designing from personal proclivities and unproven assumptions, future designers will look at data to answer such critical questions as, what type of narrative will emotionally resonate in my target audience? How can I apply this to my designs and the design process as a whole? And how can my emotionally led design process contribute to sustainability? It therefore behooves future design entrepreneurs to develop data-driven, detailed understandings about the emergent generation's values, beliefs, and emotional needs, all of which will increasingly influence consumers' preferences. These include consumers' growing demands for designers and brands to adopt and promote sustainable practice, corporate transparency, social justice, and similar initiatives that engender issues-driven design. In many ways, design is, after all, a service to consumers. While a designer's work becomes informed when a designer's work becomes informed by the emotional needs of the audience, designers will respond by crafting more enduring design. The distinctions between creators and analyzers, or designers and social scientists, will blur as everyone engaged in the process of defining, planning, and designing products and systems will be instrumental in the future of design. It is by doing so that the designer and the design industry and design education will remain successful and sustainable. And so, are we designing emotion? Are we emotion designers? To be continued. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful talk. You have very well highlighted some of the major challenges that fashion industry is currently facing and how designers and design researchers can contribute in resolving these issues. We are truly honored and extremely grateful to you for your time and such a thought-provoking talk. Now I request faculties and students to come up with their questions if they have any.
It was very good. Can you hear me? Or should I come there? Yeah. It was very good presentation, but I want to know that how much, I mean, there's so much of wastage and so much of problems that are coming up. How are you foresee it coming, I mean, how will you be able to control it? Because one side, it is like you said that so many textiles are made because I mean, the dress costs as much as giving dry cleaning to a cloth. So,
may I ask my moderator to repeat the question? If it might be just a little clearer on my end.
Yes, sir, just a minute.
hello, I'm Professor Padmani Verma, and I just wanted to check with you. You pointed out that by so many dresses were done and made, manufactured, and one reason is saying that it costs, dry cleaning costs as much as buying a new dress. So if that is the case, there is such a kind of, people say, oh, why save, I mean, why go for dry cleaning, rather buy a new dress and throw the things. But with the throwing things, there's so much of land filling, so much of water consumption, so much of many other things. So how are you thinking of now cutting it down, and what are the points to bring it out, to show that? Because if this is the way mass production is going to go, after a short time, right now we are depending upon all developing countries for this kind of money. But are developing countries also able to provide you so much of materials? Their waters are also going down, producing all these. They are getting contaminated with a fast rate. So the problems are not dried up.
I think, we'll always be producing apparel. That's certainly not going to go away. For me, it's about how can we make people hang on to their purchases longer and take care of them and value what they purchase. So many people I know don't mend their garments anymore. And we're seeking emotional fulfillment through objects, and we're entering this vicious cycle of constantly buying for a very short emotional high and then purchasing something else, when really it's how can we buy something, and not unlike an heirloom that we inherit from our grandmother or our grandfather, we'll still be consuming things, but how do we take better care of them, how do we value them, and we don't use that short emotion, that short dopamine high for just taking on more things, as opposed to take them on and be sure to take care of them, pass them down to other generations. Otherwise, we're just depleting the planet, really.
No, that's better. Earlier we used to pass it down to generations, even we are still doing it. So it's very good, and you have attachments also to those things. You don't throw them.
certainly. I think we need to bring that back globally. In certain cultures, I'm speaking from an American perspective, it's just consuming as a form of entertainment, which is putting us in a very precarious global situation, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too, sir. Thank you so much. To explore, learn, and be inspired by the ever-evolving world of design, we have witnessed thought-provoking expert sessions, engaged in stimulating discussions, and also got this wonderful opportunity to connect with some of the eminent design researchers and educationalists from around the world. As we have reached the moment we have all been anticipating, the valedictory ceremony, this is time for reflection, celebration, and gratitude as we bring this incredible event to a close. I request our esteemed dignitaries, Professor Simpali Balram, Professor Vijay Singh Katiyar, Professor Dinesh Kojan, Professor Aman Saxena, Dr. Padmini Taulat Balram, Director Net Jodhpur, Professor Dr. G.H.S. Prasad, Joint Director, Professor Dr. Halim Sahani, Campus Academy Coordinator Dr. Shikha Gupta, and Symposium Chairperson Dr. Aditi Metiya to please come and take their seat on the stage. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Moving on, let me first invite someone whose efforts and leadership have been instrumental in shaping the course of the symposium, the chairperson of this International Design Symposium, Dr. Aditi Metiya. I invite ma'am to the podium to present the symposium report.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aditi. And a very good evening to all the distinguished guests on the dais, eminent speakers, respected Director Sir, Joint Director, CAC, all faculty members, delegates, staff members and students. As this International Design Symposium draws to a close, I stand before you filled with gratitude, inspiration and a sense of shared accomplishment. This has been a symposium of exploration, discovery and connection. And it's our collective energy and passion that have made it a resounding success. Throughout these past 2 days, we have embarked on a journey of insight and innovation. We have explored the realms of design research from the depth of theory to the heights of practical application. We have celebrated the synergy of practice and research, and we have witnessed a profound impact it has on the world. In these 2 days symposium, we have covered about 4 sessions. We had 4 sessions under which we had 9 expert talks, 1 workshop and 2 panel discussions. I will shortly share a brief of each session with all of you. The first expert talk focused on introduction and methodology of design research, where Professor Pratul Chand Kalata from IIT Guwahati shared one of his projects on Assamese weaver, where he had designed a supply value chain for an Assamese Eri and Muga silk, which was carried out in 8 districts of Assam with 1,282 weavers and around 25,000 beneficiaries, and provided a semi-automatic frame loom for Shiva Sagar Mega Handloom Cluster. He also emphasized that the designer should refrain from my baby, best baby syndrome. I think I like this quote a lot and I'm using it in my class now. In another research, he shared about his design research on porous radiating burner using bamboo for cooking authentic mission cuisine. He also emphasized on that the design research is an important field and academicians should take up research and design, and he encouraged them to take it forward. In the second session, Professor Singpalli Balram, Design Chair, School of Design, Chennai, where he enlightened us about methodology of practice-based research and laid emphasis on the importance of delving upon the research problems. He shared that the practice-based research, there are 4 parameters that are very important: use and the user, society and state, production and distribution. Further, to investigate use and user, we should focus on cognitive and emotional parameters. He also emphasized the designer should focus on 55 minutes for thinking and give about 5 minutes for the solution. Similarly, the third expert session, which was on contextual approach to user-centric design by Professor Raman Saxena, IIIT Hyderabad, where he started with an example of Cobra effect with a reward and punishment story, and further focused on validation, design and implementation. He emphasized on contextual understanding of user by empathizing with the users, and shared his research case study about developing Nokia 1100 and suggested designers and researchers to immerse, observe and engage with the user. He also encouraged researchers to avoid any kind of biases while designing by sharing examples of different designs of Nokia 1100 that he had worked on in different colors, shapes as a part of his research. This session was very interactive, sir, and thought-provoking. Thank you so much. In the second session, which was an afternoon plenary session, the first session was on research process followed for practice-led design research by Dr. Padmini Tolat Balram, retired Professor HOD Silp Sadhana Vishwabharati, Shanti Niketan, West Bengal, shared her field research on indigo, which started with the Kalamkari tradition of South India, but turned into multidisciplinary research. She even shared the importance of field research and problems faced during, which helped in developing the further products and taking it forward in the form of research exhibitions in Japan and China. This was preceded by an expert session on cognition to creativity, practice-based research in design by Professor Vijay Singh Katyar, NIT Ahmedabad, where he focused on knowledge-driven by complexity and change, where he highlighted on what if now and what for why. Design research invites the contingencies and variation, where we have to look at the problem with a fresh new eyes and bring solutions accordingly. We should not ponder upon what were the methods which were traditionally being used. And he also highlighted on 3 overarching goals, which is defining the problem creatively, address the need innovatively, do something to make user feel better. And what's important then, laying importance to product-user interaction. He also highlighted that we have to move from cognition to pattern making to creativity. This session ended with a panel discussion on contemporary practices in design, where all the panel members and speakers shared their thoughts on emphasizing the joy of discovery, which is very important in research. Professor Katyar emphasized that we are still following 19th and 20th century research practices, and there is a need for developing new practices and tools for design research. Professor Raman shared that the design is a multidisciplinary collaboration and integration as a tool which is very, very important. Researchers can use both different methods such as inclusion and exclusion, thematic analysis, empirical study, recording and photographs. There is no one standardized process which can be used for design research. The second day, that is today, the day commenced with a session on experiments in design pedagogy by Professor Dinesh Kojan, adjunct professor at IIT IDC Mumbai and founder of Kojan 2.0 Studio, where he shared the teaching pedagogy as a design faculty where from technical knowledge we have to move to explicit knowledge. He also emphasized on learning experience is more important and we need to have a reflection component as well. How do we do it, what we did, and why do we do it? He emphasized on using games for teaching various concepts and problem solving, as a joy element is important in learning and it needs to be brought back to the classrooms, which we are missing these days. The second session was a workshop on strategies and approaches for practice-led design research by Professor Singh Palli Balram, Design Chair, School of Design, Chennai, where Professor Balram shared his research process for a national award-winning product, Oxygenator, and how he started with his research, where he focused on identification of the user and shared the process steps of research by maintaining a logbook, parallel documentation, maintaining record, constructing a narrative, arranging systematically. So this was really very important, I believe, for all the design faculties, and they should be taking it forward. He instantly shared a problem statement and asked all the faculties and students to design a hypothetical dress for NIF convocation, where all the students and faculties participated with a lot of enthusiasm. For the third online session, which we had with Professor Aniruddha Joshi from IIT IDC Mumbai, where he shared about publication challenges in design research. He shared how designers can write a paper, read a paper, and review a paper. Reviewing is also very important, so this was the thing that he focused upon. He also shared his work explaining rules for papers, structure of a paper. I believe many of our faculty members really wanted to know about how publication can be done for the design specifically. This was followed by the panel discussion on future of design research in India, where panel highlighted on collaborative research among various streams such as sociology, management, etc. And inter-institutional research is also very important so that design research can be recognized. The third session of the symposium was by Dr. Holly Macmillan, Assistant Professor, Technical University, Delft, Netherlands, who shared her work on zero-waste multimorphic textile forms. She spoke about sustainability with critical hope and practices. She emphasized on not changing anything, but making a zero-waste garment by illustrating her 3D loom technique and for form generation. This was a very engaging session for targeted fashion students and audience. The symposium concluded with a session of Professor Stephen Fainham, where he shared about new learnings in design. He shared the history of stuff and our emerging obsession with design. How we have changed from 1980s to 2023, which is today. He also highlighted that the emerging paradigm in design industry by design customization to consumer experiences. I hope each one of you leaves here with more than just notes and certificates. I hope you take with you the inspiration to continue pushing the boundaries of practice-led design research, the courage to bridge theory and practice, and the commitment to make a positive difference in your respective field. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, and all those who have shared their wisdom and expertise. We had a truly enriching session in these 2 days of our symposium with your knowledge, and we are deeply appreciative of your contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for summarizing all the valuable inputs shared by our inspiring and eminent speakers. A pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sails. The sails for this campus were adjusted by a person who is not only a great visionary, but he is the one who gave us the belief to bring together this International Design Symposium, and he is none other than our esteemed director, Sir, Professor G.H.S. Prasad. Thank you so much, sir, for all your guidance and support. It's my honor to share a brief about his illustrious career. Sir is on deputation from the National Institute of Fashion Technology, Hyderabad, where he is a professor in the Department of Fashion Management Studies. He joined NIFT in the year 2000 as a faculty member and established the Fashion Management Studies Department from the beginning, and also served as head of the department for more than 9 years. Before joining NIFT, he had 5 years of executive apparel industry experience with Shahi Export House. He also held the responsibility of Joint Director of NIFT Hyderabad for about 3 years and was the chairperson of Fashion Management Studies for more than 3 years. As a chairperson, he was leading and managing academics of the department at 14 campuses of NIFT across India. He also served as a member of the Senate and Executive Council of NIFT. He was also a key member of the Indo-US Academic Project on Retail Industry Challenges in the 21st century in the United States and India, sponsored by US-India Education Foundation, and visited prominent US universities like Oklahoma State University, FIT, MIT, and Harvard University. He is educated from eminent institutions like IIT Delhi, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi, Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, and Aligarh Muslim University. His research interests are consumer research and branding. He has multiple conference proceedings and publications as credits to his research interests. He has handled many projects of social relevance, benefiting artisans and weavers and helping the cause of traditional handicrafts and handloom of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to invite on the podium our Honorable Director, Sir, Dr. G.H.S. Prasad, to address the gathering.
Professor Singalpalli Balram, Professor Padmini Balram, Professor Vijay Singh Katiyar, Professor Dinesh Kojil, and Professor Raman Saxena, Professor Halim Sahani, our Joint Director, Dr. Shika Gupta, our Campus Academic Coordinator, and Chairperson of this symposium, Dr. Aditi Metia, faculty members and students, a very good evening to all of you. Like all other good things, we have come to the conclusion of this 2-day symposium. So it has been a very great learning experience for the last 2 days. I was able to sit most of the sessions. So the learnings are very good and very unique, and many things are new for us. I hope The same is the case with many of the design, especially the design faculty sitting through the sessions. So it is really a great experience and great learning. I especially thank all the experts. As I said earlier, we have in the panel the who is who of design education and research in India. We have Professor Balrams, who are the pioneers in the design education and the design research. It is a great honor to have them here. Their presence itself is a great honor for us. And the kind of knowledge they have shared with us, particularly with respect to the practice-based research, illustrated with their experience. It has been a great learning. Same is the case with all other experts. So it is a great learning, and it is wonderful and fruitful discussions we had for the last 2 days. I am sure, but what is most important is this is not the big end. This is rather the beginning of the learning, and we should take it forward. I think the faculty, especially the design faculty, should take the learnings forward and put them into practice and take them forward, and going forward we should bring in the excellence in research, especially in the design area, and bring in some good quality publications. Then only you can say that the results, the fruits of this symposium are born. So that is how we should work forward, and to supplement this, we can have some more activities to supplement this effort. So we need to work towards the journey, and this is just the beginning. You should not think that this itself is the end. The symposium is not an end, it is just the beginning. So I request all the faculty members, please take it as a beginning and start doing based on this, the learnings from the symposium. So with this, I think it has been a long and hectic day. So we are all looking forward to the conclusion of this. I don't want to spend more time, but it has been a wonderful and great learning, great experts. We salute all of you for being here and giving your enlightened knowledge, sharing your enlightened knowledge with all faculty and students. Thank you so much, and I hope that we have been able to take care of you with all the arrangements, whether it is the arrangements of the symposium, whether it is the hospitality. I am sure that my team is able to do a good job of that. So all the credit goes to the team, organizing team and other faculty members and staff who have done all these arrangements and hospitality arrangements. In case there are any lacunae and deficit, I take responsibility for that. So you please bear with that, with this thing. So thank you all, thank you so much, and good evening.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom with all of us. And you rightly said that this is just a beginning. And on behalf of all the faculties and students, I assure you that under your able guidance, we'll surely take this research part to a new direction. Now, before we proceed further, it's time to express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries who have graced the occasion with their presence, and their insightful talks have made the symposium a great success. May I now request our Director, Sir, Dr. T.H.S. Prasad, to present mementos to our distinguished speaker as an expression of gratitude. I first request, Sir, to felicitate Professor Singapalli Balram, Sir, with a flower bouquet. And also with an exclusive handmade miniature painting memento of camel bone, designed and crafted by Rajasthani artist Sanjeev Sharma from Udaipur. Thank you, sir. Next, I request Sir to present the bouquet and memento to Professor Vijay Singh Katia, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now next we have Professor Dinesh Kojin, sir. I again request sir to felicitate Dinesh, sir, with a flower bouquet and memento. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Professor Raman Saxena, sir. So I now request sir to felicitate Raman Saxena, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Last but not the least, I request sir to felicitate one of the most energetic speaker of this international symposium, Dr. Padmini Taulab Balram, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Now, I would like to call upon our esteemed Joint Director, Professor Harleen Sahni, ma'am, for the vote of thanks.
A very good evening to all. The two-day International Design Symposium is coming to an end today, but the learnings and the outcome of it are definitely going to go with us for a long way. The symposium touched upon various aspects of design research, and all our esteemed speakers, they spoke to cover the various dimensions in which the design research can be conducted and published. It's time to reflect upon the discussions and learnings that took place. The major discussions in the symposium indicated that design and research, they have an inherent connection, and design is inseparable from human life. So as we continue the human existence, design research needs to be continued. Discussions in the symposium also emphasized on innovation, creativity, empathy in design research, and a user-centric approach. Design research needs to have an emotional, economic, and social value. The symposium also emphasized the multidisciplinary nature of design research and the need for integration and collaboration. The symposium also brought out explorations in design pedagogy, the importance of writing research papers, and publishing design research. The symposium also highlighted that not only careful observation, but immersion and engagement are needed for effective design research. Various perspectives are important, and this was another discussion that happened in the symposium. Design research needs to have a social, emotional, functional, and aesthetic appeal. On behalf of NIFT Jodhpur, I thank all our eminent speakers in the symposium for their wonderful contribution. I thank Director NIFT Jodhpur, Professor Dr. G.H.S. Prasad sir, for envisioning this International Design Symposium and leading the way towards a very successful event. I thank and congratulate the entire Design Symposium organizing team who worked together and made this event flawless and a completely memorable one. I thank all the faculty members, staff, the IT support team who extended their support in some or the other manner. I thank all the attendees, including NIFT students, representatives from other institutes who are either present here or virtually connected. We hope everyone had a meaningful learning and the collaborations would continue in the coming future. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind and encouraging words. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request that all rise as we play our national anthem. Please stand in unity and respect for our nation.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
With this, please take your seat. With this, let's call it a day. As we leave the symposium, let us carry with us the knowledge gained, the relationship formed, and the inspiration ignited. Let us use this experience as a stepping stone to greater creativity, innovation, and success in the world of design. Once again, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, dignitaries, faculties, participants, and their students for their valuable time and for being such a wonderful audience. It has been an incredible journey, and let Jodhpur look forward to seeing the remarkable contribution that each of you will make to the world through your design endeavors. Thank you so much again, good evening, and have a great day.